Hi guys, this is already part 9 of the story. I moved to a world where the government gives away wives. As always, all the links to the previous parts are in the description and pinned comment. Enjoy watching. Is the mission still on? Atop a tall building, a few masked figures dressed in black stood in silence, having just witnessed the rise of an invincible force. These individuals were the elite assassins of the Blood Crow Tower, each possessing peak-level strength at the third turn, making even the strongest tremble in fear. In the martial world, there was a saying: there wasn't a single expert that the elite assassins of Blood Crow Tower couldn't kill. But now, none of them dared to make a move. Discussing the mission, no one wanted to speak up. Although this person's cultivation appears to be at the second turn, his actual strength far surpasses the third turn threshold. He may not be as strong as those at the fourth turn, but he's not far off. We are not capable of dealing with someone like him. After a long silence, one of the masked figures finally spoke, breaking the tension. In the martial world, a third-turn martial saint was considered to be at the pinnacle. However, above the third turn, there existed fourth-turn martial saints, who had unlocked 4 internal seals. Achieving this level meant nearly half of one's internal seals were broken, granting immense power. While the first, second, and third turns were considered entry-level, breaking into the fourth turn was akin to truly stepping into the domain of the masters. Furthermore, upon reaching this realm, one would gain a divine ability, a heaven-bestowed gift. Possessing just one divine ability could dramatically enhance one's combat strength. A fourth-turn martial saint had 2 such divine abilities, making their strength unimaginable. To put it bluntly, the difference between a third-turn and a fourth-turn martial saint was like comparing heaven and earth. The gap between them was greater than the sum of all the differences between the first and third turns combined. Because of this, those who reached the fourth turn were referred to as martial masters. Although the elite assassins of Blood Crow Tower were among the best in their realm, compared to a fourth-turn master, they were nothing more than strong infants. Now that their target was such a person, how could they possibly dare to take action? Let's report back to the Tower Lord. A being of this level is beyond our capabilities, another masked figure said, acknowledging the overwhelming disparity. Agreed, the others quickly concurred, without hesitation. After all, assassins were not afraid of death. But knowing certain death awaited, they naturally wouldn't choose to throw their lives away needlessly. Inside the Mo family estate, Lin Fan, the target of these assassins, was unaware of the events transpiring outside. Standing quietly, his mere presence made both the Mo and another family present too afraid to breathe. Even the Mo family patriarch had a serious expression. Lin Fan's display of overwhelming power was something he could not ignore. The Blood Crow Tower assassins had judged correctly. Lin Fan's current strength was indeed on par with a fourth-turn martial saint. Furthermore, being so young and brimming with vitality, if it came to a life-and-death struggle, even someone as seasoned as the Mo family patriarch might not be able to match him. Youth is a form of strength, and this holds true in every field. Qian Mo Qianji, though angry with his elder brother, didn't want Lin Fan and the Mo family to come to a deadly confrontation. But his words held little weight, so he could only turn to Mo Qian for help. Mo Qian had remained silent. After her father coldly ignored her plea for help, her heart had completely turned cold, perhaps even dead, toward the Mo family. Yet, faced with her grandfather's desperate gaze, she couldn't bring herself to ignore him. Lin Fan, she began, but couldn't find the words, lowering her head slightly. There's no need for that. I originally acted to stand up for you. If you can forgive them, so can I. Lin Fan, sensing her distress, offered a warm, familiar smile. That gentle smile seemed to erase the image of the ruthless killer from moments ago. However, the severed limbs and bloodstains on the ground told everyone that none of it was an illusion. Hearing Lin Fan's kind words, Mo Qian's eyes filled with tears once more. Though she hadn't known him long, she understood he wasn't a bloodthirsty person. The fact that he would go to such lengths for her, even willing to start a massacre, touched her deeply. Qian, I was wrong. Please, for the sake of the past, forgive me this time. Our Missouri family has lost enough lives. Mo Baishuan, covered in blood, painfully bowed his head to his daughter, admitting his mistake. Bitterness filled his heart. If only he had been more persistent, Lin Fan, this invincible force, would have been his son-in-law. Having such a son-in-law was far better than any political marriage with the strategists. But his lack of resolve had broken his daughter's heart. Now, to prevent further loss, he could only humbly admit his wrongs. Looking at her blood-covered father, Mo Qian's heart softened in the end. Lin Fan, I don't want to stay here anymore. Can you take me away? She asked, eyes red and filled with tears. Of course, Lin Fan replied with a gentle smile, not hesitating for a moment. And so, They left. Mo Baishuan opened his mouth to speak but, recalling the events that had just transpired, couldn't find the words. As for the others, they all lowered their heads, too afraid to say anything. Only the Mo family patriarch silently watched Lin Fan and his group depart. Not until their figures vanished from sight did he finally look away. Without any delay, his gaze fell upon the elder with the graying hair, Mo Qianji's elder brother. The old man's cold sweat began to pour as he met the patriarch's eyes. Although his decision wasn't entirely wrong, as the head of the family, he had brought such a powerful enemy upon them, causing great losses. There was no escaping this responsibility. From now on, you will no longer be involved in the affairs of the family. You are to remain in seclusion at the family tomb. Only when you break through to the fourth turn will you be allowed out, the Mo family patriarch declared coldly, stripping him of all his power. Yes, the elder responded bitterly. Breaking through to the fourth turn was no easy task. If it were, fourth turn martial saints wouldn't be so rare and revered. It was no exaggeration to say that with this arrangement, the elder might never emerge again. But could he refuse? The icy gaze of the Mo family patriarch made it clear that he could not. After dealing with the main culprit, the patriarch's gaze turned to Mo Baishuan. As the current head of the family, he bore significant responsibility for the recent events. However, given that his daughter had left with Lin Fan, the patriarch chose not to punish him too severely, merely docking a year's worth of resources equivalent to a year's salary. There was nothing more to be done. Despite the apparent rift between them, the patriarch still wasn't ready to give up on Lin Fan as a potential son-in-law with invincible strength. Although Lin Fan was only at the second turn, his ability to challenge fourth-turn opponents was undeniable. If he ever broke through to the fourth turn himself, the results would be unimaginable. As the patriarch of a family that had lived through countless years, he understood this simple truth all too well. Qianji, given the calamity that has befallen our family, it's time for you to shoulder some responsibilities. Qian is a good child. You should find a way to reconcile with her. Whatever her conditions, I will back her up. As for the marriage with the strategists, their son is not worthy. I will personally break off the engagement, the Mo family patriarch said, hands behind his back, addressing Mo Qianji. Yes, Patriarch Mo Qianji replied after a brief pause, agreeing to the elder's plan. Nearby, he Shu Hung, who had just finished pretending to be dead, overheard their conversation and felt utterly drained. Before Lin Fan's appearance, he had been a promising young man, a rare find as a son-in-law, highly regarded by the Mo family elders. But after Lin Fan arrived, he became nothing more than a useless fool, unworthy of marriage to the Mo family. Once he had thought of himself as a standout talent, while Lin Fan was just a frog in a well. Now, the situation seemed so ironic. Who was really the frog in the well? He Shu Heng let out a self-deprecating laugh. Though he had survived by playing dead, his spirit had been utterly crushed. In this second encounter with Lin Fan, he had lost once again, and this time, the defeat was even more absolute. Some people may still be alive, but their suffering is worse than death. This statement is undoubtedly true. However, when someone suffers, someone else may rejoice, and they may rejoice greatly. Lin Fan was in a good mood. His trip to the Mo family not only allowed him to test his current strength, but also won him a beautiful bride. Lin Fan, thank you, Mo Qian said sincerely as they left the Mo family estate. Her emotions had calmed down quite a bit by then. Do we really need to say thank you? Lin Fan responded with a smile. Looking at Mo Qian, dressed in a bright red wedding gown, with her graceful figure and stunning beauty, he couldn't help but feel that she was completely different from before. The wedding attire highlighted a new charm in her, especially since it was meant for someone else. The impact was even more striking. Lin Fan stroked his chin and smiled. Since she was already in her wedding dress, there was no need to waste this beautiful moment. He had always had feelings for his little assistant, otherwise, he wouldn't have traveled all the way to Mo Prefecture to find her. And he certainly wouldn't have engaged in a bloody battle with two powerful forces, becoming a death dealer and claiming countless lives. Since she had feelings for him too, there was no reason to push her away. Yes, Mo Qian blushed slightly under Lin Fan's intense gaze, but she didn't shy away. Instead, she gently nodded. Lin Fan, now that I've brought you here and helped out, my job is done. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, he Mingyu said softly, biting her lip and lowering her head. Her emotions were complicated, but she had only come to help. Now that her task was complete, she didn't feel it was appropriate to linger. Or perhaps she didn't know how to face the situation or what to do next. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? Sister Mo Qian asked before Lin Fan could respond. Although this was her first time meeting He Mingyu, she understood everything from the look in He Mingyu's eyes. After all, she had once been just like her. Yu He Mingyu was taken aback by Mo Qianqian's words. She hadn't expected such a response. In her mind, wouldn't her departure be exactly what Mo Qianqian wanted? Mo Qianqian didn't offer any explanation. Instead, she smiled and said, "My name is Mo Qianqian. What should I call you, sister?" "My name is He Mingyu." He Mingyu replied politely, still a bit confused. "Sister Mingyu," Mo Qianqian called sweetly, then stepped forward and extended her hand. "Would you be willing to accept me as your little sister?" He Mingyu hesitated, unsure how to respond as she looked at the outstretched hand and the sincere eyes. "Would you really not want to?" Mo Qianqian asked, a hint of sadness in her voice. "No, that's not it." He Mingyu quickly shook her head and instinctively reached out her hand. As their hands clasped, Mo Qianqian immediately linked arms with her, snuggling close. "Sister Mingyu, from now on we're sisters. I'm not as strong as you, so I'll need your guidance." "Ah? Oh, okay," He Mingyu agreed, still a bit dazed. Mo Qianqian smiled gently at Lin Fan after all this, and he returned the smile, feeling even more affectionate toward her. Her actions aligned perfectly with his wishes. Anything less would have wronged her. But Mo Qianqian didn't feel wronged at all. Lin Fan had fought countless powerful enemies to protect her and pull her from despair. Although Lin Fan won in the end, even forcing the Mo family patriarch to intervene, the battles had been incredibly challenging. If Lin Fan hadn't been strong enough, he might have died at the hands of those powerful foes. For a man who was willing to go to such lengths for her, Mo Qianqian felt no regret in what she was doing. Instead, she was happy to share his burdens because it made her feel useful, not just a burden. Thus, although Mo Qianji left the group, their numbers didn't decrease. They checked into an inn, and while the Mo family's upheaval continued to stir up the outside world, it didn't affect them. Both families had been dealt such a heavy blow that no one would dare to seek trouble, at least not anytime soon. The five of them rented 5 rooms, each staying in their own. However, late that night, another person entered Lin Fan's room. It was Mo Qianqian, still dressed in her red wedding gown. But unlike her lifeless demeanor during the day, she now radiated a brilliant light. Shyness mingled with determination, and modesty blended with initiative. Just one look from Lin Fan, and he was completely captivated. Once again, the system's taste in aesthetics proved impeccable. To receive a special beauty reward meant she was indeed a peerless gem. Lin Fan Mo Qianqian's face flushed as she looked at him, wanting to say something. But Lin Fan interrupted her with a smile. "Are you still going to call me Lin Fan?" Husband Mo Qianqian's face turned an even deeper shade of red, like a ripe apple. Her charming appearance immediately ignited Lin Fan's desire. But instead of rushing, he gently pulled her into his arms. "The setting is a bit simple. Are you sure you won't feel wronged?" Lin Fan asked softly, looking down at her with concern. "No." Mo Qianqian shook her head firmly. Then, gazing up at Lin Fan, she said, "For me, this is the perfect moment." The wedding ceremony earlier had been grand, but for her it didn't compare to this moment. All because here, she was with the man she truly wanted to spend her life with. Lin Fan could see this clearly in her eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then smiled warmly. "Don't worry, you'll never regret your decision," he promised, gently caressing her face. "I trust you." My husband Mo Qianqian replied earnestly. But before she could say anything more, her soft lips were sealed by his. Her body tensed at first, but soon she responded, though clumsily, to his passionate kiss. Like a spark igniting gunpowder, her actions completely inflamed his desire. The lights went out. The bright red wedding dress gently slipped to the floor. This night was worth 1,000 gold coins. And as the system chimed in, lovers finally became one. This time there was even a brand new reward, one never seen before. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully getting married and receiving the reward master level Yin Yang Dragon Seeking Technique. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying a high-ranking beauty, receiving a special reward Dragon Blood Pill. Ding dong! Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for marrying a wife with a unique talent, receiving the reward mechanism technique upgrade. 3 consecutive system notifications indicated that the rewards for marrying Mo Qianqian were indeed generous. This time, apart from the second reward for beauty, the others were quite extraordinary, leaving Lin Fan momentarily stunned. "Husband, what's wrong?" Mo Qianqian noticed Lin Fan's odd expression and asked shyly. Lin Fan smiled. "Nothing, just marveling at the good fortune you've brought me." Mo Qianqian thought he was referring to their union, and her face flushed an even deeper red. However, she didn't resist and instead hugged her husband tightly. Lin Fan laughed heartily and continued his conquest. Although Mo Qian had already achieved a semi-saint level of cultivation, she still couldn't withstand Lin Fan's dragon-like physique. By midnight she was completely exhausted and fell asleep. Lin Fan didn't push her further, lovingly kissing her forehead before turning his attention to the rewards. The first reward was the yin-yang dragon-seeking technique. The name sounded incredibly powerful, but it didn't reveal much about its actual nature. Without overthinking it, Lin Fan chose to accept the reward directly. Boom! The familiar space appeared again, and Lin Fan began learning his new ability. The yin-yang dragon-seeking technique, as the name suggests, revolves around the principles of yin and yang to seek out hidden dragons symbolic of precious treasures in the world. In simpler terms, this technique allows Lin Fan to use the power of yin and yang to locate all kinds of natural treasures hidden across the land. The dragon in the name represents various supreme treasures. But this was just one aspect of the technique. Since it involved the forces of yin and yang, it offered much more than just treasure hunting. One of its core functions was the ability to find the right nodes, enabling Lin Fan to open the yin-yang gate and enter the legendary underworld. As he finished absorbing this ability, Lin Fan's eyes widened in amazement. Compared to his previous skills, this one was far more mystical. Opening the yin-yang gate to access the underworld wasn't something ordinary abilities could achieve. Not even divine abilities could match this newly acquired power. Even if he couldn't find special nodes, just being able to locate heavenly treasures was enough to make full use of this ability. "My dear wife, you really are my lucky star," Lin Fan said, planting a kiss on Mo Qian's cheek after receiving the ability. Husband Mo Qian, having rested a bit, had regained some strength. She thought Lin Fan was waking her to show affection again, and her face turned red as her large eyes filled with shyness. At this moment, all of her heart belonged to Lin Fan. She didn't resist his affection. Instead, she looked forward to it. Lin Fan, seeing her shy demeanor, couldn't resist going along with her expectations. Indeed, being with an intellectual woman brought a different kind of joy. Her approach to everything, from tactics to the precision of her movements, was unique, providing Lin Fan with an entirely new experience. Another night of passion ensued. This time, Mo Qian was utterly exhausted, falling into a deep sleep. Lin Fan, with his dragon-like physique, felt no fatigue whatsoever. Despite nearly an entire night of activity, he remained energetic. And as a man, who would ever complain about having too much strength? Without hesitation, he retrieved the familiar dragon blood pill and swallowed it whole. A surge of immense power exploded within him, enhancing every part of his body. Although Lin Fan's physique was already formidable, under the effects of the dragon blood pill, it visibly improved even further. Clenching his fist, Lin Fan felt that just his physical strength alone could crush a mountain. His internal energy also became more abundant. Already at the peak of the second turn, the surge in energy gave him the signs of a breakthrough. Lin Fan knew that with the right opportunity, he could break the third internal seal and reach the third turn martial saint level. With his accumulated foundation, this breakthrough would surely grant him another divine ability. Combined with the power boost from the breakthrough, his strength would increase dramatically. During the day, he had offended two major families. Even if the Mo family decided not to seek revenge, the strategist certainly wouldn't let it slide. These ancient families had unfathomable resources, and if they were to fight him with all their might, their strength would be terrifying. For instance, no one knew how many powerful ancestors these ancient families had accumulated over the years. If there were enough of them, even Lin Fan might not be able to withstand their combined assault. But if he successfully broke through, these concerns would no longer be an issue. If anyone dared to cause trouble, he wouldn't hesitate to flatten them. The dragon blood pill's power was strong but quickly absorbed. It didn't take long for Lin Fan to fully integrate it. With this reward absorbed, Lin Fan turned his attention to the third reward. This reward was something unprecedented: the mechanism technique upgrade. He already possessed a master-level mechanism technique, the pinnacle achievable in the world. The Missouri family's ancient mechanism manual was a product of countless years of refinement, but even that couldn't compare to the master-level technique he already had. Now, with this new talent from marrying Mo Qian, the mechanism technique was set to be upgraded further. Lin Fan couldn't help but wonder what heights this upgrade would take him to. Filled with curiosity, he chose to accept the reward. Boom! The familiar space appeared again, and Lin Fan began a new round of learning. Although these lessons weren't entirely new, as he had gone through similar experiences when mastering the previous level, this time he noticed that his earlier learning had flaws. Or rather, this new version was more detailed and advanced. Even the construction of a simple component brought a sense of enlightenment. If he were to craft the same mechanism part again, not only could he do it better, but also faster, with more precision and efficiency. The improvements were clear. The term that came to Lin Fan's mind was turning decay into magic. After completing this upgrade, Lin Fan realized what his reward truly was: divine-level mechanism technique. He had broken through the worldly limits and reached the legendary divine level. Lin Fan's breath quickened. This wasn't just a flattering term, he had genuinely surpassed the boundaries of the mundane. With such divine skills, Lin Fan found it hard to sleep. With a thought, the mechanism bird, which was part of his dragon god armor, flew in through the window, transforming into its battle dragon form within the room. This divine-level armor, once the ultimate product of master-level mechanism techniques, stood at the peak of what was possible in the world, something that could no longer be improved. But with his newfound divine-level skills, that ceiling had been shattered. Lin Fan could now enhance it even further, and not just by a little. Once I finish this upgrade, even those powerful ancestors won't be a threat. And when I break through to the third turn. Lin Fan's lips curved into a slight smile as he gazed at the armor before him. He had to admit, Mo Qianqian, his dear wife, truly was his lucky star, bringing him good fortune time and time again. After a busy night, the newlyweds didn't feel tired at all. Lin Fan's energy seemed endless, like a perpetual motion machine. Although Mo Qianqian had been exhausted the previous night, she awoke looking radiant, her face glowing with beauty and vitality, clearly refreshed. As the group sat together for breakfast, He Mingyu couldn't help but feel a bit envious as she observed them, with a hint of anticipation in her heart. Having decided to stay, she had obviously made up her mind. Sister Mingyu Mo Qianqian, with her keen intuition, took the initiative to strike up a conversation with He Mingyu. He Mingyu didn't mind and found the conversation quite enjoyable. Soon, Xiao Qing joined in, and the lively chatter of the three women filled the room. Lin Fan watched them with a smile, feeling content. This peaceful scene was exactly what he had hoped for. "Master, old Sir Missouri is waiting outside and wishes to see you," Lin Xiaotong reported after they finished breakfast. The old Sir Missouri she referred to was Mo Qianji, who had been traveling with them. Lin Fan Mo Qianqian looked at Lin Fan with some concern upon hearing this. Lin Fan smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry. Your third grandpa and I got along well right from the start. We're good friends, and now with you in the picture, we're even closer." Mo Qianqian blushed slightly but felt a deep sense of happiness. "Invite him," and Lin Fan instructed Lin Xiaotong after comforting his wife. "Yes," Lin Xiaotong responded, and went to bring Mo Qianji in. Not long after, Mo Qianji entered, but before he could speak, another figure rushed forward excitedly, calling out, "Miss." It was Zhao Hong, Mo Qianqian's personal maid, who had been imprisoned by the Mo family as leverage against her. Now freed and seeing her mistress safe and happy, she couldn't hold back her tears of joy. Mo Qianqian was equally emotional. Having grown up together, the two were like sisters. She quickly moved forward to comfort Xiao Hong, saying, "It's all over now. Everything's fine." Xiao Hong nodded repeatedly, her voice choked with emotion as she hugged Mo Qianqian. "I'm so sorry, miss. It's all my fault that you had to suffer." "It's all in the past," Mo Qianqian replied with a comforting smile. Meanwhile, Mo Qianji looked at Lin Fan, starting to speak but then hesitating. Normally he was a straightforward person who didn't dwell on formalities, but this time, the situation made him rethink his approach. Lin Fan noticed this and quickly smiled, saying, "Uncle Mo, you're Qianqian's third grandpa. There's no need for formalities. Just call me Xiao Fan." Lin Fan had always been respectful to his elders, especially those who deserved it. It wasn't about interests or power, it was just who he was. Hearing this, Mo Qianji visibly relaxed. Although he had expected Lin Fan not to treat him coldly, he couldn't help but feel wary of Lin Fan's formidable strength. After all, the conversations with the Mo family patriarchs the night before had left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Facing Lin Fan again, Mo Qianji found it hard to be as casual as before. With a second-turn martial saint capable of challenging a fourth-turn elder and possibly even winning, he fully understood how terrifying Lin Fan's talent was. Given time, Lin Fan's potential seemed limitless. But seeing Lin Fan's sincere attitude, Mo Qianji smiled and said, "Since you say so, I'll take you up on that." "That's how it should be," Lin Fan replied, nodding with a smile. He then personally poured a cup of tea for Mo Qianji, saying, "Let's have some tea and talk." Sure, Mo Qianji agreed, taking a sip of the tea. Seeing Lin Fan's genuine hospitality, he finally felt completely at ease. Their conversation soon became more relaxed, with both men laughing and enjoying their discussion. Watching this scene, Mo Qianqian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her heart filled with even more affection for Lin Fan. Although they were already close, she knew that without her influence, this interaction wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Lin Fan was being so kind to her third grandpa because of his consideration for her feelings. Young friend Lin, the heavenly burial ground, which opens once every 60 years, is about to open again. Would you be interested in exploring it? Mo Qianji asked after they finished their tea, finally getting to the purpose of his visit. The heavenly burial ground. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. He had come across mentions of this place in the information Lin Xiaotong had gathered. It was a forbidden area, shrouded year-round in a deadly burial aura, more terrifying than any poison. Even a third-turn martial saint couldn't withstand it for long, and even stronger experts could only stay for a short time before being forced to leave due to the unknown dangers lurking within. Because of this, the area was considered a death zone, and no one dared to approach it, let alone enter it. Seeing Lin Fan's reaction, Mo Qianji explained, "Indeed, most of the time, the heavenly burial ground is a place of certain death, but every 60 years the burial aura sinks into the earth, allowing people to enter." That's right, Mo Qian confirmed, knowing that Lin Fan, coming from outside the Qian Empire, might not be familiar with such details. "Why do you want me to join you?" Lin Fan asked. He didn't know much about the heavenly burial ground, but the information Lin Xiaotong had collected gave him a general idea. Rumor had it that this place was an ancient battlefield of the gods. The fierce battles had left the land barren and deadly, but also filled with rare treasures left behind by those ancient deities. If someone could enter and obtain these treasures, it would be a great opportunity. Given that, it was curious why they wanted him along. While Lin Fan believed in his own strength, the Mo family, an ancient and powerful clan, surely had no shortage of skilled warriors. Mo Qianji didn't hide the truth. "This is the patriarch's decision. He wants to repair the relationship with you." He then recounted their conversation, including the patriarch's intention to personally annul Mo Qianqian's previous engagement, making her Lin Fan's rightful wife. While this was just a formality, it was something that mattered to some people. Hearing this, Mo Qianqian's eyes brightened. Although she had no regrets about following Lin Fan, being his official wife made her even happier. Lin Fan understood this, and didn't want his wife to feel wronged. As a man, making the people around him happy was his top priority. "I caused your Mo family a lot of losses yesterday. Are the others really okay with this?" Lin Fan asked calmly, not immediately agreeing. Mo Qianji replied, "You needn't worry. The patriarch has personally dealt with it, and no one will make trouble. Besides, this wasn't your fault, and the ones responsible have already been punished. If your Mo family doesn't mind, then I have no objections." "I'm quite curious about the heavenly burial ground," Lin Fan answered. Hearing this, Mo Qianji couldn't hide his excitement. "I'll contact you when it's time to depart," he said before hurrying off to report the news. Dear Mo Qianqian was pleased but also worried. It wasn't just the danger of the heavenly burial ground that concerned her, but also whether her family was truly sincere in their reconciliation. If it was a trap, Lin Fan could face unpredictable risks. Xiao Qing and He Mingyu shared her concerns, their expressions showing their unease. Lin Fan smiled and reassured them, "Don't worry. I know what I'm doing." Had this been before last night, Lin Fan might have had some reservations. But after absorbing the rewards Mo Qianqian had brought him, he no longer felt any fear, only anticipation. The heavenly burial ground, the legendary ancient battlefield of the gods, he was eager to explore it. And as for any potential scheming, he wouldn't mind dealing with it thoroughly if necessary. "Second uncle, are we really going to let this go just like that?" In the residence of the strategist family, the surviving members, who had narrowly escaped death, couldn't suppress the burning anger and resentment in their hearts as they looked at the elder leading them. This time, the family had placed unprecedented importance on their alliance with the Mo family through marriage. They had sent a grand entourage to escort the bride, including not only powerful family members but also many young talents. Yet, despite their formidable numbers, they had suffered devastating losses. They had departed with over 100 people but returned with just a dozen. It seemed as if their opponents had specifically targeted them for slaughter, and they had barely avoided complete annihilation. Faced with such a situation, how could they possibly swallow their anger? How could the strategist family ever let such a blood feud go unanswered? The elder, who had been questioned, responded coldly. "The reason we paused our actions was simply because we were outmatched at the time." "So, what do you mean?" Second uncle, the person asking the question, suddenly looked hopeful. The elder, who had already devised a plan, replied directly, "As we left, I arranged for people to monitor the Mo family. As expected, they shamelessly chose to reconcile with that arrogant man. Not only did they publicly annul the engagement, but they also acknowledged him openly. The Missouri family has no pride whatsoever. What a disgrace!" As the elder spoke, the others erupted in angry outbursts, cursing the Mo family. The elder didn't stop them. After the room quieted down, he sneered, "Indeed, they have no pride. But that's not important. What matters is that they've invited that arrogant man to join them in exploring the heavenly burial ground." The heavenly burial ground. The core members of the strategist family, all seasoned schemers, immediately grasped the significance of this information. The heavenly burial ground. For many years, the strategist family had ventured into this place, becoming quite familiar with its perils. They knew better than anyone the dangers that lurked within. If Lin Fan, the man responsible for their heavy losses, dared to enter, it would be like walking into their territory. At that point, they could easily use the hazards of the burial ground to eliminate him, and they could also exact revenge on the treacherous Mo family. Exactly, the elder confirmed. The heavenly burial ground is the resting place of ancient deities. Burying him there would be a fitting end. Haha, the others chuckled, already imagining the sight of their enemy being destroyed. However, the Mo family is strong and skilled in mechanism arts. In the heavenly burial ground, their expertise could be very useful. And given that man's terrifying strength, we must be cautious, a middle-aged man reminded the group. Indeed, caution is necessary, the elder agreed with a smile. That's why I've already sent a message to the Yin-Yang family. The Yin-Yang family, the others' eyes lit up at this revelation. Among the many clans and martial sects in the Qin Empire, only a few stood out as the most formidable, and the Yin-Yang family was one of them. They specialized in yin-yang techniques, which were vastly different from conventional martial arts, more mysterious and difficult to defend against. In a place as eerie and unpredictable as the heavenly burial ground, the yin-yang family would thrive. But that wasn't the most important part. What mattered was that the yin-yang family had a deep-seated grudge against the Mo family. If the strategists offered to join forces against the Mo family, the yin-yang family would undoubtedly be eager to participate. The Missouri family broke their promise and has no sense of honor. So they shouldn't blame us for disregarding our old ties, the elders said coldly, finalizing the plan. He Shu Hung, who had been watching silently, realized that this could be an excellent opportunity for him. Yet, for some reason, he didn't feel the excitement he had expected. Instead, a vague sense of unease crept into his mind. No, that's impossible. With two families joining forces, plus the environment of the heavenly burial ground, he'll have no escape. This must just be a trick of the mind, he thought, shaking his head to dispel his doubts. Meanwhile, the Mo family had completed their preparations to head to the heavenly burial ground. The patriarch himself was leading the group, along with key figures like Mo Qianji. Even the weakest among them was at the peak of the semi-saint level. Such a formidable lineup could dominate any ordinary region. Yet despite their strength, they approached Lin Fan with the utmost respect. It wasn't that they lacked confidence, but many of them had survived the battle against him and were deeply impressed by his terrifying power. He's gotten even stronger. The Missouri family patriarch stood quietly within the group, his expression calm and detached from worldly concerns. But when he saw Lin Fan, his pupils contracted sharply. It had only been a few days since they last met, yet he could sense that Lin Fan's energy had grown noticeably stronger, and not by just a little. For someone to improve so much in just a few days was extraordinary, and it made the patriarch reassess his opinion of Lin Fan. A genius with such rapid and powerful growth was truly fearsome. Taking a deep breath, the patriarch solidified the decision he had been wavering on. "Bring that vile woman forward," he ordered coldly. At his command, two men dragged a beautiful woman with disheveled hair before the group. She had once been the spirited woman who pushed for Mo Qianqian's arranged marriage. Now, she was a pitiful figure, crying out for mercy as she was thrown to the ground. "Spare me, patriarch. Please, spare me," she pleaded, her voice desperate and pitiful. The Missouri family patriarch, his expression icy, didn't even glance at her. Instead, he turned to Lin Fan with a gentle tone. "Young friend Lin, this woman is the main instigator who forced Qianqian into the marriage. She accepted bribes from outsiders and deceived others. Now, I leave her fate in your hands." Lin Fan smirked inwardly. It was clear they were trying to pin all the blame on one person. But he understood this was just the way things were done, showing a gesture of goodwill in front of everyone. Without saying much, Lin Fan looked over at Mo Qianqian. "Qianqian, please forgive your aunt. She was momentarily blinded by greed. She apologizes, truly apologizes," the woman begged, crawling over to Mo Qianqian and bowing repeatedly. Her forehead hit the ground so hard that it bled. Mo Qianqian clenched her fists. She hated this vicious woman deeply, but seeing her in such a pitiful state, she couldn't bring herself to be completely ruthless. Seeing her hesitation, Lin Fan spoke directly to the patriarch. "You can handle this yourselves. As long as no one forces our hand again, we can accept this relationship. Very well, the patriarch replied with a smile, pleased with the outcome. With a casual wave, he had the weeping woman taken away. Then he turned to Lin Fan and began discussing the details of their journey to the heavenly burial ground. Although the burial aura has dissipated, the dangers inside remain. We must not let our guard down, the patriarch warned after they finished their conversation. Thank you for the advice, Lin Fan replied with a nod before organizing his people for the journey. The opportunities within the heavenly burial ground depended largely on luck and destiny, so Lin Fan didn't want to leave anyone behind. He even summoned back the Tiger King and the Night Shining Lion Tiger Beast, who had been roaming outside the city, to join the expedition. Once the patriarch saw that Lin Fan was ready, he gave the signal to depart. The ground trembled under the iron hooves of their mounts as the group left Qianji City, heading towards the heavenly burial ground. As they departed, a group of black-clad, masked figures stood atop the city walls, watching them leave. Among these figures were the elite assassins of Bloodcrow Tower, their golden tokens gleaming coldly at their waists. But today they weren't in charge. Instead, they surrounded a figure whose aura was calm and peaceful. Although this figure was also dressed in black and masked, his demeanor was completely different from the assassins around him. While they exuded a murderous aura, he was composed and refined, like a scholarly gentleman. He didn't carry a token that indicated his rank, yet the elite assassins of Bloodcrow Tower bowed their heads slightly in deference, showing him great respect. Tower Lord, the target is heading into the heavenly burial ground with the Mo family. Should we wait until he comes out to execute the mission? One of the assassins asked respectfully, addressing the figure as the Tower Lord. The Tower Lord chuckled softly at the question. Why wait? Although the heavenly burial ground is considered the private hunting ground of various noble families and sects, who would dare say a word if Bloodcrow Tower wanted to enter? He gazed into the distance, his hands clasped behind his back, and gave his order, send out my command, enter the heavenly burial ground and eliminate the target. Anyone who gets in the way, kill without mercy. Understood, the assassins responded in unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. As they departed, a deadly storm of slaughter began to brew. Heavenly burial ground. Located in the sparsely populated Zhang Prefecture, the region is heavily influenced by the pervasive burial aura that blankets the area, rendering it inhospitable. As far as the eye can see, the landscape is dominated by yellow earth, with little sign of life. This is why so few people live here. However, there are those who make a living from its unique environment, such as miners and herbalists, drawn by the rare minerals and unusual herbs that can only be found here. Yet this area is also more dangerous than other regions. Only those with real skills dare to come here. Banditry is rampant, for stealing is often quicker than the hard work of mining or gathering herbs. But recently, even the most ruthless bandits have gone quiet, driven into hiding by even more fearsome criminals arriving from other regions. How much farther? Lin Fan asked, perched on the back of the Tiger King as he surveyed the yellow earth stretching out before them. Mo Qianji, who had been acting as the liaison between Lin Fan and the Mo family, glanced into the distance and replied, about 1,000 miles. We'll be there soon. For a group of experts like them, 1,000 miles was a short distance. Lin Fan nodded. Indeed, they would arrive quickly. Half a day passed, and they drew closer to their destination. Along the way, they encountered other forces also making their way to the heavenly burial ground. Some groups were aloof, while others were more friendly. Many recognized the Mo family and came forward to exchange greetings, though most interactions were cautious, as they would soon be rivals once inside the burial ground. Lin Fan remained quiet, content to observe without drawing attention to himself. By evening, they had finally reached their destination. As the group halted and looked ahead, it seemed as if they had arrived at an endless desert, with a massive sandstorm swirling in the distance. The burial aura, thick and yellow, filled the air, creating a palpable sense of discomfort even from a distance. Is this the burial aura? Lin Fan extended his spiritual power, which had reached a tangible level, only to find that it couldn't penetrate the aura. Instead, it caused him a slight stinging sensation, immediately making him realize just how dangerous it was. Mo Qianji nodded. Yes, this is the burial aura that isolates all living things. Legend has it that it's the gas released from the decaying bodies of ancient gods. Lin Fan didn't respond but found himself somewhat inclined to believe the legend. Just coming into contact with it had caused his powerful spiritual energy to feel pain. This was no ordinary phenomenon. When will it dissipate? Xiao Qing, one of the women who had just stepped out of the carriage, asked curiously. Despite her youth, Mo Qianji treated her with respect and smiled as he answered, judging by the current pattern, it shouldn't take more than a day. That's not too long then, Xiao Qing said with a smile. She then pulled out a warm cloak and walked over to Lin Fan, who was studying the landscape ahead. In this semi-desert environment, it could be hot during the day but very cold at night. Although Lin Fan's physique was far beyond feeling cold, Xiao Qing had always been meticulous in her care for him. Even after their relationship had deepened, she continued to attend to his needs with the same devotion. "What are you looking at, brother-in-law?" she asked as she draped the cloak over his shoulders. She noticed that he was examining a piece of parchment and became curious. Lin Fan smiled as he adjusted the cloak. "A treasure map. You have a treasure map? Then you must find lots of treasures," Xiao Qing teased playfully. Of course, Lin Fan laughed and continued to study the parchment. This treasure map, a piece of parchment, was one of the rewards he had received after getting married. He had searched for a long time but hadn't been able to find any terrain that matched the map. Now, in the heavenly burial ground, the surrounding landscape seemed familiar, so he pulled out the map to compare. To his surprise, the map aligned perfectly with this place specifically, the interior of the heavenly burial ground. Despite the burial aura obstructing his vision, the outer landscape matched the map's details exactly. "Is there really treasure?" He Mingyu, with her straightforward and lively personality, joined in the conversation after overhearing them. "Yes, there really is," Lin Fan confirmed, not keeping anything from her. As for the rest of the Mo family, he had already used his energy to ensure that their conversation couldn't be overheard. "Can I take a look?" He Mingyu asked eagerly. Sure. Lin Fan handed the map to her. Excited, He Mingyu began to compare the map to the surrounding terrain, occasionally taking measurements. Lin Fan watched her for a moment before turning his attention back to the burial aura. As someone skilled in both medicine and poison, he could tell at a glance that this wasn't a poisonous gas, but a special substance containing a decaying energy. The theory that this was the gas released from the corpses of ancient gods didn't seem far-fetched. What remained to be seen was whether they could find any of these so-called godly corpses. If they could, it might provide some clarity for his future path. Meanwhile, as Lin Fan and the women examined the treasure map, the rest of the Mo family set up camp and gathered together. "Patriarch, we've received intelligence that the strategist family has made contact with the Yin-Yang family," a Mo family Marshal Saint reported. "That's not surprising," the Patriarch replied with a faint smile. "We annulled the engagement, so it's only natural for them to seek out the Yin-Yang family. Those bastards." Despite understanding the logic, many of the Mo family members couldn't help but grit their teeth in anger. "Don't worry. Their alliance could actually work to our advantage," the Patriarch said, waving off their concerns. The others were puzzled. How could an alliance between their enemies be beneficial? The Patriarch didn't explain. He simply glanced over at Lin Fan. While Lin Fan had demonstrated strength equivalent to a fourth-turn Marshal Saint, the Patriarch had a feeling that his true power was even greater. He had always trusted his instincts, which was why he had chosen to make peace with Lin Fan from the start. In this world, there were always strange and unique individuals, and the Patriarch himself had a special ability to sense danger. He had a strong sense that Lin Fan was not someone to be underestimated. "Rest up. Once the burial aura dissipates, we'll enter immediately," the Patriarch instructed, his lips curving into a slight smile. The Missouri family members, not daring to disobey, quickly went to rest. Time passed, and the burial aura continued to churn. Then, at sunrise the next day, it suddenly sank into the ground, like birds returning to their nests. In an instant, the once impenetrable aura vanished, revealing the landscape hidden within. It was a miraculous sight, though not uncommon in this place. Seeing the exposed terrain, Lin Fan immediately recognized that the location depicted on the treasure map was indeed inside the heavenly burial ground. Confirming this made him even more eager for the journey ahead. Though the burial aura has dissipated, many dangers still remain inside. "Be careful," Mo Qianji warned as he approached Lin Fan, sincerely treating him like family. "You too," Lin Fan replied with a smile, appreciative of Mo Qianji's concern. "Let's go," the Patriarch ordered once the two had finished speaking. It wasn't just their group that began moving, other forces did the same, eager to enter now that the burial aura had cleared. From a bird's eye view, one could see groups of people converging on the forbidden zone from all directions. Among them were the combined forces of the strategist family and the Yin-Yang family, as well as black-clad, masked assassins from Blood Crow Tower. It was as if they had all been waiting for this moment to make their move on Lin Fan's group. Positioned in the center, Lin Fan's group found themselves surrounded as the other factions closed in from both sides, forming an encirclement. The moment Lin Fan and his companions entered the forbidden zone, a chilling sense of killing intent enveloped them. "Don't stray too far from me." Lin Fan, with his heightened senses, had already detected the approaching killing intent, even though nothing was yet visible. He wasn't surprised, he had expected this when they entered. He Mingyu and the others understood the situation and instinctively moved closer to Lin Fan. Roar. Suddenly, the night shining lion tiger beast let out a roar towards a nearby hill. He Mingyu was puzzled for a moment before turning to Lin Fan. Little White is telling me that something on that hill is calling out to it. Oh? Let's go take a look, Lin Fan said, his interest piqued. He had anticipated the danger, but that didn't mean he would ignore opportunities along the way. Soon, the group arrived at the base of the hill. It wasn't very large, just a big mound of earth, barren and reddish in color. Lin Fan dismounted from the Tiger King and scooped up some of the soil, rubbing it between his fingers. He noticed that the soil was damp, as if it had just been stained red. Roar, the night shining lion tiger beast roared again, pacing anxiously around the base of the hill, unable to find whatever was calling out to it. Seeing this, Lin Fan dropped the soil from his hand. His eyes flickered, and suddenly, his pupils turned black and white. This was the yin-yang dragon-seeking eye, a technique used to locate hidden treasures and natural wonders. With this ability, nothing could remain concealed. Quite well hidden, Lin Fan remarked with a smile, having found what he was looking for. The Missouri family members had been watching him closely. When they saw the group stopping at the base of the hill and seemingly searching for treasure, many of them began to murmur. This is the entrance area. It's been searched countless times over the years. The ground has been turned over so many times, it's like a plowed field. How could there still be any treasure left? They whispered among themselves, shaking their heads in disbelief. After all, this area had been thoroughly scoured over the years. Not a single decent twig had been left behind, let alone treasure. While they respected Lin Fan's strength, they didn't believe that strength had anything to do with treasure hunting. But in the next moment, their skepticism turned to silence. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fan summoned a giant blood-red claw made of his QI and blood. The claw easily lifted the small hill, revealing a dark red stone beneath it. He then gently crushed the stone, revealing a palm-sized, glowing red crystal. Roar, the night shining lion tiger beast roared excitedly as soon as the red crystal appeared. It was clear that this was what had been calling to it. Is that really a treasure? That's a blood essence crystal. It contains pure bloodline power, condensed from the essence of a powerful being. Unbelievable. It was buried under the hill, and he found it so easily. Although the beast gave a hint, it's clear that Lin Fan had already pinpointed its exact location. The Missouri family members, who had doubted there was any treasure to be found, now stared at Lin Fan in awe. Not only was he powerful, but his treasure hunting abilities were extraordinary as well. How could anyone else hope to compete? Lin Fan ignored their reactions. He examined the blood essence crystal briefly before tossing it to the eagerly waiting night shining lion tiger beast. Although it was indeed a valuable crystal, similar to a bloodline pill, it didn't particularly interest him. The beast devoured it in one gulp. Buzz! A surge of powerful QI and blood energy spread through the creature's body, making its fur even glossier. It was clear that the crystal had greatly benefited the beast. Seeing her mount grow stronger, He Mingyu couldn't help but feel delighted. Lin Fan, you can even find treasure? He Mingyu asked excitedly. Lin Fan nodded. I know a little. They all laughed together, feeling that this journey was already proving fruitful. The yin-yang dragon-seeking technique had indeed shown its value, and it seemed that there would be many more treasures and opportunities hidden within the heavenly burial ground. Moreover, Lin Fan still had the treasure map from the system's reward, which added even more anticipation to their quest. But before they could continue, they were suddenly surrounded by a group of people. It's the yin-yang family. The newcomers were dressed in black and white robes, and the Mo family quickly recognized them. Well, looks like you found something nice. Too bad your luck ends here, sneered the leader of the yin-yang family, a horse-faced old man. He glanced at the shattered red stone with a mocking smile. Yishu Mingyang? I didn't expect you to personally lead the team this time. The Missouri family patriarch's voice turned cold, and his expression grew serious. It was clear that the yin-yang family leader was also a formidable ancestor-level figure. If an old fossil like you can lead your team, why can't I? Yishu Mingyang laughed, his horse-like face making his mockery even more infuriating. HMP. Enough nonsense. Bring out the others. There's no way the yin-yang family would dare face us alone, the Mo family patriarch scoffed. As soon as he spoke, a raspy voice responded, since Brother Jurin has invited us, I wouldn't dream of declining. With those words, another group of figures appeared, led by a small, elderly man. Though his appearance was frail and aged, his sharp, gleaming eyes revealed a cunning mind, a master of schemes and calculations. He Zongheng, the Missouri family patriarch's expression became even more grim at the sight of the new arrival. Hey, it seems Brother Jurin hasn't forgotten his old friend. Recognizing me so quickly is truly an honor, He Zonggang replied with a sly smile. These were two ancestor-level figures, and He Zonggang was particularly renowned for his power and influence. Even with Lin Fan on their side, the Mo family patriarch felt uncertain about facing them. Our two families have been allies for generations. Must we really come to this? The patriarch asked, hoping for a peaceful resolution. Ha ha, He Zonggang laughed aloud. What a joke. Your Missouri family harbored our enemy, forcefully annulled the engagement, and showed us no respect. Did you ever think it would come to this? Not waiting for a reply, he coldly continued. Enough talk. If you want to be strong, then let's see your strength. Exactly, Xu Mingyingyang of the Yin Yang family added with a sneer. There's nothing we'd love more than to see the Mo family suffer. The Yin Yang family had always held a deep grudge against the Mo family. In the past, the Mo family had thwarted their ambitions, causing them significant losses. Only the rise of talented new generations and the emergence of the legendary Yun Zhongjun had saved the Yin Yang family from decline. With such a history of hatred, they were eager to join forces with the strategist family to bring down the Mo family. The chance to strike now was exactly what they had been waiting for. Attack. Without further words, the Yin Yang family charged forward, forcing the Mo family to respond. They quickly deployed their mechanical war beasts to counter the Yin Yang family's strange and unpredictable techniques. Meanwhile, the two ancestor-level figures clashed, and the sheer force of their battle caused the ground to shake violently. On the other side, the strategist family watched with cold smiles. Seeing the two families already at war, they turned their attention to Lin Fan. You dared to kill our family's young talents. Today you'll pay with your life. The strategist family ancestor fixed his gaze on Lin Fan, his voice devoid of emotion. Lin Fan didn't bother responding. He simply summoned his blood spear and pointed it at the old man. If it's a fight you want, then let's fight. He had long wanted to test himself against an ancestor-level opponent. And now was his chance. Without any more words, Lin Fan's QI and blood surged violently. With his blood spear in hand, he became a blazing red streak as he charged toward his opponent. Just a mere second turn, martial saint. Yet you think you're invincible? How foolish! The strategist family ancestor's expression remained cold. Without drawing any weapon, he simply raised his hand, unleashing a massive wave of force that crashed down on Lin Fan like a tidal wave. Boom! The moment their attacks collided, the entire area shook even more violently. Just then, the Blood Crow Tower assassins arrived. Perfect timing, said their scholarly-looking tower lord with a soft chuckle. Blood Crow Tower. The arrival of Blood Crow Tower was anything but discreet. Although they were assassins who typically lurked in the shadows, under the leadership of their tower lord, they were unusually bold. In this situation, all the warring factions immediately noticed their presence. Blood Crow Tower was a notorious assassin organization, feared by every major power. You may continue. We won't interfere until you've settled your scores, the tower lord said with a smile, showing no intention of making a move just yet. The various forces knew well that Blood Crow Tower upheld their word, so they nodded in agreement. They weren't truly afraid of Blood Crow Tower, at least, not as long as they didn't interfere in the ongoing battles. After all, everyone here was a competitor. Only Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. He knew very well that Blood Crow Tower had come for him. Even though they hadn't attacked yet, their cold-killing intent was already pressing down on him. Haha, it seems you really don't make any friends. Enemies wherever you go, the strategist family ancestor sneered, noticing this as well. In that case, I'll deal with you first, Lin Fan responded coldly. As he spoke, his eyes gradually turned into golden vertical pupils. Divine Dragon transformation activated. In an instant, Lin Fan transformed into a half-human, half-dragon killing machine. His speed, defense and strength all surged to terrifying levels. The strategist family ancestor, who had been suppressing Lin Fan with ease, suddenly found himself on the defensive. Without any unnecessary moves, Lin Fan unleashed a shockwave of QI and blood, shattering the ancestor's tidal wave of force. His blood-colored spear shot forward, aimed straight at the ancestor's face. The sudden burst of power caught the ancestor off guard, and he hurriedly raised his hand to block the attack. Even a hastily executed strike from an ancestor-level expert was terrifying, but Lin Fan's attack was even more formidable. His blood spear, infused with the power of the Divine Dragon and enhanced with special runes from a master forger, pierced through the ancestor's hand with ease. Squelch. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed through the air as the spear drove through the ancestor's palm. The ancestor screamed in pain. The destructive power of Lin Fan's spear was overwhelming. If the ancestor hadn't been so physically powerful, his entire arm might have been blown apart. But even though he managed to avoid total devastation, the pain and humiliation were enough to enrage him. He, a nearly peak 4th turn martial saint, had been injured by a mere 2nd turn martial saint. The shame was harder to bear than the pain. "I'll kill you," the furious ancestor roared, immediately activating his divine ability. A brown glow enveloped him, and in an instant, he transformed into a being that resembled a stone giant. Petrification. This was his divine ability. Under its effect, his body became harder than iron, and he gained the strength of the earth itself. His power surged, and every move carried the weight and might of the ground beneath him. "Gravity domain," he shouted, unleashing a powerful force that pressed down on the entire area. Boom! The ground of the heavenly burial ground, normally reinforced by some mysterious power, began to collapse under the immense pressure. In an instant, the land around them sank, forming a large basin. Lin Fan, standing directly opposite the ancestor, bore the full brunt of this crushing force. His body felt as though mountains were pressing down on him, slowing his movements and restricting his power. At that moment, the ancestor, now in his enraged state, charged forward. With his stone fist raised, he smashed down toward Lin Fan with full force. Clang! Lin Fan raised his blood spear to block the blow. But the spear, sharp as it was, couldn't penetrate the ancestor's petrified fist. It only left a small white mark on the stone surface. Meanwhile, the impact sent Lin Fan staggering back, his spear bending under the immense force. The first clash made it clear who held the upper hand, but instead of feeling discouraged, Lin Fan's eyes gleamed with excitement. Finally, an opponent strong enough to challenge him. Rumble. His powerful QI and blood surged through his body, the sound echoing even outside. The strategist family ancestor's eyes narrowed. Such terrifying QI and blood, he had never seen anything like it in all his years. It only made him more determined to eliminate this threat. "Ancient elephant strength, activate," he shouted, unleashing his second divine ability. Upon reaching the 4th turn, martial saints gained a second divine ability. Some abilities focused on combat, others on support or healing. The strategist family ancestor's abilities were both combat-oriented. The first, petrification, boosted his defense and allowed him to harness the power of the earth. The second, ancient elephant strength, increased his physical power, granting him the strength of a mythical elephant. With both abilities active, he became a nearly unstoppable force of destruction, his attacks carrying unparalleled power. Now, fully committed to eliminating Lin Fan, he unleashed his full might. Boom! His punch wasn't just a simple strike, it felt like an entire mountain was crashing down. Bang! Lin Fan raised his spear to block, but the impact was so powerful that the spear bent, and the force sent him flying like a cannonball. Crash! He slammed into a distant stone mountain, shattering it into pieces. "Brother-in-law, husband Lin Fan!" The three women cried out in unison, their faces full of worry. If it weren't for Lin Xiaotong holding them back, they would have rushed to help him. "Why are you stopping us?" they demanded angrily. Lin Xiaotong remained calm. "The master won't be defeated so easily." Her words gave the three women pause, and soon they realized she was right. The crushed stones on the mountain were suddenly blasted into dust, and Lin Fan, wrapped in golden light, shot out. The strategist family ancestor was shocked. He hadn't expected his full power strike to fail. Not only had Lin Fan survived, but he also still had the strength to fight back. But the ancestor quickly regained his composure. If one punch didn't work, he would simply strike again, this time even harder. He launched another punch, but as soon as their fists collided, his expression changed drastically. The power he felt now was completely different. Instead of overwhelming Lin Fan, he found himself being pushed back. His arm tingled with numbness from the impact. If it weren't for the double divine ability reinforcement, his arm might have broken. You've broken through," he exclaimed, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Congratulations on guessing right," Lin Fan replied with a smile. His aura surged even stronger, shaking the very air around him. As a second-turn martial saint, he had needed to use all his strength to barely hold his own. But now, after breaking through to the 3rd turn, the ancestor had no idea how to deal with him. For the first time, fear crept into the ancestor's heart. Damn it! Where did this freak come from? The elder of the strategist family couldn't help but curse inwardly. It was already extraordinary for someone to challenge an opponent one level above their own. But to challenge 2 levels higher? That was simply absurd. Earlier, the elder had probed Lin Fan's strength, and then unleashed his full power, intending to eliminate this freak and prevent any unforeseen events. But despite his efforts, he failed. Now Lin Fan had broken through to the 3rd turn. Although they had only exchanged a few blows, the elder knew that suppressing him any longer would be impossible. Indeed, as Lin Fan unleashed the full power of his newly attained third turn, the gravity field created by the elder's divine ability shattered instantly, unable to withstand the force. "Thanks for helping me improve. Now, let's start this fight anew," Lin Fan said with a smile, cracking his neck as it made a series of crisp sounds. He twirled his blood spear and shot forward like a crimson streak of light. "Don't get cocky." The strategist family elder had no choice but to brace himself for battle. Clang! The two clashed once more, but this time, it was the elder who was sent flying, not Lin Fan. Despite the elder's dual divine abilities, which made him incredibly resilient, Lin Fan's overwhelming strength prevailed. As the elder was flung back, Lin Fan, moving even faster, caught up in an instant. Like a blood-red lightning bolt, he appeared ahead of the elder and swung his spear, striking him again with brutal force. Clang! The heavy sound echoed as the elder was struck like a golf ball, sent crashing into the distance. And so, the scene repeated itself. Lin Fan, wielding his blood spear, had turned the battle into a one-sided game, using the elder as a target. "This is impossible." The disciples of the strategist family couldn't believe their eyes. They had been confident that, no matter how strong Lin Fan was, he couldn't possibly match their elder. At first it seemed their elder had everything under control, handling Lin Fan with ease. But in the blink of an eye, everything had reversed. Their revered elder was being toyed with, treated like a mere plaything. Boom! Once again, the elder was slammed into the ground, creating a massive crater over a kilometer wide. The force of the impact was so tremendous that it caused shockwaves to ripple through the area, making it difficult for even the strongest bystanders to remain standing. It was a testament to the sheer power behind the attack. He really broke through. He Mingyu's eyes sparkled as she watched Lin Fan. His display of strength filled her with admiration and excitement. His domineering combat style and overwhelming power stirred something deep within her. "Of course. My brother-in-law is invincible," Xiao Qing said proudly, all her previous worries now gone. Mo Qian, who was usually quiet and composed, also smiled. Though she was more reserved, seeing Lin Fan dominate his opponent filled her with happiness. Damn it! A furious roar came from the massive crater, followed by the elder of the strategist family, who burst out from the rubble. His clothes were in tatters, and although his divine abilities had protected him from severe injuries, his aura was now chaotic, and cracks had appeared on his body where he had been struck. But more than the physical damage, it was his rage that consumed him. Lin Fan's method of fighting was nothing short of humiliating, treating him like a mere toy to be tossed around. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Lin Fan. "Angry, are we? Then show me your strength. Otherwise, all that shouting is just useless noise," Lin Fan taunted with a smirk. With his breakthrough to the third turn, it felt as if a great shackle had been broken, unleashing a flood of power within him. Now, he craved a worthy opponent who could take a beating and give him a real fight. Useless noise! The elder's anger flared even more at Lin Fan's words, but instead of charging in recklessly, he took a deep breath and suppressed his fury. "Friends of Blood Crow Tower, your target is also him, isn't it? How about we join forces?" the elder asked, turning to the assassins. Strategic alliances against stronger foes had always been the foundation of the strategist family's success. "Not interested," the Tower Lord of Blood Crow Tower replied with a smile, showing no sign of concern over Lin Fan's newfound strength. The elder's heart sank. He had hoped that Lin Fan's overwhelming power would make the alliance easy to form. But to his dismay, the Tower Lord wasn't interested at all. Yet, he knew that without help, he stood little chance against Lin Fan. If he didn't get reinforcements, he might not make it out alive. As for the other family members he had brought along, they were no match for a powerhouse like Lin Fan, unless they had special divine abilities of their own, which they didn't. "I'm willing to pay you for your services. Consider it a commission for taking on my mission," the elder offered, realizing the dire situation he was in. "Oh? And what could you offer us?" "With the power he's displaying, Blood Crow Tower won't take on a mission for just any price," the Tower Lord replied, his interest piqued. The elder glanced at Lin Fan, whose aura was as fierce as ever, and gritted his teeth. "I've heard your Blood Crow Tower has been searching for rare minerals recently. If you help me take him down, I'll give you half of the profits from our family's mines." Half the profits! The Tower Lord's interest was immediately sparked. The strategist family, while not the most powerful of the ancient clans, was certainly among the wealthiest, with vast holdings in mineral resources. Even half of those profits would be a staggering sum. "Your offer is hard to refuse. Blood Crow Tower accepts your commission," the Tower Lord finally agreed, sealing the deal with the elder. The elder let out a sigh of relief, though it pained him to part with such wealth. Still, If it meant eliminating Lin Fan, a threat with limitless potential, the price was worth it. Have you finished your negotiations? Lin Fan hadn't moved the entire time, allowing them to discuss their alliance. When they were done, he asked with a playful smile. You're still so arrogant. I wonder if you have the strength to back it up this time, the Tower Lord replied, stepping forward to face Lin Fan, his smile never wavering. Lin Fan's expression suddenly turned serious. There was something oddly familiar about the Tower Lord. His demeanor, his words, it all seemed to hint at something Lin Fan couldn't quite place. Who are you? Lin Fan asked, his gaze turning cold. Defeat me, and you'll find out, the Tower Lord replied, still smiling as he drew a blood-red sword. When Lin Fan saw the sword, his pupils contracted in shock. The blood sword in the opponent's hand was something Lin Fan recognized all too well, especially the aura it emitted. It brought to mind a deep memory of the Blood God sect, an ancient and dangerous cult. But this sect operated within the QN Empire, and Lin Fan couldn't immediately place who this person could be. Since you've said so, let me see what you're capable of. Lin Fan's gaze turned icy. It didn't matter who this person was, he just needed to defeat him, and the truth would reveal itself. The battle continued on multiple fronts. The Missouri family and their mortal enemies, the Yin Yang clan, were locked in a desperate struggle, each hoping to decisively end the conflict. Meanwhile, Lin Fan's battlefield had gained a new and formidable opponent, the Tower Lord of Blood Crow Tower. His presence alone was enough to make everyone cautious. After all, even the gold-ranked assassins from Blood Crow Tower were elite third-turn martial saints. The power of their leader needed no further elaboration. Finding strong allies boosted the strategist family elder's confidence. With a cold shout, he launched another assault on Lin Fan. With his dual divine abilities activated, every move he made carried immense power, crushing everything in its path. At the same time, the Blood Crow Tower Lord joined in. His blood-soaked sword, reeking of death, slashed through the air, splitting the world in two as it aimed for Lin Fan. In an instant, Lin Fan found himself besieged by two formidable opponents, their relentless killing intent making it hard even to keep his eyes open. Bring it on! Lin Fan's only response to the overwhelming assault was a spirited shout. With a loud boom, the raging QI and blood within Lin Fan erupted. With a light tap of his foot, he became a streak of blood-red lightning, charging directly into the onslaught. Clang! Clang! Lin Fan's first move sent the strategist family elder flying, while his second swing shattered the Blood Crow Tower Lord's sword energy, which had seemed powerful enough to split the heavens. Despite being outnumbered 2-1, Lin Fan was not being overwhelmed. Instead, he fought with increasing ferocity, like a battle god from ancient times reborn. Don't hold back, Blood Crow Tower Lord. This man is strong and only grows stronger the longer he fights. He must have some special physique. We need to crush him with all our strength at once. The longer we drag this out, the more trouble we'll face. The strategist family elder, once again sent flying, shouted in frustration. His tone was tinged with fear, as he remembered how delaying earlier had put him at a disadvantage, nearly costing him his life. He didn't want to experience that again. There's no need for you to tell me how to do my job, the Blood Crow Tower Lord responded coolly. He had been polite and gentle when addressing Lin Fan, but with the strategist family elder, his tone was cold and dismissive. This attitude irritated the strategist family elder to no end. After all, he had paid a high price to hire this assassin. It was frustrating to see the assassin showing more respect to the enemy than to him, the client. However, given the current situation, he couldn't afford to argue and had to swallow his anger. Still, he vowed to settle the score with Blood Crow Tower after dealing with Lin Fan. The strategist family might not be as powerful as some other ancient clans, but they weren't to be trifled with, especially with their influence in the QN Empire. Their alliance with the Yin Yang clan gave them even more leverage. The intense battle continued. Although the Blood Crow Tower Lord's attitude left much to be desired, his combat skills were undeniable. Every strike of his sword was filled with killing intent, aiming to obliterate everything in its path. His cultivation level might have been on par with the strategist family elder, but his attacks were far more lethal, cutting through the air with precision and deadly intent. Facing such a skilled opponent, Lin Fan couldn't afford to be careless. While the strategist family elder was more of a blunt instrument, durable but not particularly dangerous, the Blood Crow Tower Lord's attacks required his full attention. As the battle dragged on, Lin Fan's strength only continued to grow. The power from the martial saint pill he had consumed earlier had fully integrated into his body, making him even more formidable. The two elders quickly noticed this. The strategist family elder, in particular, found himself increasingly outmatched. His stone-like skin was now covered in cracks, and he was barely holding on. Two ancestor-level experts working together, yet they couldn't gain the upper hand. The members of the strategist family were stunned. Those who had survived the earlier battle with Lin Fan were particularly shaken, as they felt that same sense of dread creeping back over them. So it's true, He Shuheng, who had been keeping a low profile, quietly observed the fight. Unlike the others, he seemed to have expected this outcome, and a bitter smile spread across his face. So strong. Even the elite assassins of Blood Crow Tower were now unsettled. They had always known how powerful their tower lord was, so they weren't surprised by his performance. But seeing Lin Fan hold his own against two such formidable opponents left them in awe. At that moment, the gold-ranked assassins felt an overwhelming sense of relief. They were thankful they hadn't acted impulsively and attacked Lin Fan earlier. If they had, they would surely be corpses by now. I can't hold on much longer. Stop holding back and use your full strength, or I'll be dead and won't be able to pay you. The strategist family elder was once again struck and sent flying. Unlike the quick stabs that could be endured, these powerful blows were breaking him down. Blood seeped from the cracks in his stone-like skin, and he finally coughed up blood. No matter how powerful a divine ability was, it could still be shattered by superior strength. Unable to maintain his composure any longer, he shouted at the Blood Crow Tower Lord to unleash his full power. Pathetic, the Blood Crow Tower Lord muttered with a frown. He hadn't even finished his business, and already the elder was whining. But seeing the elder's bloodied state, he decided to end it quickly. Your growth hasn't disappointed me, but in the end, you're still too young, the Blood Crow Tower Lord said, looking at Lin Fan with a mixture of admiration and pity. He then sheathed his blood sword and placed it before him. Endless blood prison. As the cold words echoed through the air, a suffocating stench of blood filled the void. An endless flood of blood poured in from nowhere, drowning the entire area. Within this blood-soaked realm, countless crimson spirits and ghastly specters writhed in torment, clawing at anything alive, trying to drag them down into the abyss. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan found himself in what seemed like the legendary blood prison. Endless blood prison. Another terrifying divine ability, and a domain type at that. Within this domain, Lin Fan was bombarded by countless ghostly hands. His speed, movements, and even his thoughts were hindered. Meanwhile, the Blood Crow Tower Lord thrived, his aura growing even more terrifying as he stood in the blood, like the ruler of this hellish domain. Are you ready? This will be your new battlefield, the Blood Crow Tower Lord said, standing atop a mountain of tormented souls. He looked at Lin Fan with that familiar smile. Lin Fan's expression grew serious. The pressure from the Blood Crow Tower Lord was immense. But what truly bothered Lin Fan was the growing sense of familiarity. The more the fight progressed, the more certain he became that he knew this man, both his aura and his mannerisms. Suddenly, a flash of memory illuminated his mind, piecing together fragments from the past. You're the wise king. On the battlefield. Upon hearing Lin Fan's words, the master of the Blood Crow Tower revealed a faint smile. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive, recognizing me so quickly. Yes, I am indeed the Sage King. However, rather than that title, I'd prefer if you called me Uncle. The Blood Crow Tower Master chuckled as he removed the covering that concealed his appearance, revealing his true face. Although there were some changes, especially in his demeanor, Lin Fan immediately recognized him as the Sage King who was supposed to have passed away. There was no mistake, this man was indeed the prince of the Great Long Dynasty. However, for reasons unknown, he was still alive, and his power had surged, allowing him to become a master of the Blood Crow Tower. It was no wonder he was difficult to recognize. The transformation was significant. Lin Fan frowned, recalling a scene he had seen before. He spoke. Did you steal the Blood God's achievements? The Sage King was surprised. You could figure that out? Impressive. But calling it theft is a bit much. It was always mine to begin with. I'm merely reclaiming what belonged to me. Something that originally belonged to you. Lin Fan frowned even more deeply. This was quite the revelation. What else would it be? The Sage King smiled gently, as if speaking to a favored younger relative. And indeed, Lin Fan was his junior. After all, Long Kui was his niece, and Lin Fan was Long Kui's husband. By that logic, Lin Fan should address him as uncle. The strategist ancestor nearby, upon hearing their conversation, felt his heart sink. The powerful ally he had spent so much effort to recruit turned out to be the elder of his enemy. Moreover, judging by their conversation, their relationship seemed quite amicable. This was a bad turn of events. Don't worry. The reputation of the Blood Crow Tower is beyond reproach. Since we've accepted your commission, we will see it through, even if my favored junior is involved, the Sage King reassured, smiling at the strategist ancestor. That would be best, the strategist ancestor nodded, though his eyes still showed clear wariness. The Sage King offered no further explanation. Instead, he turned to Lin Fan and said, "Nephew, today your uncle will see how far you've grown. You'll need to work hard, otherwise, my niece will be disappointed." "Hey, it's you who should work harder, or else you'll lose your head again," Lin Fan retorted with a cold smile, unfazed by the provocation. "I'm looking forward to it," the Sage King replied with the same gentle smile, though the murderous intent radiating from him was almost tangible. "Kill." Both of them spoke simultaneously. And then they collided fiercely. Lin Fan was suppressed by the boundless blood prison, but his dragon body grew stronger as the battle went on. Though somewhat weakened, he remained formidable and unstoppable. The Sage King, on the other hand, lacked such imposing momentum, but his sinister killing intent caused the temperature in the area to plummet to freezing levels. Every swing of his blood sword shattered and tore apart the void, relentlessly bombarding Lin Fan. Lin Fan's figure was engulfed by countless terrifying sword strikes, seemingly on the brink of being overwhelmed. "Master, let me help you," the strategist ancestor, seeing this, couldn't miss the opportunity. He quickly composed himself and joined the fray. Whatever the situation, the immediate priority was to eliminate the formidable enemy. Though his divine abilities were primarily suited for close combat, that didn't mean his long-range attacks were weak. Every punch he threw shattered the void, compressing Lin Fan's space. The three women watching from the sidelines grew increasingly anxious, unable to hide their worry. Only Lin Xiaotong remained confident, firmly believing that his lord would not lose. However, others didn't share his confidence. Seeing the situation stabilize, those who had been merely observing to avoid getting caught up in the conflict now turned their attention to Lin Fan's companions. "The outcome is nearly decided. Let's capture these people first, especially the women by his side. They're all stunning beauties." The strategist's followers, who had been holding back their resentment, finally saw a chance to vent. Now that their terrifying enemy was being suppressed, they could breathe easier and move in to eliminate any remaining threats. When they laid eyes on Mo Qianqian and the other two women, their alluring appearances sparked lascivious thoughts among many of the younger disciples. Compared to anything else, this was the most satisfying way to vent their frustrations. However, unnoticed by others, He Shuhun quietly retreated during the chaos. He showed no expression and communicated with no one, keeping to himself as he withdrew. Though some might have noticed, they didn't pay him any mind, deeming it less important than subduing the enemy's companions. But before they could advance, a chilling murderous aura enveloped them. "You're courting death," an icy voice echoed from the chaotic battlefield, followed by the appearance of two blood-red demonic dragons. The two martial saints leading the charge didn't even have time to react before they were torn apart by the dragons. Roar. The blood-drenched dragons became even more ferocious after their kill, letting out a terrifying roar as they charged at the others. "Kill." At that moment, Lin Xiaotong, who had been silently watching, finally sprang into action. Wielding a white bone weapon, he plunged into the strategist's forces, decapitating a second-level martial saint with a single strike. Though he had only just reached the second level, he already possessed the power to instantly kill others at the same level. "Little king, you're not good at fighting. Focus on covering Sister Qianqian." Witnessing this intense scene, He Mingyu, a battle maniac, could no longer hold back. She drew her golden spear and mounted her lion-tiger beast, charging into the strategist's forces with an unstoppable aura. She didn't overextend herself, targeting only the semi-saints in the group. These semi-saints, brought to the burial grounds by their families, were seen as their clan's most promising young talents. Their deaths would be even more painful than losing regular martial saints. He Mingyu's strength might not compare to Lin Fan's, but her ability to rack up kills on the battlefield was unmatched. The moment she entered the fray, she skewered a row of young disciples on her golden spear. "Damn it!" one of the third-level martial saints fighting the demonic dragons roared in fury. These young disciples were their most treasured juniors, and they had assumed that once the biggest threat was suppressed, the rest would be easy to handle. But before they could make their move, their own forces were being decimated. "You useless fools!" the strategist ancestor, struggling against Lin Fan, was furious at the sight. He was already fighting with all his might, yet instead of helping, his allies were becoming a liability. How could he not curse them? But cursing did no good. Instead, his outburst gave Lin Fan an opening. A spinning blood spear pierced through his chest, its violent force shredding his internal organs, leaving him defenseless. You staring at the spear lodged in his chest, the strategist ancestor couldn't believe it. He had entered the forbidden zone in search of treasures to defy fate, but instead, he lost everything as soon as he arrived. "Just as I thought," He Shuheng muttered quietly from the edge of the battlefield, as if he had anticipated this outcome all along. Seeing their family ancestor's heart pierced, He Shuheng did not go mad. Instead, he retreated even faster. Lin Fan, uninterested in dealing with such a coward, gripped the blood spear and prepared to unleash his strength, intending to tear his prey into pieces. The extraordinary physique of a transcendent saint grants warriors immense vitality. Especially when unlocking the body's potential, even shattered organs might not be fatal if one possesses special abilities. A fourth-turn martial saint, having unlocked 4 inner gates, possesses terrifying life force and might survive. To ensure death, the body must be completely torn apart, extinguishing all life force. However, before Lin Fan could act, a sharp wailing sound echoed from the depths of the burial grounds. A bone-chilling aura pressed down upon them. Not good, it's a peerless fiend spirit, the yin-yang sect ancestor, fiercely battling the Mo sect ancestor, sensed the icy aura and his expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he abandoned his opponent and fled for his life. Peerless fiend spirit, the Mo sect ancestor glanced toward the source of the wailing in the forbidden area, his expression also changing as he lost his composure. Everyone run. A peerless fiend spirit has emerged from the forbidden zone. Unlike the yin-yang sect ancestor, who fled without a word, he warned everyone. Hearing this, both sects, locked in a life and death struggle, snapped out of it as if doused in cold water. The yin-yang sect members, seeing their ancestor already fleeing, panicked, abandoning their enemies and fleeing desperately, even if it meant taking hits in the process. The Mo sect didn't try to stop them because the chilling aura from the burial grounds depths was so intense that even ordinary people could feel it. It was just a wisp of aura, yet it caused uncontrollable fear, as if doom was imminent. What are you waiting for? Run, the Mo sect ancestor shouted, and then he too fled in the opposite direction. Run. Once out of their stunned state, everyone else followed suit, fleeing at their fastest speed. Qian, you all need to run too. A peerless fiend spirit is not something we can withstand. Mo Qianji sent a message to Mo Qian and the others, urging them to escape. A peerless fiend spirit. Just hearing the name was like encountering a forbidden entity. Even an ancestor-level powerhouse would have no choice but to flee. Got it. Third grandfather Mo Qian quickly replied, and hurriedly sent a message to Lin Fan and the others. But they didn't need the reminder, Lin Fan had already sensed it. The overwhelming pressure was far beyond the fourth turn level, and not just slightly. No wonder the yin-yang sect ancestor fled, abandoning his own people. This was indeed a being they couldn't handle. Each turn in martial saint levels brings a vast power difference, especially after the fourth turn, where the gap becomes even more significant. Though Lin Fan was tempted to challenge his limits, it wasn't the right time to do so with loved ones at his side. Taking advantage of the chaos, the strategist ancestor, with gritted teeth, grabbed the blood spear and violently yanked it out of his body. This act freed him from certain death, but at a great cost. Half of his chest was completely torn open, spilling fragments of his organs. Even if he survived, he would be gravely wounded. But he didn't care. Using secret techniques to burn his life force, he fled as fast as possible without even leaving a parting threat. Strategist disciples, retreat, he shouted, vanishing in an instant. Master, the Blood Crow Tower disciples were anxious as they could now see the fiend spirit approaching in the distance. Hearing his subordinates call out, the Sage King took a deep breath and slowly withdrew from the battlefield. Son-in-law, it seems we'll have to postpone our match for today. But next time we meet, Uncle will test your progress again. I hope you keep up your current momentum and don't let me down, the Sage King said to Lin Fan. Though his movement appeared slow, it was actually faster than the eye could see. As he spoke, he transformed into a flash of blood-red light, swiftly departing with his subordinates. His escape was so fast that even if someone tried to intercept him, they wouldn't succeed. Let's go, Lin Fan said. With a cold smile in the Sage King's direction, he summoned his divine dragon, carrying Mo Qian and the others away at high speed. The dragon roared through the skies, moving even faster than the Sage King's blood-red light. In the blink of an eye, the once chaotic battlefield was completely deserted, not a single living soul remaining. At that moment, a figure appeared. It was a humanoid skeleton, clad in tattered armor and holding a rusted, broken sword, its body showing signs of decay from countless years, as if it might collapse at any moment. Yet within its skull, gray-white flames flickered in its eye sockets. Clack, clack. The skeleton moved forward, its jaw opening and closing as if it were speaking, producing a chilling sound. After a while, its gaze slowly shifted in the direction Lin Fan and the others had fled. Clack, clack. The sound echoed again as the skeleton stepped into the void, tearing through space in pursuit of Lin Fan and his group. Though its movements appeared slow, it covered vast distances in an instant, as if slicing through space itself. In the eastern part of the burial grounds, Lin Fan consulted a sheepskin map, guiding the divine dragon forward. Though unexpected events had occurred, the search for treasure could not be abandoned. Such minor setbacks wouldn't deter him. However, before he could reach his destination, the icy aura pursuing them caused him to frown. Persistent. Aren't they? Lin Fan murmured, glancing back. He quickly realized what was following them. Despite everyone scattering in different directions, the fiend spirit had chosen to chase them. It was relentless. Considering his speed wasn't inferior to anyone else's, even those who fled earlier, it was absurd that the fiend spirit continued to target them. Truly persistent. Is the fiend spirit following us? Mo Qianqian, sensing Lin Fan's expression, asked anxiously. Lin Fan nodded slightly. It's definitely after us. What do we do? Mo Qianqian panicked. The peerless fiend spirits of the burial grounds were synonymous with death, even for ancestor-level powerhouses. Escaping was nearly impossible. Their terrifying reputation wasn't without reason, and the fact that the Sage King had fled proved their danger. While Lin Fan was powerful enough to subdue an ancestor, could he withstand such a formidable foe? Without a word, Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. Since it's so persistent, let's see how strong it really is. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He had been eager to test his limits, and now that evasion was no longer an option, he was ready to face the challenge head-on. Having unlocked his third inner gate, Lin Fan had not only advanced to the third turn martial saint, but had also gained a new divine ability. Previously there hadn't been an opportunity to test its effects, but now was the perfect time. Roar. It didn't take long for the fiend spirit to catch up. Though it had no vocal cords, its roar resonated directly with the soul, causing tremors of fear that made the heart quail before the battle even began. It was far more terrifying than a normal roar. What a grand entrance! Lin Fan chuckled as he summoned his blood spear, preparing for a showdown with the relentless fiend spirit. Yet, just as the fight was about to begin, something unexpected happened. Before the peerless fiend spirit arrived, the mountain beneath Lin Fan and his group suddenly collapsed. There was no warning. Just as the divine dragon manifestation stopped on the mountaintop, the mountain crumbled with a loud rumble. The sudden collapse startled everyone, and Lin Fan narrowed his eyes. As he took a closer look, he noticed that the collapsed mountain resembled a dragon's mouth, connected to another large mountain, forming a dragon's head. Beyond that, the mountain range stretched into the distance, undulating like the scales of a dragon's body. With a thought, Lin Fan elevated the divine dragon, gaining a higher vantage point. From this perspective, the mountain range truly resembled an ancient dragon lying across the land, with the collapsed mountaintop forming its open mouth. It looks just like a dragon, Shao King exclaimed, and the other two women nodded in agreement. Lin Fan remained silent and activated his yin-yang dragon-seeking eye technique. Through the vision of his black and white dual pupils, the dragon-shaped mountain range seemed to come alive, radiating a brilliant light. This light signified the presence of heavenly treasures, and the more intense the light, the more valuable the treasure. The blood-red crystal that had previously agitated the night-shining lion tiger beast had a similar glow, but it was faint. In contrast, the light from the dragon-shaped mountain range was as dazzling as a 10,000-watt bulb, making Lin Fan momentarily dizzy. Compared to the crystal, it was like the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. There was no doubt that the treasures hidden within this dragon-shaped mountain range were far more valuable than the blood-red crystal. Lin Fan had initially planned to confront the peerless fiend spirit, but now he had lost interest. With such a rare treasure right in front of him, who would want to waste time fighting? Retracting his yin-yang dragon-seeking eye, Lin Fan directed the divine dragon toward the open dragon mouth. Compared to the entire mountain range, the dragon's mouth wasn't very large. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared like a bottomless abyss capable of devouring everything. As they approached, Lin Fan conjured a massive blood-red hand, grabbing several large boulders and embedding them at the entrance of the dragon's mouth. Though the placement seemed random, it contained profound mystery. Once the boulders were in place, the air around the dragon's mouth distorted slightly, and from the outside, it appeared as if the mountain had never collapsed. The technique Lin Fan used was a manifestation of his mastery and strategy, utilizing the natural formations of the earth to create illusions, similar to the arrays used in cultivation. Did you just set up something? Mo Qianqian asked, sensing the subtle changes. Lin Fan nodded without hiding it. Just a little illusion. You know how to work with formations? Mo Qianqian asked in surprise. Lin Fan smiled. Just a bit. Mo Qianqian fell silent. At this point she couldn't imagine what her husband didn't know. He Mingyu, too, blinked in amazement. After spending so much time with Lin Fan, she thought she had come to understand him, but now she realized that wasn't the case. From his combat skills to his various auxiliary abilities, everything seemed to be just the tip of the iceberg. Yet, it was precisely this depth that made Lin Fan so irresistible. At this moment, He Mingyu felt a strong urge to fully understand this man without holding back. Unaware of their thoughts, Lin Fan focused on the enormous cave ahead. The entrance was large, but the space inside was even larger. After passing through a tunnel, a massive cavern appeared before them, spanning several square kilometers. What is that? Xiao Qing suddenly pointed to the center of the cave, her mouth agape. Everyone turned to look, and their eyes widened in shock. Even Lin Fan's divine dragon power began to surge within him. Dragon Bones. Lin Fan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. In the center of the cavern lay the remains of a dragon. Though it was just a skeleton, the distinct dragon head and the holy aura it exuded made it clear that this was the legendary divine dragon. Are there really dragons in this world? The three women murmured in disbelief. Even Lin Xiaotong struggled to stay calm. Lin Fan exhaled slowly. Since this place is said to be an ancient battlefield of gods, it's not surprising that there are dragons. After all, the world we live in is vast, with countless eons of history. Anything could have emerged over that time. The three women thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Let's go down and take a look, Lin Fan said, suppressing the excitement within him. No one objected, and with the presence of a legendary creature, there wasn't a single person who could remain calm. As they descended in front of the dragon's remains, they found the bones to be even larger than expected. The dragon's head alone was the size of a small mountain, and standing before it, they were not even as large as a single dragon tooth. The entire skeleton extended over 1,000 meters in length. 1,000 meters. It's hard to grasp the scale. For context, the largest animal on Earth, the blue whale, is only around 20 to 30 meters long. Yet, even that enormous creature would be dwarfed by the dragon, a behemoth of unimaginable size. The dragon's body coiled several times, making it difficult to estimate its true length. Is that dragon blood grass? Mo Qianqian's keen eyes spotted a blood-red plant resembling a dragon, growing in segments as if ready to leap into the sky. This was dragon blood grass, a rare herb used to refine dragon soul sacred pills, capable of strengthening the body. For a peak innate martial artist, consuming just one could almost guarantee the breakthrough to a transcendent saint's physique. However, using it at the peak innate stage would be a tremendous waste. These precious pills were typically reserved for martial saints, helping them break through their body's limits and unlock their inner gates. Though the chances of a pill aiding in the breakthrough diminished with each turn of the martial saint level, even a slight increase in success rate was enough to make countless martial saints covet the pill. Unfortunately, dragon blood grass was exceedingly rare, with only one appearing every 10 years. As for refining it into a pill, that was even rarer. But here, even finding a single plant made the journey worthwhile. Yet Lin Fan knew there had to be more. A single dragon blood grass, though precious, couldn't account for the intense brilliance he had seen. Without further speculation, Lin Fan spread his spiritual sense throughout the cave. After just a moment, a smile crept across his face, and he began to laugh out loud. He wasn't crazy. There wasn't just one dragon blood grass. There was an entire field of them, more than he could count at a glance. This time they had truly hit the jackpot. For a long time Lin Fan had been troubled by the lack of cultivation resources. The resources he received as rewards for marrying could only be used by him. But to cultivate those around him, various resources were essential. Without them, it would be impossible to nurture anyone's growth. Having one strong person was never enough. Lin Fan couldn't be a protector forever. His wives also needed to reach higher realms to extend their lifespans. However, everyone wanted cultivation resources, and there was only so much to go around. It wasn't something that could simply be acquired by wanting it. Take dragon blood grass, for example. Though it was known to be incredibly beneficial, getting your hands on it was nearly impossible. But now, standing before a whole field of dragon blood grass, how could Lin Fan not be thrilled? It was as if the divine dragon had left him an enormous gift. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Xiao Qing was the first to ask, noticing Lin Fan's excited laughter. Follow me, Lin Fan replied, waving for everyone to come along without further explanation. No one hesitated. After Mo Qian picked the dragon blood grass she had found, they quickly followed Lin Fan to the dragon's mouth. Up close, the dragon's bones appeared even more massive, with a faint dragon aura that commanded respect and reverence. But Lin Fan didn't stop, walking straight past the enormous dragon teeth, and into the skeletal remains of the dragon's head. The dragon's flesh had long since decayed, leaving only bones. The ground beneath the jawbone was dark red, clearly soaked with the essence of the dragon as it decayed. It was this essence that had nurtured a treasure trove of heavenly herbs. Is this dragon blood grass? So much of it, we're going to be rich. When the three women saw the vast field of dragon blood grass, they couldn't remain calm. their faces flushed with excitement, and even Lin Xiaotong, usually indifferent to external things, held her breath. This field of dragon blood grass easily numbered in the hundreds. If it were discovered outside, it would cause a bloodbath that could shake the entire Qin Empire. We really are going to be rich, Lin Fan laughed, nodding. This was no small fortune. With so much dragon blood grass and his skills as a master alchemist, the results would be unimaginable. Everyone he brought with him could now soar in strength. Their cultivation time had been short, and compared to ancient, powerful sects, they were at a disadvantage. But with this field of dragon blood grass, that gap would close. Start picking quickly. This is the divine dragon's gift to us, and we shouldn't waste it, Lin Fan urged once everyone had calmed down. No one objected. They took out their tools and carefully began harvesting the grass. Even Tiger King and the Night Shining Lion Tiger Beast couldn't stay calm, eager to dig up the ground with their claws. Dragon blood grass contained the essence of the divine dragon, which was extremely beneficial to them as well. But fearing they might damage the precious herbs with their clumsy efforts, they were stopped. Tiger King looked disappointed. It had hoped to sneak a few roots to eat while digging. Don't sulk. Here, take these 2 plants. How much you can absorb depends on your own abilities, Lin Fan said, digging up 2 dragon blood grasses and tossing them to the 2 beasts. Tiger King roared in excitement, gulping down one of the plants and pushing the other toward its mate. Though dragon blood grass was precious, Tiger King showed no reluctance, proving that the great Tiger King was a true alpha. As for being a bit of a flirt, well, that wasn't a flaw, just wanted to provide a home for beautiful female beasts. Whimper the Night Shining Lion Tiger Beast was deeply touched and nuzzled against Tiger King. Tiger King, of course, responded enthusiastically. If their masters hadn't been present, who knows what might have happened next. You're really something else, Lin Fan muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Only Tiger King could manage to be so righteous while giving away someone else's treasure. Still, he didn't stop them. The 2 beasts had been with him from humble beginnings, and they were his closest companions. Roar. The Night Shining Lion Tiger Beast soon began to react after swallowing the dragon blood grass, its body glowing with a blood-red light, its aura becoming more intense. It had already consumed a powerful blood crystal earlier, and now, with the dragon blood grass, it had reached a critical point. Go for it. Xiao Bai He Mingyu cheered for her beloved pet, worried as it approached its evolution. Tiger King wasn't far behind. Having consumed countless bloodline pills, it too reached a critical point with the help of the dragon blood grass. Unlike He Mingyu, however, Lin Fan wasn't worried at all. If Tiger King couldn't evolve after all it had consumed, it might as well start over. Let's focus on harvesting the dragon blood grass. That's our priority right now, Lin Fan reminded everyone. They nodded quickly and resumed their work. Before long, the field of dragon blood grass was harvested. When they counted the total, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. In total, they had collected 508 plants, plus the 1 Mo Qian had found outside, making 509 in all. This number was enough to drive anyone mad. Even the ruler of Qin would be shaken by such a treasure. Thank you, great divine dragon. Xiao Qing was so excited that she clasped her hands and bowed toward the dragon's remains. Thank you, great divine dragon. The other 2 women followed suit, paying their respects. Even Lin Fan did the same, sincerely expressing his gratitude. He felt a deep connection to the divine dragon, more so than anyone else present. When he had passed by earlier, the entrance to the cave had suddenly opened, likely due to the lingering will of the divine dragon. In other words, this dragon had consciously chosen to bestow these gifts upon him. Rest assured, the power of the divine dragon will never fade with time, Lin Fan solemnly promised. Rumble. Wumble. As soon as he spoke, the dragon's skeleton seemed to respond, trembling slightly. Then, from above the bones, a gray-white pearl fell. Instinctively, Lin Fan reached out to catch it, and the pearl landed firmly in his hand. Is this a dragon pearl? The others gasped, their eyes widening. Indeed, Lin Fan nodded, taking a deep breath. His divine dragon power surged uncontrollably within him. His divine dragon manifestation appeared on its own, lifelike and powerful. The dragon pearl seemed to resonate with it, trembling as it slowly floated into the air. Then, in a flash of gray light, it transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into the divine dragon. As the light from the dragon pearl merged with the divine dragon, Lin Fan felt the connection deepen, and the divine dragon began to undergo an earth-shattering transformation. The divine dragon's gift. The power contained within the dragon pearl spontaneously merged into Lin Fan's divine dragon manifestation. In an instant, an indescribable surge of energy caused the divine dragon to rapidly expand, almost filling the entire massive cavern. Its golden scales glowed even more brilliantly, and the shine of its claws and teeth became so sharp that it was almost blinding. The once empty dragon eyes gradually came to life, as if a true divine dragon had descended to the mortal realm, constantly radiating a holy and intimidating aura. Even though they weren't being directly targeted, He Mingyu and the others found it difficult to breathe under such overwhelming pressure, a force beyond their understanding. Fortunately, the divine dragon was a manifestation of Lin Fan's will, and it soon reigned in its power. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay in the cavern. Although the dragon's aura was restrained, the transformation continued. The connection between the divine dragon and Lin Fan's body meant that his own physique also received feedback. His bones, muscles, and meridians underwent a frenzied transformation, and soon his blood began to shimmer with a golden glow, eventually turning entirely golden. With this transformation, Lin Fan's physical strength skyrocketed to an unimaginable level. A simple squeeze of his hand could shatter the void itself. Even his cultivation level surged, shooting up to the peak of the third stage of Martial Saint. He had only just broken through to the third stage, and his realm hadn't even fully stabilized before it rapidly advanced to its peak. If news of this got out, it would drive countless old monsters mad with envy. However, these were all secondary. The real improvement was in Lin Fan's foundational strength. Although he had been rapidly advancing with the help of the system, his physique had always been that of an ordinary person, only enhanced by the dragon blood pill. His foundation was still that of a regular person, without any special powerful traits. But now, that had changed. With the help of the dragon pearl gifted by the divine dragon, he had undergone a complete transformation, gaining a physique equivalent to that of a true divine dragon. In the martial world, and even in the highest realms of myth and legend, the dragon was a supreme being. Although the dragon clan had declined, in the era of the ancestral dragon, who would have dared to call them weak? In the current martial world, the power of the dragon was unparalleled. Lin Fan's cultivation level remained at the third stage, but now he had the confidence to crush even a peerless fiend spirit that had surpassed the level of an ancestral powerhouse. In the Martial Saint realm, each stage represented a massive leap in power, and as one advanced further, the gap only widened. While some exceptional talents might be able to challenge higher levels in the first and second stages, doing so at the third stage was nearly impossible. A fourth stage powerhouse could effortlessly crush 10 third stage martial saints. And if the fourth stage was already so powerful, the fifth stage was beyond description. Just seeing how the ancestral powerhouses fled in panic when they sensed the approach of a peerless fiend spirit was evidence enough. Now, as a third stage martial saint, Lin Fan was confident he could crush a peerless fiend spirit. His newfound physique had given him an overwhelming sense of power. If he combined it with his divine abilities and his upgraded demonic dragon armor, well, even he found it terrifying. Lin Fan, did you break through again? He Mingyu asked, wide-eyed, after Lin Fan's aura settled. Not yet. Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes, exhaled, and smiled as he shook his head. Occasionally golden light flickered in his pupils, radiating a holy aura identical to that of the dragon's bones. Clearly he had fully absorbed the power of the dragon. Phew. I thought you broke through again. That would have been too discouraging. He Mingyu sighed in relief, patting her chest. She had been stuck trying to break through her first stage, and if Lin Fan had broken through again, it would have been a heavy blow. Although I didn't break through, my strength is now even greater than if I had, Lin Fan said, smiling mischievously, clearly aiming to tease her. That's impossible. He Mingyu shook her head in disbelief. The power boost from breaking through to the fourth stage was unimaginable and couldn't be compared to any other form of improvement. Impossible? How about we make a bet? Lin Fan suggested, still smiling. What kind of bet? He Mingyu asked, determined. If you lose, you have to warm my bed tonight, Lin Fan said with a grin. He Mingyu's face turned bright red, and her previous confidence vanished. Sister, are you scared? Xiao Qing teased with a playful smile from the side. Mo Qian also smiled knowingly. She had long understood He Mingyu's feelings for Lin Fan and wanted to help push them together. Jealousy? Not at all. She wasn't the first, and she worried more about others being jealous of her. Besides, Lin Fan was a true dragon destined to be shared, and with close companions, they could look out for one another. Who's scared? He Mingyu replied stubbornly, refusing to back down and accepting the bet. Of course, she added her own condition: if Lin Fan lost, he would have to wash her feet that night. Deal. If I lose, I'll wash your feet tonight and tomorrow night too, Lin Fan agreed, then retracted his divine dragon manifestation. As the divine dragon merged with his body, the holy dragon aura around him grew even stronger, making him seem like a human-shaped dragon walking the earth. He Mingyu had been confident, but now, seeing Lin Fan's dragon-like presence, her confidence wavered. Lin Fan didn't say anything. He simply glanced at a massive stalactite in the corner of the cavern and gently blew a breath in its direction. It was a simple action, yet the space ahead suddenly twisted as if collapsing, the distortion spreading toward the stalactite. In the blink of an eye, the once solid stalactite crumbled into dust. Just one breath could warp space and disintegrate a massive stalactite from 1,000 meters away. That breath was something else. He Mingyu's mouth dropped open in shock, her entire body frozen in place. Lin Fan chuckled but didn't explain. This was an ability granted by his new dragon physique, similar to a dragon's breath. But that was just the beginning. After his little demonstration, Lin Fan raised his finger and lightly pointed at the cavern wall. Pop! Without a sound, the thick stone wall was instantly pierced through. A soul-piercing roar echoed from the other side of the wall. It was the peerless fiend spirit that had been wandering outside after losing its target. But now, the fiend spirit's armor was even more tattered, and its aura had weakened. Lin Fan's casual finger point hadn't just pierced the stone wall, it had also injured the peerless fiend spirit outside. This Mingyu was completely dumbfounded, her mouth opening even wider. The breath that distorted space could be explained as a special ability, similar to a sonic attack. But a casual finger point that injured a fiend spirit so powerful that ancestral powerhouses had fled from it in terror? That was no special ability, it was raw power, terrifying in its intensity. Mingyu realized she had lost the bet and would have to warm Lin Fan's bed tonight. The thought made her face flush like a ripe apple, burning with heat. Roar. The roar, filled with rage, signaled the peerless fiend spirit's fury as it became even more violent, responding to the one who dared to injure it. The malice it radiated almost became tangible. Peerless fiend spirits are said to be the remains of supreme warriors who, after years of exposure to the burial miasma, developed consciousness. They carry the resentment of their death and know only slaughter, killing every living thing they encounter. Mo Qian explained, sharing her knowledge from an ancient clan. Killing everything they meet. This fits with the idea of lingering resentment after death. Lin Fan nodded as he began to approach the fiend spirit step by step. He didn't deliberately project his aura, but the subtle presence of his human-shaped dragon essence made the fiend spirit hesitate. This was shocking, as such a creature, driven only by a desire to kill, should not have shown any other emotion. If this got out, it would astonish countless ancestral-level experts. Stronger individuals had entered the burial grounds before, yet the fiend spirit had never faltered, still overflowing with murderous intent. But now, facing Lin Fan, it hesitated. "You're pretty fierce, aren't you?" Chasing no one else but me relentlessly, Lin Fan remarked as he continued his advance. The fiend spirit seemed to understand his mockery, roaring in anger once more. Its hesitation vanished, replaced by a renewed surge of ferocity as it charged at Lin Fan. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes slightly. Judging by its strength, this fiend spirit had reached the 5th stage. The fact that a mere skeleton could possess such power was a testament to the warrior's unimaginable strength in life. This ancient battlefield had indeed witnessed battles of unimaginable scale. However, such a being should have remained at rest in the earth rather than causing trouble. Without further words, Lin Fan summoned his blood spear, his preferred weapon for close combat. The spear's shaft was black, with intricate, dragon-like scales for grip, and the blade, a long blood-red edge, paired with the black shaft to exude a menacing aura. When Lin Fan infused it with his dragon power, the spear seemed to come alive, radiating a terrifying murderous intent. Just the sight of the weapon hinted at its ability to suppress the fiend spirit's malice. The gray flames in the fiend spirit's eye sockets flickered wildly as it sensed the threat, but it remained driven by its murderous instincts. With a swing of its broken sword, a blood-red cross-shaped slash shot out, aiming to kill Lin Fan on the spot. Lin Fan sneered and spun his spear before thrusting it forward. Bang! The blood spear struck the center of the blood-red slash, shattering it instantly. Without losing momentum, the spear shot straight toward the fiend spirit's skull. Its weak point lay in the gray soul flame flickering in its eye sockets, destroying that would severely wound it. Realizing this, the fiend spirit abandoned its attack and swiftly moved to defend itself. Its broken sword moved with remarkable finesse, revealing that the fiend spirit had once been a master swordsman. It didn't directly clash with Lin Fan's spear but skillfully deflected the attack, redirecting the spear's force away. Its sophisticated combat techniques, combined with its higher realm, explained why even ancestral powerhouses feared it. Not only was its realm higher, but its combat skills were also razor sharp. Even Lin Fan, before receiving the dragon's gift, would have faced serious trouble. But now, things were different. After receiving the divine dragon's gift, Lin Fan's strength had grown beyond measure. He relied solely on his physical power, yet even that was enough to easily suppress the fiend's spirit. When his spear was deflected, Lin Fan didn't resist but instead used the momentum to withdraw it, spinning the weapon before smashing it down with immense force. Boom! The impact was so powerful it caused the void to collapse, reverberating with a thunderous sound. The fiend's spirit tried to use its technique to deflect the blow, but the force was too overwhelming. Despite its skills, it had no choice but to take the hit head-on. Thud! A dull sound echoed through the cavern as a shockwave rippled out, making it impossible for anyone to keep their eyes open. When the dust settled, the once mighty fiend's spirit was now kneeling on one knee, both hands gripping its broken sword as it struggled to resist Lin Fan's overwhelming power. Just 2 exchanges, and he's already made the peerless fiend spirit kneel. He Mingyu gasped, unable to contain her shock. She knew how terrifying the fiend spirit was, which only made Lin Fan's feat all the more astonishing. At this moment, it was clear that Lin Fan hadn't been exaggerating earlier. He had truly won their bet. To bring the fiend spirit to its knees with just his physical strength, this was a feat even those beyond the 4th stage couldn't easily achieve. My brother-in-law is invincible, Xiao Qing cheered excitedly, her face flushed with excitement. Mo Qian was quieter but equally captivated by Lin Fan. Her gaze, full of admiration, seemed to melt as she looked at him. A man with such invincible strength was truly irresistible to her. To be with such a man was the greatest happiness any woman could have. Roar. Though driven by resentment, the fiend's spirit had once been an invincible warrior. Being forced to kneel by Lin Fan was something it could not tolerate. Its soul flame flared with rage, and in the next moment, it began to burn its very essence. This act of burning its soul was irreversible and came at a great cost, but it provided a terrifying boost in power. As its soul burned, its bones began to glow with a strange light, and an ancient power seemed to surge into it from the void. Lin Fan, standing close, could vaguely see the image of an invincible warrior. Kill with a cold, emotionless voice. The fiend's spirit's strength surged, and its intelligence seemed to sharpen. With a forceful push, it deflected Lin Fan's spear and unleashed a powerful slash at close range. This attack contained the essence of swordsmanship, effortlessly tearing through the void with unimaginable speed. If it struck, even a 4th stage ancestor would be split in 2. But Lin Fan only smiled. He neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he activated his divine ability, the dragon transformation. Fine golden scales emerged, covering his entire body, while a dragon tail and claws began to form. His pupils elongated into vertical slits, glowing with divine golden light, full of authority, like the eyes of a true dragon. Clang! The fiend spirit's lethal strike landed on Lin Fan's forehead, but instead of splitting him in half, the blow sparked against his golden scales with a harsh, metallic screech. Sparks flew from the impact point, but Lin Fan remained unscathed. The fiend spirit, usually driven solely by its urge to kill, was stunned. It stared at its sword in confusion, unable to understand why a blow that could cleave the heavens had no effect. He Mingyu and Mo Qian were equally stunned. They had never heard of anyone making a peerless fiend spirit freeze in disbelief, much less seen it happen. The cavern fell into a dead silence. Only Xiao Qing continued to bounce around, shouting, "My brother-in-law is invincible," reminding everyone that what they were witnessing was indeed real, not a dream. Crack! Without any hesitation, Lin Fan thrust his blood spear through the eye socket of the stunned peerless fiend spirit. With a powerful surge of his pure yang energy, the soul fire within the fiend spirit's eyes was extinguished. Clatter! Clatter! Devoid of its soul fire, the fiend spirit collapsed like decaying bones, disintegrating into a pile of white dust as it hit the ground. Its broken armor and tattered sword also rapidly deteriorated, crumbling before everyone's eyes. Just like that, the fiend spirit, feared by countless beings in the Forbidden Zone, was annihilated by Lin Fan in a battle that lasted less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, a complete and total victory. Lin Fan glanced at the pile of bone dust, and noticed something unusual within it. With a light flick of his blood spear, he unearthed a small, crystalline bone bead. It resembled a Buddhist relic left behind after a monk's cremation but was more transparent, gleaming with a gentle glow like a glass bead. This is a fiend spirit bone bead, containing the essence of the fiend spirit's bones. Slowly absorbing the energy within it can greatly strengthen your own bones, Mo Qian explained, demonstrating her vast knowledge once again. Lin Fan examined the bead, sensing the unique energy it held. "This is for you," he said casually, tossing the bead to He Mingyu. He Mingyu caught the bead, stunned, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. After Mo Qian's explanation, she understood the value of this bone bead. Without exaggeration, this small bead was one of the greatest treasures in the burial grounds. Bones are the foundation of physical strength. Only with strong enough bones can one withstand and unleash immense power in battle. For those who specialize in close combat, like He Mingyu, the ability to strengthen their bones with this bead was priceless. Her father, He Zhenqian, also a close combat expert, had long sought such a bead, willing to pay a great price for it. Despite his high status as a governor, he had never been able to acquire one. Yet here she was, receiving it without any cost at all. How could she not be shocked? Is this really for me, she asked, still in disbelief. Otherwise, what? Lin Fan replied casually. If you don't want it, you can give it back. Who said I don't want it? He Mingyu clutched the bead tightly, afraid he might take it back. Seeing her reaction, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Thank you, He Mingyu whispered, biting her lip, her heart filled with gratitude. No need to thank me, Lin Fan said, shaking his head. Your physique is best suited for close combat, so this bone bead will benefit you the most. His explanation also served as reassurance for the others. He Mingyu said nothing in response, but she was deeply moved. This wasn't just a simple act of kindness from Lin Fan, it was filled with genuine care and affection. Lin Fan also specialized in close combat, and the bead would have been beneficial to him as well, but he didn't hesitate to give it to her. How could she not be touched? Lin Fan, however, was unaware of her thoughts. If he knew, he might have laughed. With a physique akin to that of a divine dragon, his bones were already as strong as divine metal. The essence within the fiend spirit's bones wouldn't have made any difference to him. The fact that the remains of the divine dragon in the cavern had left behind only bones showed just how indestructible they were. While the bone bead was precious, it held no value for him. Let's move on. There's nothing left here. We should continue searching for more treasures, Lin Fan said, pulling out the treasure map to check their next destination. Brother-in-law, they haven't finished evolving yet, Xiao Qing reminded him, pointing to the two beasts still in the midst of their transformation. Oh, I almost forgot, Lin Fan chuckled, realizing he had nearly left his companions behind. Fortunately, the Tiger King was deeply focused on its transformation and unaware of its master's oversight. Otherwise, it would have been quite the blow to its ego. Forgetting one's child during a shopping trip is one thing, but forgetting your mount while out adventuring, who else but Lin Fan? They're at a critical stage in their evolution, so it's best not to move them. It's getting late anyway, we'll rest here for the night, Lin Fan decided after assessing the situation. No one opposed the plan, though He Mingyu blushed at the thought of the night ahead. She had lost the bet, and tonight, she would be warming Lin Fan's bed for a long time. The other two women exchanged knowing smiles, making her blush even more, enhancing her beauty. Recognized for her stunning looks and figure by the system, He Mingyu was undeniably an exceptional beauty. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. Such a beautiful woman warming his bed was certainly something to look forward to. He quickly used his strategic abilities to reseal the stone wall he had opened earlier, creating a secure environment. Then, he had Lin Xiaotong gather firewood, setting up a campfire in the flat area. With his expert cooking skills, Lin Fan prepared a meal that filled the air with a mouth-watering aroma. After a delicious dinner, night fell completely. Lin Xiaotong, without needing any instruction, quietly left the cavern to stand guard outside. Xiao Qing set up the tents, and she and Mo Qian retreated under the dragon's skull to rest while keeping an eye on the evolving beasts. In no time, the only ones left by the fire were Lin Fan and He Mingyu. Well, aren't you going to warm my bed? What are you waiting for? Lin Fan teased, noticing her nervousness. He Mingyu stammered, even more flustered. Lin Fan pretended to frown. What? Are you planning to go back on your word? No. I'm not. He Mingyu shook her head vigorously, worried that Lin Fan might think she was someone who didn't keep her promises. The more she cared, the more flustered she became, not realizing Lin Fan was just teasing her. Seeing her like this, Lin Fan decided to stop playing around. He dropped the pretense and smiled. I was just teasing you. Look how tense you are. Realizing he was joking, He Mingyu playfully punched his arm, her face showing a hint of a pout. You're so annoying. Annoying, huh? Lin Fan grinned as he grabbed her hand, his playful tone turning mischievous. You'll see what annoying really is soon. Now, be a good girl and warm my bed. He Mingyu started to protest, but before she could finish, Lin Fan swept her off her feet and carried her into the tent. That night, the bed would be very, very warm. At first, everything seemed normal, just warming the bed. But gradually, things took a different turn. With both of them squeezed into a small tent, it became too hot, and before they knew it, their clothes were off to cool down. A soft, pained moan escaped, marking the moment when a girl became a woman. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for successfully marrying your wife. You've earned a max level ability upgrade card. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for marrying a beautiful wife. You've received a special reward dragon blood pill. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for marrying a wife with a special physique. You've earned an additional reward battle saint physique pill. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, for marrying a wife with a perfect figure for the first time. You've received a rare reward perfect combat stance. 4 system notifications in a row. This was the most rewards Lin Fan had ever received at once. He had to admit, He Mingyu was truly a treasure of a woman. Moreover, these rewards were unique, aside from the usual dragon blood pill for marrying a beautiful wife. Just a glance at the rewards made Lin Fan's eyes light up. I'll take good care of you, Lin Fan whispered tenderly, kissing the woman beneath him, his eyes filled with affection. He Mingyu, usually a bold woman, now blushed deeply, her eyes tightly shut. What started as just warming the bed had become something much more intimate. But she didn't regret it. She had long been clear about her feelings for him. With such a beautiful night, Lin Fan naturally indulged fully, immersing himself in the moment. Time passed, and eventually, the small tent grew quiet. Holding He Mingyu in his arms, Lin Fan turned his attention to the rewards he had just received. The max level ability upgrade card. Just seeing the name made Lin Fan's eyes shine with excitement. The reward did not disappoint. As the name suggested, it could upgrade any of his max level abilities. Although it was a one-time use, it could elevate a max level ability to a god level, just like when he had upgraded his mechanism mastery before. Lin Fan had been waiting for something like this for a long time. The worldly limit of his medical skills had prevented him from curing his son Lin Hao's condition. But with a god-level upgrade, surpassing the mundane, he was confident that the problem could be solved. Without hesitation, Lin Fan immediately used the reward to upgrade his medical skills. Boom! Just like when he upgraded his mechanism mastery, he found himself in a special space, reviewing all his previous medical knowledge from the beginning. Ding dong! The host has used the max level ability upgrade card. Max level medical skills have been upgraded to god level. The system notification sounded again as Lin Fan exited the special space, his medical skills now at a god level. God level. This time he had truly surpassed the limits of the world, reaching an indescribable realm. And as he had hoped, god level medical skills could indeed cure Lin Hao's condition. However, Lin Fan frowned slightly. It would only restore Lin Hao to the level of an ordinary person, a common physique shared by countless others. This level was even inferior to Wang Feifei, a boy from Lin Fan's original village. As a father, Lin Fan found it hard to accept that his son would be just ordinary. I'll see if I can find the body refining sacred lotus. If not, I'll at least restore him to a normal level. With my god level alchemy skills, I can use pills to boost Hao Ear's cultivation. Lin Fan's frown quickly relaxed. Though a normal physique was mediocre and made cultivation difficult, he could use his alchemy to compensate. While this approach had its limits, it was still better than leaving his son weak and sickly. Yet, if possible, Lin Fan still wanted his eldest son to excel. Otherwise, the pressure Hao would face in the future would be immense. The body refining sacred lotus was rare and elusive. The only somewhat reliable information suggested it might be found in the Yaoqi Holy Land, a once great martial sanctuary now lost to time. Finding it would largely depend on luck. Lin Fan set the thought aside and moved on to the other rewards. The dragon blood pill was a familiar prize, which he immediately swallowed. Even with his already powerful physique, the pill still provided a noticeable enhancement, as if it worked on a percentage basis, always remaining effective. This lifted Lin Fan's spirits. He had worried that his strengthened body would render the pill useless, but the system proved reliable once again. Next, Lin Fan examined the third reward. Typically, rewards related to special physiques were meant to enhance his wife's abilities, and this time was no exception. He Mingyu possessed the battle spirit physique, known for its exceptional close combat prowess. This physique made its bearer's body extremely powerful, often unbeatable in hand-to-hand combat within the same realm. That's why Lin Fan had said the fiend spirit's bone bead was perfect for her. However, the battle spirit physique wasn't the ultimate close combat physique. The true pinnacle was the battle saint physique, an evolved form of the battle spirit physique. This physique was even rarer than the legendary martial god physique, appearing perhaps once every 1,000 years. The last time someone with this physique appeared was 3,000 years ago, earning the title of war god after striking fear into countless great powers. A future war goddess. Now that's something to look forward to. Lin Fan chuckled as he retrieved the corresponding reward from the system, the battle saint physique pill. This pill, though resembling an ordinary one, contained an awe-inspiring energy. As soon as Lin Fan took it out, He Mingyu, who had been resting, instantly awoke. Her entire body radiated an uncontrollable longing as she gazed at the pill. "What is that?" she stammered, her voice trembling with desire. "This is your golden ticket," Lin Fan joked, then gently fed her the pill. The pill melted in her mouth, transforming into a terrifying energy that spread throughout her body. He Mingyu's expression changed dramatically as she quickly sat up, crossing her legs to absorb the powerful energy and complete her body's transformation. Lin Fan admired her flawless figure as he claimed his fourth reward. As soon as he did, a mysterious force enveloped him, triggering an unprecedented transformation in his body. The night passed quickly. As the sunlight once again illuminated the earth, He Mingyu slowly opened her eyes after absorbing the energy throughout the night. A flash of dominant golden light flickered in her gaze. Her body had finally completed its transformation. The Battle Saint physique. This was the dream of many martial artists. Even the lower-tier battle spirit physique was enough to make countless people envious. This transformation filled He Mingyu with excitement, deepening her affection and trust in Lin Fan, the man she had entrusted with her life. "Thank you," she said sincerely, fully aware of how precious the pill that facilitated her transformation was. It was the first thing she said upon opening her eyes, her voice full of genuine gratitude. "No need for thanks between us." Lin Fan responded with a knowing smile, pleased to see her transformation was complete. For his woman, he was never stingy. Pills? If his power allowed, he'd even pluck the stars from the sky for her. He Mingyu nodded seriously, but then she realized she was completely bare. Embarrassed, she quickly lay back down and pulled the blanket over herself, leaving only her flushed face peeking out. Haha, Lin Fan laughed heartily. When they first met, she had been tough and bold, like a leader of a gang. But now, she had turned into a shy girl. The contrast was endearing, stirring a rush of affection within him. "Could you step out for a bit?" He Mingyu asked bashfully. Despite their newfound intimacy, her shyness lingered. "No." Lin Fan teased, his tone playful. She looked at him, unsure how to respond. But before she could panic, Lin Fan chuckled and walked out of the tent, leaving her to get dressed. Xiao Qing greeted him with a cheeky grin as she finished preparing breakfast. "You little rascal," Lin Fan said with a shake of his head. But Xiao Qing wasn't so easily outmatched. After a few playful jabs from Lin Fan, her face turned red, and she surrendered with a laugh, promising not to tease him anymore. Mo Qian soon joined them, her serene smile softening as she looked at Lin Fan. Yet, upon seeing him, her expression froze for a moment. "Husband, why do you look different this morning?" she asked curiously, her eyes scanning him up and down. At first, Xiao Qing didn't notice anything strange, but Mo Qian's words made her look closer. "Brother-in-law, did you get taller?" she suddenly exclaimed, comparing their heights. Lin Fan chuckled. "I didn't think you'd notice so quickly." "Yes, I did grow a bit taller." "It's not just your height," Mo Qian observed, studying him closely. "Your body proportions have changed too." "Indeed." Lin Fan nodded, smiling. This was the effect of the system's fourth reward, perfect combat stance. In simple terms, it granted him an ideal physique for combat. In a high-level martial world, some might dismiss physical proportions as insignificant, believing that skill and power were what truly mattered. But that wasn't the case. A perfect combat physique provided significant advantages in both explosiveness and combat efficiency. Under normal circumstances, mastering how to use one's body to its full potential required intense training and advanced techniques. However, with a perfect combat physique, one could naturally harness every bit of strength, and even surpass their limits. If two opponents had equal strength, the one with the perfect combat physique would undoubtedly emerge victorious. This enhancement, though subtle at first, offered immense long-term benefits, perhaps more valuable than any other reward he had received. "Brother-in-law, did you secretly take something good for yourself?" Xiao Qing teased playfully. "Oh, you figured it out," Lin Fan replied, pretending to be caught. "Looks like I'll have to make it up to you later." His playful response made the two women laugh. Before long, He Mingyu emerged from the tent, looking even more radiant and beautiful than before. Seeing her transformation, Xiao Qing and Mo Qian exchanged knowing smiles, teasing her with playful giggles. He Mingyu blushed, feeling a bit embarrassed that what was supposed to be a simple night of warming the bed had turned into something much more. Amid the light-hearted banter, the group quickly packed up their camp and prepared to move on. "How's Tiger King doing?" Lin Fan asked. Mo Qian replied. "It seems to have calmed down. It shouldn't be long before the final transformation is complete." Roar. Right as she finished speaking, a powerful roar echoed from beneath the dragon's skull. It was Tiger King, and its roar was now filled with even more vitality, with a hint of divine majesty. Another roar followed, This one from the Knight Shining Lion Tiger Beast, which had also successfully transformed into a saint-level beast. They did it, He Mingyu exclaimed excitedly. Having her mount reach saint level would greatly enhance her combat abilities. Yes, both of them have ascended. Lin Fan said, pleased. After consuming so many precious resources, Tiger King had finally lived up to expectations. Mo Qian smiled as well, though there was a hint of sadness in her eyes. Everyone around her had advanced to saint level, yet she remained at the half-saint level, even lagging behind the mounts. Lin Fan quickly noticed her mood and offered reassurance, don't worry. Once we return and refine the Dragon Soul Sacred Pill, you'll easily break through. Plus, I've learned some new mechanism techniques that I'll share with you. With God-level mechanism mastery, Mo Qian could still grow immensely, even without a breakthrough in cultivation. She nodded gently, her spirits lifting not just from Lin Fan's promises, but from the care and affection behind them. Master, another peerless fiend spirit has appeared outside. It's currently battling a group of people, and the fight is intense. Lin Xiaotong reported as she returned from her watch. Lin Fan's interest was piqued. Peerless fiend spirits didn't pose much of a threat to him now, but in this forbidden zone they were considered unbeatable. Seeing a group daring to take one on was intriguing. How many people, he asked. There are 5 of them, all clad in heavy golden armor. Each one is a 3rd-stage martial saint. Lin Xiaotong replied. Only 3rd-stage martial saints? Lin Fan's curiosity grew. Let's go take a look and see who these brave souls are. The 3 women had no objections, they were just as curious to see who would dare face a fiend spirit at only the 3rd stage. After all, not everyone was like Lin Fan, able to face such threats with overwhelming power. With these thoughts in mind, the group quickly moved out. They soon reached a spot near the dragon-shaped mountain range where the fierce battle was taking place. Lin Fan had been casually interested at first, curious about the identities of those daring to challenge a peerless fiend spirit with only 3rd-stage strength. But when he saw the battlefield, his brow furrowed slightly. Form up. Attack. The battlefield was a chaotic melee, yet the 5 3rd-stage martial saints held their ground against the ferocious onslaught of the peerless fiend spirit. Despite the fiend spirit's brutal attacks, the coordinated efforts of the 5 warriors in their battle formation allowed them to fight back effectively, even managing to counterattack occasionally. Clad in golden armor and wielding long spears, their every move was precise and powerful, combining their strength in such a way that none of them ever faced the fiend spirit alone. They're actually holding their own, Xiao Qing remarked in surprise. Though she hadn't fought a fiend spirit herself, she knew how terrifying they were after all. Even ancestral-level figures had fled in fear before them. They're the true dragon guards, He Mingyu suddenly exclaimed, her expression more serious than ever. You know them? Lin Fan asked, frowning slightly. For some reason, watching these warriors stirred a strange feeling within him, as if he had seen them before, even though he was certain this was their first encounter. I don't know them personally, He Mingyu replied, nodding and shaking her head. But the insignia on their golden armor, I've heard my father mention it before. They are the true Dragon Guards, an elite unit personally established by the Emperor of Qin. Each one is a prodigy among prodigies, with terrifying strength and the ability to challenge those beyond their own level. The Emperor of Qin's personal guards. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Having stepped onto this land, he had certainly heard of the Emperor of Qin. Known as the restorer of the Qin Empire, he single-handedly suppressed the empire, bringing it back from the brink of collapse and reunifying the realm. When his name was mentioned, even the mightiest powers turned pale. Not even the Blood Crow Tower, with its deep and unfathomable strength, dared to provoke him. One of their own leaders had committed suicide to atone for angering the emperor. Who wouldn't recognize such a figure? I've heard of them too, but I never thought I'd see them in action, Mo Qian added, her eyes bright as she watched the golden-armored warriors. No wonder they can hold their own against a fiend spirit, despite being only 3rd-stage martial saints. They're truly formidable, Xiao Qing said, now understanding how they could manage such a feat. Given their exceptional talent and flawless coordination, it made sense they could temporarily withstand the fiend spirit's attacks. However, she knew it wouldn't last. Fiend spirits weren't so easily defeated. If they fought for too long, the true Dragon Guards would inevitably lose. Should we help them? He Mingyu asked, aware of the situation. With Lin Fan's current strength, he could easily turn the tide of the battle. Befriending the Emperor's elite guards could prove advantageous in the future, and her heart was wholly devoted to Lin Fan, so she naturally considered what was best for him. Lin Fan shook his head. No rush. They might not need our help. The women were puzzled. They didn't believe the true Dragon Guards could hold out much longer, but they trusted Lin Fan's judgment and refrained from pressing the issue. focusing instead on observing the battle. As time passed, the fight grew even more intense, with the entire area being torn apart by the clash. However, the burial grounds were vast, and no other forces seemed to be drawn to the commotion. "Captain, it's time," one of the true dragon guards spoke up after half an hour of fighting. "Right. Let's begin. The princess needs this fiend spirit's bone bead to strengthen her roots. If we present it to His Majesty, the entire true dragon guard will be honored," their captain replied, his tone filled with determination. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of yellow light rose from the heads of the true dragon guards, converging above the fiend spirit. Roar. A dragon's roar echoed through the battlefield as the yellow streams of light transformed into a fierce yellow dragon. "Activate the true dragon domain," the captain shouted. The yellow dragon erupted in radiant light, and a wave of dragon might crashed down on the fiend spirit. Roar. The fiend spirit roared in rage as it found itself restrained. Its speed and power diminished noticeably. "The fiend spirit is weakened. Strike with all your might and destroy its soul fire," the captain ordered, his voice tinged with excitement. Yes, the other guards were equally thrilled, their attacks becoming even more ferocious. Their golden spears struck like divine dragons, aiming for the fiend spirit's vital points, forcing it onto the defensive. Are they actually going to win? The three women wondered, astonished by the turn of events. Lin Fan had predicted this outcome, but now that it was happening, it felt surreal. Yet Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the dragon's shadow. From the moment the true dragon domain appeared, he had been watching intently, lost in thought. After a long pause, he finally exhaled slowly. He had figured out why seeing the true dragon guards had stirred that inexplicable feeling within him. It wasn't about the guards themselves but the power contained within the dragon's shadow. Facing it felt like facing his own child. Yes, it was a feeling akin to confronting his own offspring, a strange sense of familiarity and connection rooted in blood. But that didn't make any sense. There was no relation between them, so why did he feel this way? Where had these children come from? The whole situation was absurd. "We're about to win," excited voices broke Lin Fan's train of thought. He looked back at the battlefield and saw that the fight was indeed nearing its end. The fiend spirit, weakened by the true dragon domain, was now like a toothless tiger. Despite its desperate struggles, it was slowly being worn down. Its soul fire was flickering weakly, its armor was in tatters, and it was on the brink of being extinguished. But just as the true dragon guards were about to celebrate victory, the fiend spirit, whose soul fire had dimmed, suddenly let out a piercing roar. The roar came from deep within its soul and echoed far and wide, traveling at incredible speed. "Not good. It's calling for reinforcements," the captain shouted, his face paling. The other true dragon guards realized the danger, their expressions turning grim. They immediately unleashed desperate attacks, trying to stop the fiend spirit. But it was too late. Not long after the fiend spirit's call for help, another roar responded from deep within the burial grounds, and a chilling aura rapidly approached. Damn it, the true dragon guards sensed the incoming threat, and their faces darkened. They hadn't even finished off the first fiend spirit, and now another was on its way. In their current state, there was no way they could survive. Even escape seemed impossible. They were too drained to outrun a fiend spirit. "Captain, what should we do?" one of the guards asked, despair creeping into his voice. The captain was silent. He hadn't anticipated this turn of events, and now there seemed to be no way out. "I'll stay behind and hold them off. The rest of you, retreat as quickly as possible," the captain finally said, gritting his teeth. It was the only option left. "Captain," the other guards cried out in shock. Staying behind wasn't just a rearguard action, it was a death sentence. "Go," the captain barked, his eyes fierce. He had made up his mind. "Captain," the guards choked up, their voices filled with emotion. "Just go," the captain sighed, his resolve firm. He didn't want to die, but there was no other choice. The second fiend spirit was already visible in the distance. If they all stayed, it would only result in more deaths. But just as they were preparing to part ways, a blood-red spear streaked through the sky like lightning, piercing the oncoming fiend spirit's eye socket and pinning it against a cliff. The once terrifying fiend spirit was instantly incapacitated, unable to continue its charge or even move. Hiss! The sight left the renowned true dragon guards utterly dumbfounded. At that moment, Lin Fan and his group stepped into view. When the guards saw Lin Fan, they too felt that strange, inexplicable sensation. Father, one of the guards, a female clad in golden armor and brimming with heroic spirit, unconsciously uttered the word upon seeing Lin Fan. Her teammates turned to stare at her, but they didn't feel as shocked as they should have because they had the same urge. But they were all baffled. How could this be their first meeting, yet they all felt compelled to call him father? What on earth was happening? Even the captain stood there, utterly stunned. Being called father at first sight is quite something, Lin Fan thought to himself, even his strong composure momentarily shaken. And when the one calling him father was a beautiful woman, it became even more overwhelming. Mo Qian and the others were equally stunned, their eyes wide with surprise. Did she just call you father? They looked at Lin Fan, puzzled by this unexpected development. The information was a lot to take in. Young lady, it's fine to fight fiend spirits, but you can't just randomly call someone your father, Lin Fan said, somewhat exasperated. Ah, sorry. I'm so sorry, the female true dragon guard snapped out of her daze, quickly apologizing, though she was equally confused about why she had felt compelled to address him that way. It was an instinct she had never experienced before. Thank you, senior, for saving our lives. Without your help, we would have perished today, the captain of the true dragon guard said respectfully, bowing to Lin Fan. Despite Lin Fan's youthful appearance, his ability to easily defeat a peerless fiend spirit was something even the most ancient beings couldn't achieve. Such power likely belonged to an old monster who had lived for countless years, despite outward appearances. With no other choice but to show deep respect, they treated him with the reverence due to a senior. No need for thanks. It was just a small effort on my part, and besides, I didn't help for free, Lin Fan replied calmly, waving his hand. He then stretched out his hand, and the blood spear that had pinned the fiend spirit to the cliff shook violently, pulling out the essence bone bead along with it. The casual manner in which Lin Fan dealt with the terrifying fiend spirit once again left the true dragon guards in shock. Roar. Though fiend spirits lacked rational thought and acted purely as killing machines, this one was visibly shaken after witnessing its companion's easy defeat. It began burning its soul fire frantically, desperate to break free from the guard's hold. But a mere glance from Lin Fan froze it in place, as if the dragon shadow above its head had received some kind of blessing, making it almost materialize from the void. What are you waiting for? Lin Fan's voice broke the trance of the stunned true dragon guards. Oh, right, snapping out of their daze, they unleashed their most powerful attacks, quickly putting an end to the now helpless fiend spirit. As they watched the fiend spirit crumble to dust, leaving behind only a single bone bead, the guards once again felt that strange, inexplicable urge to call Lin Fan father. Cut it out. I don't have children your age, Lin Fan grumbled, noticing their behavior. They looked sheepish, and the female guard blushed, clearly embarrassed by her earlier outburst. Senior, here is the bone bead we obtained from the fiend spirit, the captain said respectfully, offering the bead with both hands, trying to ease the awkwardness. Lin Fan glanced at him, and, seeing the sincerity in his eyes, waved it off. Keep it. You've earned it. I've already taken my share, he said, tossing the bone bead he had just retrieved to He Mingyu. The captain hesitated, but knowing the importance of the bead, he eventually nodded and accepted it. After carefully storing the bead, he bowed again and said, Senior, we will never forget this debt of gratitude. If you ever need our assistance, please come to the central capital of Qin. We will do everything in our power to help you. Here is my identification token. Show it to the local authorities, and they will contact us immediately. Thank you, Senior, for saving our lives. The other guards echoed, handing over their tokens as well. The tokens were small golden plaques, engraved with the character for dragon on one side and guard on the other. Seeing their genuine attitude, Lin Fan accepted the tokens, though without much interest. But for Mo Qian and He Mingyu, who understood the significance of these tokens, it was a different story. As descendants of powerful families, they knew what these tokens represented: not just gratitude from a few elite guards, but a potential connection to the emperor himself. The true dragon guards were the emperor's most trusted soldiers, not mere rank-and-file troops. Saving a squad of them could not be ignored, even by the emperor of Qin. Senior, with your strength, have you come to the burial grounds to break the heaven burial chessboard and seize the greatest treasure of this place? The female guard cautiously asked after seeing Lin Fan accept their tokens. The heaven burial chessboard? Lin Fan asked, puzzled by the term. He had never heard of it before. Even Mo Qian and He Mingyu looked confused, clearly unfamiliar with it as well. The true dragon guards were momentarily stunned, not expecting this response. Senior, you don't know about it? The female guard asked hesitantly. She had hoped to use this topic to build rapport, but things seemed to be going off track. Am I supposed to know? Lin Fan replied with a light-hearted smile. And no, of course not, she stammered, though her heart skipped a beat. Despite his friendly demeanor, this was a man who had effortlessly killed a peerless fiend spirit. Senior, please forgive her. She meant no offense. She just wanted to. The captain tried to explain but was cut off by Lin Fan. Relax, I'm not that petty. Since you brought it up, why don't you tell me more about this heaven burial chessboard, Lin Fan said, waving off their concerns. The captain quickly nodded and began explaining. The greatest treasure of the burial grounds wasn't exactly a secret among the upper echelons of power, but it wasn't widely known either. At the heart of the burial grounds lay an ancient blood pool, said to contain the blood of ancient gods, brimming with divine power. Absorbing its essence could lead to a complete transformation, accelerating one's cultivation and pushing them closer to the realm of ancient deities. However, such a supreme treasure was not easily obtained. Over the years, countless powerful beings had perished trying to reach it. The reason for their failure was the heaven burial chessboard, a deadly formation that used the land itself as a chessboard, with mountains and rivers as its pieces. Anyone who tried to force their way through, even those as powerful as the peerless fiend spirits, faced certain death. There were even stories of a grand saint who had unlocked all 9 of his internal seals, reaching the pinnacle of martial sainthood, yet still vanished without a trace after attempting to breach the chessboard. Because of this, no one dared to storm the place anymore. However, those ancient beings who had reached the limits of their lifespan were unwilling to give up on such a miraculous opportunity. Instead of brute force, they sought ways to break the chessboard and claim the treasure. Every time the burial grounds opened, these powerful figures would appear, making one last desperate attempt. Hearing this, the true dragon guards had assumed Lin Fan was one of these supreme beings. So, the greatest treasure of the Forbidden Zone can only be reached by breaking a natural chessboard. Interesting. Lin Fan mused, stroking his chin with a smile. When Lin Fan was given the full-level Go ability from his personal maid Xiao King, he hadn't found the right opportunity to use it until now. This heaven burial chessboard seemed to be the perfect place to finally put that skill to the test. The timing couldn't be better, and Lin Fan was determined to seize this rare opportunity to claim the greatest treasure within the burial grounds. Do you know the way? Lin Fan asked the true dragon guards, his interest now fully piqued. Yes, senior. Would you like us to lead the way? The true dragon guard captain quickly replied, noticing Lin Fan's growing eagerness. Yes, that would be helpful. Lin Fan nodded slightly. It's no trouble at all. The captain shook his head, with his comrades echoing the sentiment. The female guard in particular seemed especially pleased. Despite the strange fatherly feeling she had towards Lin Fan, it made her feel inexplicably close to him and happy to stay by his side. And so, Lin Fan's group grew larger, with the renowned true dragon guards from the Qian Empire respectfully leading the way. As they traveled, the path remained uneventful, though Lin Fan couldn't shake the growing sense of familiarity with the surroundings. Finally, he took out his treasure map and compared it to their location. As he had suspected, the map was leading them in the same direction. Could the treasure indicated by this map be hidden within the heaven burial chessboard? Lin Fan mused, studying the map more intently. The rewards provided by the system were never simple, but would a treasure that everyone knew about really require a map to find? Or perhaps breaking through the chessboard was just one step, and something even more valuable awaited inside. His eyes flickered with interest as he considered the possibilities. It was entirely possible that the greatest treasure of the burial grounds remained hidden within, and no one had yet succeeded in claiming it. Lin Fan, could the treasure on the map be inside the heaven burial chessboard? He Mingyu, always keen on treasure hunts, noticed Lin Fan studying the map with a frown and immediately sensed something was up. Lin Fan didn't hide the truth. Yes, the direction we're heading in matches the map's guidance. Then was all this for nothing? He Mingyu asked, a bit disheartened. No, it wasn't for nothing. Lin Fan shook his head. His instincts had always been accurate, and he was confident this time would be no different. The greatest treasure in this forbidden zone wouldn't be so easy to claim. The burial grounds covered a vast area, but the group moved quickly, and soon they arrived at the central region. Here, the number of fiend spirits increased, and their eerie roars echoed through the air. The soul-piercing howls would send most people fleeing in terror, and even ancestral-level experts would be forced to retreat. As they entered this dangerous area, the various factions grew cautious, each moving carefully. But Lin Fan's group moved boldly, almost as if they were taking a stroll in their own backyard. Far from being intimidated by the fiend spirit's roars, they seemed excited. The fiend spirit's bone beads were rare treasures, impossible to find anywhere else. Although Lin Fan was eager to break through the chessboard, he didn't mind pausing to gather some extra beads for He Mingyu. Each time they encountered a fiend spirit, Lin Fan swiftly dealt with it, earning even more respect from the true dragon guards. The female guard, in particular, found herself increasingly drawn to Lin Fan not just by his strength, but by his invincible aura and the inexplicable sense of familiarity. "Captain, do you feel like being around this senior is almost like being around the Emperor himself?" one of the guards quietly asked the captain through their shared communication. "Watch your words," the captain immediately reprimanded, though deep down, he couldn't deny feeling the same. The true dragon guards were personally chosen by the Emperor, and granted the protection of the Qin Empire's national fortune, allowing them to harness the power of the true dragon. This connection made them unwaveringly loyal to the Emperor, almost as if he were their father. Yet now, in Lin Fan's presence, they felt a similar, if not stronger, sense of connection. This was why the female guard had instinctively called him father. But such thoughts couldn't be voiced aloud. Whether or not it was an illusion, it had to be dismissed as such. The guard who had spoken quickly realized his mistake and fell silent, bowing his head. Lin Fan glanced at the two of them, as if sensing something, but merely smiled without saying a word. Even so, his gaze alone sent a chill down their spines, causing them to break out in cold sweat. "We're here," the female true dragon guard announced, interrupting the tense moment. Ahead of them lay a series of mountains, seemingly arranged at random, yet forming a pattern that exuded a mysterious power. A thick white fog swirled around them, not corrosive like the burial miasma but still impenetrable to sight or spiritual senses. The only way to see what lay within was to enter the mountains directly. But no one dared, as the area was enveloped by the heaven burial chessboard's overwhelming force. To enter unprepared was to face certain death. The only way forward was to unravel the chessboard's mysteries and carve out a path. Though many had tried over the years, no one had succeeded, leaving the allure of the treasure inside stronger than ever. When Lin Fan's group arrived, they found several other factions already gathered at the chessboard's entrance, including the Yin Yang clan, the School of Vertical and Horizontal, and the Blood Crow Tower, though their allies from the Mo clan were notably absent. Lin Fan's group made no attempt to conceal their arrival, and it wasn't long before they were spotted by the other factions. The moment their enemies laid eyes on them, their expressions turned hostile. "To think you'd come here today will be your burial ground," the elder from the School of Vertical and Horizontal snarled. With the Mo clan's absence, their combined forces now had 3 ancestral-level experts, more than enough to deal with Lin Fan. The elder from the Yin Yang clan also grinned viciously, clearly sharing the same thoughts. The Jian Wang, on the other hand, remained inscrutable, though the chilling aura around him spoke volumes. But before they could act, angry shouts rang out. "How dare you! To be so disrespectful to senior! Do you seek the destruction of your entire clan?" The true dragon guards were stunned that anyone would dare speak to Lin Fan that way, but once they recovered, their fury erupted like a volcano. Wait, true dragon guards! The elder from the School of Vertical and Horizontal initially laughed dismissively, but his voice caught in his throat as he realized who had spoken. His laughter died instantly, and his face turned pale. The others, including the Xian Wang, also froze in shock. The true dragon guards, elite warriors handpicked by the Emperor of Qin himself, were standing by Lin Fan's side, and more shockingly, they spoke to him with deep respect, addressing him as senior. How could this be possible? The ancestral-level experts who had been eager to confront Lin Fan were now at a complete loss. Once again, Lin Fan had turned the situation on its head. The moment the true dragon guards stepped forward to rebuke the elder from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, his arrogance evaporated in an instant. Are they really the true dragon guards? The gathered leaders of the ancient clans could hardly believe their eyes. Why would the true dragon guards, the elite of the Qin Empire, stand up for their enemy, Lin Fan? Even the Xian Wang found himself utterly perplexed. He knew Lin Fan's background well. Lin Fan was the son of a humble blacksmith from a small village. Although his rise had been meteoric, his origins were undeniable, confirmed by the villagers who had witnessed his life. He had even married 3 wives assigned by the local government, showing no signs of any noble heritage. But now, seeing the true dragon guard's deference towards Lin Fan, Xian Wang couldn't help but doubt everything he had once believed. Was it possible that Lin Fan's entire identity had been fabricated? Could this be the reason behind his rapid rise to power? Could it be that his background was faked all along? And that's why he's grown so powerful so quickly? Xian Wang's thoughts swirled as he began to question the thoroughness of his previous investigations. Are you just going to stand there and not answer? The true dragon guards, though less aggressive now, had no intention of letting the matter slide. As the personal enforcers of the Qin Emperor, they held a status so high that they were beholden only to the Emperor himself. Each of them was powerful enough to challenge even the ancestral-level elders of the ancient clans. Faced with their intimidating presence, the elder from the School of Vertical and Horizontal felt a chill run down his spine. Despite his pride, he knew better than to provoke these imperial enforcers. "This is all just a misunderstanding," the elder forced himself to say, swallowing his pride. Though the situation frustrated him deeply, he had no choice but to back down. A misunderstanding? It sure didn't seem like that when you were about to attack Senior just now. The female True Dragon Guard's eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Beyond her respect for Lin Fan, there was a hint of admiration. She was the most irked by anyone showing disrespect towards him. You're the elder of the School of Vertical and Horizontal, right? You hold a third-rank official title, don't you? Truly, you've got some nerve. Another True Dragon Guard sneered, his voice dripping with sarcasm as the others closed ranks, their formation exuding a pressure that even ancestral-level cultivators would struggle to withstand. Though the elder had a third-rank title, it was largely honorary and held no real power, certainly not enough to compare with the True Dragon Guards, who were the Emperor's most trusted warriors. The elder knew that pushing them too far could bring disaster upon his entire clan. Without Lin Fan needing to lift a finger, the supposedly invincible ancestral-level elders found themselves utterly subdued. Who is this man, to have the True Dragon Guards so fiercely defending him? Could he be some hidden prince from the central provinces? The observers from other factions began whispering among themselves, their eyes filled with speculation as they tried to fathom Lin Fan's true identity. Lin Fan finally spoke, his voice calm but commanding. There's no need for you to get involved in my affairs. I'll handle this myself. The elder from the School of Vertical and Horizontal, who had been ready to surrender, suddenly felt a flicker of hope. If Lin Fan was willing to face them alone, then perhaps there was still a chance. His only real concern had been the intervention of the True Dragon Guards. But to his surprise, the guards immediately stepped back without hesitation at Lin Fan's command. Yes, Senior. They responded with deep respect, their previously fierce demeanor now subdued. Everyone present was stunned by this exchange, including the elder himself. It was clear to all that the True Dragon Guard's deference was no act; they genuinely revered Lin Fan. The elder's unease grew as he realized that Lin Fan might possess some unfathomable background or connection far beyond his understanding. The Jian Wang remained thoughtful, his expression unreadable, as he silently communicated with the two elders from the allied clans. Could it be true? The two elders asked in astonishment after hearing what Jian Wang had to say. It's absolutely true. Jian Wang confirmed. He had shared the information he had gathered about Lin Fan's origins, which he had previously taken for granted. The two elders exchanged wary glances. Lin Fan's potential made him a dangerous enemy, one they couldn't afford to let grow unchecked. Yet, if Jian Wang's suspicions were correct, there might still be a chance to eliminate this threat. A subtle, cold smile played at the corners of Jian Wang's lips as he continued to whisper to the elders, urging them on. It's possible the True Dragon Guards are simply being paid off, acting out a charade on his behalf. After all, we know his strength. Why else would they call him Senior? The two elders frowned, but Jian Wang's reasoning held a certain appeal. The idea that Lin Fan could command such respect through anything other than a well-concocted scheme seemed almost absurd. The man has some unique abilities, particularly in alchemy. It's likely he used those skills to buy their loyalty. Jian Wang continued, his tone laced with subtle persuasion. Though the two elders had initially considered retreating, Jian Wang's words slowly rekindled their determination. Their gazes on Lin Fan grew more dangerous as their minds turned towards action. The True Dragon Guards, though unable to hear their conversation, understood the shift in the elders' demeanor and simply watched with faint amusement. If someone was foolish enough to seek their own death, they wouldn't intervene. In their eyes, provoking Lin Fan was akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet. Nothing good could come of it. Let's see if your growth has really been as extraordinary as they say. Jian Wang thought, his curiosity piqued as he observed Lin Fan with a renewed sense of intrigue. Ancestor. The younger members of the two families wanted to caution their elders, reminding them that it was impossible for the True Dragon Guards to be merely acting. As the Emperor's personal guards, they also represented the dignity of the Qin Emperor. How could they risk tarnishing not just their own reputation, but also that of the Emperor by participating in such a charade? Yet, the two ancestors seemed to be overtaken by fervor, paying no heed to their juniors' warnings. Under the constant manipulation of Jian Wang's insidious influence, their gazes toward Lin Fan grew increasingly dangerous. Seeing this, Lin Fan simply smiled. He could tell that Jian Wang had used some special technique to cloud their judgment. However, that didn't matter. This situation gave him the perfect opportunity to eliminate these two elders. Go ahead and make your move. Whether you win or lose, the True Dragon Guards won't interfere, nor will they seek any retribution afterward, Lin Fan said, offering them a sense of security. Fine. Since you're so arrogant, we'll teach you a lesson today. The two elders exchanged a glance, found a flimsy excuse, and charged forward. Though Jian Wang's manipulation had dulled their judgment, they still recognized Lin Fan as a formidable threat they were eager to eliminate. As the two ancestral-level experts attacked, the surrounding area erupted into chaos, forcing the onlookers to retreat and make room for the battle. You might as well join them. These two old fools alone aren't even worth the breath it would take to blow them away, Lin Fan said casually, not even bothering to look at the two elders as he turned his gaze toward Jian Wang. Xian Wang smirked devilishly. My dear nephew-in-law, your arrogance remains as inflated as ever. Let's see if your strength measures up. With that, he unsheathed a blood-red sword brimming with killing intent and joined the fray. In an instant, Lin Fan was surrounded by the three ancestral-level experts, each unleashing devastating attacks. Having witnessed Lin Fan's power firsthand the day before, they held nothing back, using their most potent divine techniques. The very fabric of space seemed to warp under their combined assault, and even the nearby Tianzang chessboard appeared to tremble in response. Three ancestral-level experts, one of whom is the Blood Crow Tower's master. Can this man really withstand that? In the distance, other groups of experts observed the unfolding battle, speculating on Lin Fan's chances. Are you kidding? With three ancestral-level experts attacking at full power, they could stand against even an absolute evil spirit. Unless this guy is a fifth-turn monster, there's no way he'll survive. A fellow elder from another faction scoffed at the suggestion, clearly unimpressed by Lin Fan's chances. The others nodded in agreement. Unless Lin Fan had somehow reached the terrifying fifth-turn level, it was impossible for him to survive this onslaught. His youthful energy and lack of the aged aura typical of old monsters only reinforced their skepticism. A person of his age would be considered a prodigy for merely reaching the first-turn stage, let alone the fifth. But then, a younger observer hesitated and added, but earlier, didn't the true dragon guards call him senior? His words brought a sudden silence to the conversation. The ancestral-level experts exchanged uneasy glances before turning their attention back to the battlefield. As the dust settled from the trio's devastating assault, the scene before them caused their faces to freeze in disbelief. There, in the center of the battlefield, stood Lin Fan, completely unharmed. Not only was he untouched, but even his hair remained perfectly in place, as if the fearsome attacks had merely been a gentle breeze. Impossible. Compared to the stunned gasps from the spectators, the two elders who had attacked Lin Fan were utterly dumbfounded, their faces filled with disbelief. Especially the elder from the school of vertical and horizontal. Despite being severely injured in the previous battle, he had gauged Lin Fan's strength. Although Lin Fan was powerful, they had believed that their combined strength would be enough to turn the tide. But now, despite their full-force assault, they couldn't even ruffle Lin Fan's hair, let alone overpower him. The outcome was utterly unimaginable, leaving the elder unable to accept it. The Yin-Yang clan's elder was equally shocked. Although he hadn't fought Lin Fan directly before, he had witnessed Lin Fan's previous battles. That observation, coupled with Jian Wang's influence, had led him to join the fight, but now he was left stunned. Among the three, Jian Wang had the most resilient and cunning mind. Yet even he was momentarily dumbfounded by the unexpected outcome. How did he become so much stronger all of a sudden? Jian Wang muttered to himself, shaking his head in disbelief as he stared at Lin Fan. Uncle Wang, I hope my strength hasn't disappointed you, Lin Fan remarked, brushing off his clothes and flashing a calm smile at Jian Wang. But Jian Wang could no longer maintain his composure. After a long pause, he forced a smile and said, You truly are a monster. But this isn't over. Next time we meet, I hope you'll still be able to impress me. With that, Jian Wang's body began to disintegrate like dust, dissipating into the air. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, confirming that Jian Wang had indeed vanished and hadn't merely used some escape technique. The enigmatic figure who had mastered the art of resurrection had left the scene in a bizarre and unsettling manner. Was that just a clone? Lin Fan murmured to himself before regaining his composure. Whatever Jian Wang's tricks were, he'd deal with them when they next crossed paths. No matter how strange his abilities were, they couldn't outmatch Lin Fan's. However, the two remaining elders weren't nearly as composed. With Jian Wang disappearing without a word, they felt a surge of panic. Split up and run, they shouted in unison, immediately abandoning their disciples and fleeing in opposite directions. But could they really escape this time? Lin Fan didn't bother to chase them down. Instead, he simply exhaled softly. A breath of dragon's essence, one of the divine abilities granted by his dragon god physique. It seemed like nothing more than a gentle breath, but it carried the terrifying power of a dragon. The very space around it collapsed, and within moments, the two fleeing elders were obliterated, their bodies disintegrating into particles that scattered in the wind. The onlookers froze, their expressions mirroring the shock of the scene that had just unfolded. Everyone who had entered the Tianzang burial ground was a seasoned warrior, well acquainted with the immense power of ancestor-level experts. But to see such a formidable presence wiped out with a single breath? It was beyond their comprehension. What kind of strength did it take to accomplish such a feat? "Ancestor, could you do that?" an elderly man with white hair asked a veiled woman beside him. Thankfully, no one else overheard the question, otherwise, they would have been shocked beyond belief. The white-haired elder was himself an ancestor-level figure, and anyone addressed as ancestor by someone of his stature must be extraordinarily powerful. The veiled woman looked no more than 20, her skin fair and smooth, with no signs of aging. Yet, her eyes carried the weight of countless years, a testament to the passage of time. Hearing the elder's question, she gently shook her head. "I could kill them both, but I couldn't wipe them out with a breath like that. My strength isn't at that level." "Even you can't do it," the elder trembled slightly. He knew very well the power of his own ancestor, a being who had surpassed the ancestor level, often referred to as a reclusive elder monster. Such beings held absolute dominance, even over terrifying entities like the absolute evil spirits. At this level they were practically deities, rarely appearing in public, focused solely on breaking more internal seals to achieve divine status. But for someone of this caliber to admit they were outmatched, what kind of being could surpass them? The white-haired elder gulped nervously and cast another glance at Lin Fan, his perspective on him completely transformed. All previous doubts had vanished. "Could he be an ancient monster who has awakened from slumber?" he muttered, his hands trembling inside his sleeves. "No, he's not," the veiled woman said, shaking her head again. "He's incredibly powerful, but he's not one of those ancient beings. He's a young, formidable warrior. His true cultivation level is only at the 3rd turn." "What? How is that possible?" The elder was once again struck by her words. His ancestor was a peak 5th turn expert. How could someone of that caliber admit inferiority to a mere 3rd turn cultivator? It seemed utterly impossible. Even the prodigies of the legendary dragon guards couldn't match a 5th turn master, let alone surpass one. "Are you doubting me?" The veiled woman glanced at the elder with cold eyes. "Of course not," he quickly replied, shaking his head in submission. The woman didn't press the issue. She simply added, "Well, I can't wipe out 2 4th turn cultivators with a breath. If we were to truly fight, I might not lose to him." Her words seemed more like self-reflection than an explanation to the elder. As the elder turned to look at her, she fell silent again, as if her previous words had been nothing but an illusion. Unaware of the discussions about him, Lin Fan remained the center of attention. The surrounding onlookers, having recovered from their shock, burst into animated conversations. Even the true dragon guards, who had previously recognized Lin Fan's strength, were taken aback. They hadn't expected him to actually wipe out 2 ancestors with just a breath. Senior's strength is on par with, if not greater than, those legendary figures. His presence is even more overwhelming. The guards exchanged odd glances, their respect for Lin Fan growing deeper. From the start, Lin Fan had merely breathed, yet it had completely altered the battlefield. The once dominant coalition of 3 factions was now in disarray, their members scattering in panic. Even 3rd turn martial saints couldn't withstand the pressure of his dragon's might. Having received the dragon's gift, Lin Fan's power had reached unimaginable heights. The gap between his level and others was now insurmountable. Even those of higher cultivation levels would struggle to resist him. The difference in their life forces was greater than the difference in their cultivation levels. The fates of the 2 ancestors from the school of Vertical and Horizontal, and the Yin-Yang clan were proof of this. Watching this display, the surrounding forces couldn't help but swallow nervously. 3 powerful factions had been effortlessly wiped out by a single man. How could they not be awed by such a terrifying figure? When news of this spread, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout the entire QN Empire. At that moment, a ripple emanated from the Tianzang chessboard. "Someone's trying to break the formation," someone suddenly exclaimed, pointing toward the source of the disturbance. Everyone who had come here was after the treasure hidden within the Tianzang chessboard. Hearing that someone was attempting to break the formation immediately drew everyone's attention. Lin Fan's gaze also followed the disturbance. In his view, a woman wearing a white veil and a long white dress, her figure elegant and graceful, floated above the chessboard, trying to break through its defenses. Her ancient, time-worn eyes flashed rapidly, clearly calculating something at an incredible speed. In the next moment, her gaze sharpened, and she reached out to grasp a mountain peak, lifting it effortlessly and placing it elsewhere. As she moved the mountain, the Tianzang chessboard emitted more ripples, laced with deadly intent, ready to strike down anyone who dared to disturb the formation. The white-haired elder's heart leaped into his throat, knowing that if the formation's deadly force was triggered, even his ancestor wouldn't survive. But it didn't happen. The veiled woman's boldness proved she had the skills to back it up. Moving a mountain as if it were a simple chess piece, she quickly shifted to a lake, repositioning it with the same ease. It became clear why even ancestor-level experts addressed her with such reverence. Her power was truly beyond ordinary understanding. Even Lin Fan, with his immense strength, watched her manipulate the landscape with a serious expression. The gap between a fourth turn and a fifth turn cultivator was vast, and this veiled woman was clearly no ordinary fifth turn expert. A reclusive elder monster, huh? But she looks so young. Lin Fan mused with a smile, intrigued by her presence. He had heard tales of hidden experts, those who secluded themselves to focus on breaking more internal seals, rarely stepping into the world. Now, he had encountered one in his quest for treasure. Not only was her strength formidable, but her skill in breaking the formation was also impressive. Yet, with his mastery of strategy, Lin Fan could see that her efforts, while seemingly successful, contained flaws that would ultimately lead to failure. Despite this, he didn't plan to interfere. It was her choice, after all. But the conversations around him soon changed his mind. That's one of the Gyu family's ancient ancestors. Legend says she once visited the ruins of the Jade Pool Holy Land and received a great fortune there, catapulting her to new heights. But she disappeared hundreds of years ago. And we all thought she had passed away. Who would have thought she'd reappear now? An elderly expert from a powerful faction, nearly as ancient as the sands of time, excitedly shared this information with those around him, his voice filled with admiration and reverence. Lin Fan usually ignored such chatter, but the mention of one particular name instantly caught his attention. The Jade Pool Holy Land. This was the very place he had been searching for all along. The Jade Pool Holy Land. Once a pinnacle of martial arts, it vanished into history during a great calamity. No one knows the specifics of this disaster, only that this supreme sanctuary was lost forever. All that remains are legends, like the one about the sacred lotus that grows in the Jade Pool, said to possess the power to reshape the body. Since the birth of his son Lin Hao, Lin Fan had been searching for this mythical place, but his efforts had been in vain. He hadn't even found a trace, let alone the lotus itself. Now, hearing that the veiled woman had visited the ruins of the Jade Pool Holy Land, Lin Fan couldn't pass up this opportunity. "You won't be able to break through like that," Lin Fan remarked. He hadn't planned to intervene, but now he had no choice. The veiled woman was fully absorbed in her attempt to break the formation, blocking out everything around her to avoid distractions. Yet when she heard Lin Fan's voice, she couldn't ignore it like she did with the others. "Do you know how to play Go?" she asked, frowning at Lin Fan. She acknowledged his strength but didn't believe that skill in combat necessarily translated to skill in strategy. Especially not in Go, a game that required years of experience and deep understanding. Lin Fan seemed oblivious to her doubts, nodding slightly. "I know a bit." Her displeasure deepened. She had spent centuries honing her skills in Go to prepare for this moment, reaching the level of a grandmaster. In the entire Qin Empire, few could match her skill, except perhaps those ancient monsters in deep slumber. Yet here was a young man who only knew a bit, trying to offer her advice. How could she not be irritated? "If you only know a bit, then watch and learn quietly. Don't comment," she replied, her tone growing colder. Lin Fan chuckled but said no more. He stepped back, seemingly accepting her advice to observe quietly. Seeing his reaction, the veiled woman's lips curved slightly under her mask, thinking she had put him in his place. After all, strength didn't mean expertise in everything. With renewed determination, she quickened her pace, her moves more confident and precise. At first, everything seemed to be going smoothly, and her smile grew wider. The white-haired elder accompanying her had been worried by Lin Fan's earlier comments, but now he began to relax. Perhaps their ancestor was right, strength didn't guarantee skill in other areas. But soon, he noticed something was off. The atmosphere around the Tianzang chessboard began to change, growing colder, more foreboding. It wasn't the usual killing intent but something even more chilling, as if an unspeakable horror was about to descend. Strangely, their ancestors seemed unaware of this change, still focused on manipulating the mountains and lakes, as she tried to break the formation. As time passed, the ominous aura intensified. Even the younger disciples, who had come to witness this momentous event, began to shiver uncontrollably, sensing that something was terribly wrong. "Why is it so cold?" they murmured, their teeth chattering as they huddled together, desperate to flee. "This isn't right. The atmosphere, this means the attempt to break the formation is failing. Everyone, get as far away as possible," one of the other ancestors suddenly shouted, his expression shifting to one of panic as he fled the scene. Hearing that the formation might fail, everyone else's faces paled, and they quickly followed suit, running as fast as they could. The white-haired elder was paralyzed with fear. He wanted to warn their ancestor, but once the attempt to break the formation began, it couldn't be stopped. To abandon it midway would trigger the full wrath of the Tianzang chessboard, and even a ninth-turn Grand Saint would be doomed. There was a slim chance of success if they continued, but stopping now guaranteed death. Yet anyone with eyes could see that failure was imminent. The outcome would be the same whether they pressed on or not. If it were an ordinary ancestor, the white-haired elder might have resigned himself to fate. But this veiled woman was different. She was the foundation of the Gyu family, their pillar of strength, with untapped potential that could lead to even greater heights. If she could break through to the 6th or even 7th turn, even the Qin emperor would have to show her respect. At that point, the Gyu family could rise to the forefront of the empire, perhaps even becoming as exalted as the Jade Pool Holy Land once was. No, I can't let our ancestor die here. I have to do something desperate. He glanced around frantically until his gaze fell on a figure who hadn't retreated like the others. It was Lin Fan, who had earlier warned of the impending failure. Realizing that Lin Fan might be his only hope, the elder rushed forward and fell to his knees before him. Before the true dragon guards could react, the elder knelt and cried out, "Please, save her, senior." Lin Fan looked down at the white-haired elder kneeling before him and chuckled. "Save her? You seem fine to me," he teased. "No, not me," the elder quickly clarified, pointing to the veiled woman, who was now drenched in sweat. "Please save our ancient ancestor. You foresaw the problem earlier, so you must be skilled in this art. I beg you to help." Skilled Lin Fan laughed and shook his head. "I wouldn't say that. Didn't your ancestor tell me to watch and learn?" The elder's face flushed with embarrassment, but he had no choice but to continue begging. His voice was filled with desperation as he kowtowed before Lin Fan, blood starting to stain his forehead. "Our ancestor didn't recognize your greatness. I apologize on her behalf. If you save her, the Gyu family will be forever in your debt." As they spoke, the situation with the Tianzang chessboard grew more perilous. The killing intent that had been lurking in the background now manifested fully, and the elder became increasingly frantic, his head bleeding as he continued to beg. Seeing this elderly man reduced to such a state, Lin Fan sighed. Even without the promise of rewards, he couldn't afford to let this opportunity to learn more about the Jade Pool Holy Land slip away. "Get up," Lin Fan finally said. Senior the elder looked up, hopeful. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, signaling that he had already agreed to help. Realizing his mistake, the elder quickly stood and moved aside, his eyes filled with worry as he watched his ancestor, who was now surrounded by a deadly aura. By now, anyone could see that the attempt to break the formation had failed, and the Tianzang chessboard was on the verge of unleashing its lethal force. The veiled woman, now free from the illusion of success, realized her failure. Just as Lin Fan had warned, she couldn't break the formation this way. With a bitter smile, she accepted her fate. When she had taken on this challenge, she knew the risks. But what gnawed at her now was the realization that her stubbornness had cost her everything. In her final moments, she didn't struggle. Instead, she turned, hoping to glimpse the man who had tried to warn her and offer a simple apology. But as she turned, what she saw left her stunned. The man she wanted to apologize to was now standing right behind her, calmly moving a mountain peak with ease. "Hey you. Quiet." She tried to speak, but Lin Fan's firm command silenced her. Despite being an ancient ancestor who had lived for centuries, in that moment, she felt like a young girl, obediently closing her mouth. Once the heavenly burial chessboard is triggered, the difficulty of breaking it increases significantly. The veiled woman, being a grandmaster in this field, knew this well. Seeing Lin Fan step in, she felt touched but still advised him, "The board already has errors. Breaking it now is nearly impossible. You should leave and not sacrifice yourself for nothing." "I told you to be quiet," Lin Fan replied, expressionless. His hands moved rapidly, adjusting the pieces of the chessboard formed by mountains and lakes, while ignoring the woman's words. "You." The veiled woman felt a bit angry, but seeing that Lin Fan was trying to help, she kept silent. Lin Fan didn't care about her feelings. Indeed, taking over the board now made the task more challenging, especially with the deadly aura pressing down on him, making it hard to concentrate. However, with his mastery in chess, these difficulties, though troublesome, were not beyond his capability. As he moved another mountain, the killing intent of the chessboard surged, becoming even more terrifying. But Lin Fan actually felt relieved. Although the current threat was overwhelming, it had cut off the endless dangers that lay ahead. The veiled woman noticed this too but still shook her head. Even if the future dangers were avoided, the current situation alone was enough to crush them. "Watch closely and learn." Lin Fan's familiar voice interrupted her thoughts. Before she could react, Lin Fan charged forward. Summoning his blood spear and activating his divine ability, Dragon Transformation, he instantly entered his strongest state. The deadly force of the chessboard bore down on him, but Lin Fan remained unfazed. He extended his blood spear, creating a golden barrier in front of him. The barrier, covered with dense golden scales, was the manifestation of his dragon defense, a protective ability granted by his dragon-like physique. The veiled woman, standing behind him, felt a strong sense of security. But she knew how terrifying the chessboard's power was, something no one at their level could withstand. Indeed, as soon as the deadly force collided with the golden barrier, cracks began to appear. Within the blink of an eye, the barrier shattered. With no protection left, the force of the chessboard struck Lin Fan directly. Despite being in his most defensive state, cracks appeared on his golden-scaled body as golden blood dripped down. Yet, Lin Fan did not retreat an inch. Seeing the unwavering figure in front of her, the veiled woman was stunned. Never in her life had anyone stood so fearlessly in front of her, shielding her from danger. Lin Fan, oblivious to her reaction, was feeling the immense pressure. The chessboard's force was indeed terrifying, even without the subsequent threats, and it was more than enough to crush a 5-turn martial saint. However, this was not his limit. The greater the pressure, the more his fighting spirit soared. His eyes gleamed with golden light as he fully harnessed his dragon power. Great heaven and earth technique, his words echoed like thunder, resonating with the heavens. In the next instant, his body expanded rapidly, growing into a giant 9 meters tall. This was his heaven and earth technique, a divine ability he gained after reaching the third transformation. As his body grew, so did his strength, allowing him to stabilize his position against the chessboard's overwhelming force. Not bad. This divine ability has multiplied my strength several times. Lin Fan, wielding a massive blood spear, felt invincible. It was as if he could pierce the sky itself. No longer content with just defending, he spun his blood spear and launched a counterattack, aiming to shatter the chessboard's force. The chessboard's power, sensing his defiance, grew even more violent. But Lin Fan only laughed louder. His domineering laughter, filled with boundless fighting spirit, made him appear like a true war god. The veiled woman, sheltered behind him, was deeply shaken. She had thought she had already estimated Lin Fan's strength, but she realized she had vastly underestimated him. Outside, the onlookers were equally stunned. What an overwhelming divine ability! The true dragon guards held their breath, captivated by Lin Fan's display of power. Even their captain admitted, "I underestimated him. This senior is even more monstrous than those other freaks." Indeed, the others agreed, realizing that compared to Lin Fan, those other so-called monsters seemed far less intimidating. The deafening sounds of battle continued as Lin Fan, using his heaven and earth technique, clashed directly with the chessboard's power. Though the force was fierce, it slowly diminished under Lin Fan's relentless assault. Someone can actually withstand the power of the heavenly burial chessboard. How strong must he be to do this? Is the chessboard really going to be broken today? Those who had fled earlier, now watching from a distance, couldn't help but feel awe and reverence. Lin Fan paid no attention to the reactions around him. After neutralizing the chessboard's force, he looked down at the veiled woman. It was just a simple glance, but it made her heart race uncontrollably. In that moment, she felt like a young girl again, her usual composure completely shaken. Upon seeing the veiled woman's reaction, Lin Fan frowned. What kind of expression is that? Could it be that she's thinking of pursuing someone younger? Seriously? Does this old lady, who's over 300 years old, have no sense of reality? If the veiled woman knew his thoughts, no matter how composed she was, she would have been unable to resist cursing. Indeed, she was over 300 years old, but for a 5-turn martial saint, with a lifespan of over 1,000 years, 300 was just like the age of a young woman. Moreover, she was deeply devoted to martial arts, spending most of her time in seclusion or studying chess, so her mindset wasn't like that of other old monsters. While she couldn't be called a young girl, she certainly wasn't an old woman. Even the red mark on her wrist, a symbol of her purity, hadn't faded at all. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your help. Earlier, I was blind to your greatness." The veiled woman, who called herself Lingzi, expressed her gratitude. Recalling their previous conversation, her face flushed, and she lowered her head, too shy to meet Lin Fan's eyes. Seeing this, Lin Fan frowned even more. He couldn't deny her beauty. Even with the veil, her elegance was undeniable. Years of experience gave her a unique charm that younger women couldn't match. Her graceful figure and fair, unblemished skin were indeed captivating. But still, an old lady acting shy like a young girl? Really? Could this be appropriate? However, he needed information about the Holy Land of Yaoqi, so he decided not to voice his thoughts and pretended not to notice. "No need for thanks. I didn't help you for free," Lin Fan replied, dismissing his heaven and earth technique and returning to his normal size. His casual yet confident demeanor only deepened the veiled woman's admiration. "Old ancestor, thank heavens you're safe." The white-haired elder hurried forward, relieved that the danger had passed. The veiled woman, though slightly annoyed by his interruption, couldn't help but soften her expression, seeing his genuine concern. The elder, oblivious to her mood, thanked Lin Fan profusely. "Thank you, senior, for your timely help. Our Gu family will not forget our promise to you." Noticing his ancestor's puzzled look, the elder quickly explained the situation. After listening, the veiled woman nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist, rest assured. Although the Gu family may not be an eternal clan, we do have some influence. Should you ever need anything, feel free to come to us." She then handed him a jade token. "This is the Tianxing token. With it, you'll receive the highest privileges at any branch of the Tianxing Merchant Guild under the Gu family. You can also access goods of equivalent value." Lin Fan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the token. He had received a similar one before when he purified a sinister presence aboard the dragon boat on the Umo River. However, that token was more mysterious, with a higher quality, and seemingly imbued with life. Recognizing its value, he accepted the token with a nod. The Tianxing Merchant Guild was a well-known organization in the Qi Empire, specializing in rare materials and valuable treasures. As someone skilled in both alchemy and crafting, Lin Fan had intended to connect with them anyway, and now the opportunity had presented itself. The white-haired elder was surprised that the veiled woman would offer the Tianxing token, a symbol of her own status, which would grant Lin Fan nearly unrestricted access to their merchant guild. However, he had no choice but to respect her decision. The veiled woman, satisfied with Lin Fan's acceptance, smiled beneath her veil. By giving him this token, she ensured a future connection between them, no matter how significant the cost. However, before long the women accompanying Lin Fan arrived. "Husband, are you all right?" They examined him anxiously, worried about the injuries he sustained while resisting the chessboard's deadly force. Seeing their concern, Lin Fan chuckled. "Do I look like I'm hurt?" He didn't notice the veiled hostility between them and the veiled woman. "Senior, your divine power was truly awe-inspiring." The true dragon guards also approached, their admiration evident. Lin Fan waved them off with a smile, treating his feat as no big deal. After all, he hadn't even used his most powerful form yet. "Senior, since you managed to interrupt the power of the heavenly burial chessboard, does that mean you can break it?" the true dragon guard captain asked. Everyone's attention focused on Lin Fan. Nodding slightly, Lin Fan replied, "It shouldn't be too difficult." Hearing this, the crowd's eyes lit up. The captain, glancing at the returning crowd, then asked, "Senior, many of these people are just looking to take advantage of the situation. Should we clear the area to ensure privacy?" Lin Fan eyed the returning figures and understood their intentions. However, he wasn't bothered. The chessboard was only the first hurdle. If these people wanted to take the risk, he didn't mind making his path easier. No need to bother with them. The rewards here aren't so easily gained, Lin Fan said with a smile, choosing not to stop them. The captain nodded and stood aside. With everything quieting down, Lin Fan wasted no time and began working on the chessboard. The heavenly burial chessboard was indeed a sophisticated puzzle, filled with countless traps and deadly intent. Any misstep could lead to a fatal outcome, making it extremely difficult to solve. However, with Lin Fan's mastery in chess, it wasn't a significant challenge. After all, his skill allowed him to use the stars as his chessboard and the planets as his pieces, setting up formations that even ancient gods would fear. In this context, breaking this chessboard was a task within his capabilities. As he continued to move the pieces, mountains and lakes shifted, and the chessboard, unchanged for millennia, began to transform. Finally, with one last move, the oppressive aura of the chessboard dissipated, and the obscuring mist lifted, revealing the path ahead. The heavenly burial chessboard, which had blocked countless experts, was finally broken. Seeing the radiant light from within, the crowd felt as if their destinies were within reach. "It's really been broken," they gasped, their hearts pounding with excitement. Only Lin Fan remained calm. His yin-yang dragon eyes revealed that greater dangers still lay ahead. The treasure here was indeed valuable, but it would require more than just luck to claim it. From the outside, the heavenly burial chessboard didn't appear overly large, but it wasn't small either. However, stepping inside felt like entering an entirely different dimension. The space within was far larger than it seemed from the outside, and the landscape was nothing like what had been seen before entering. Outside, the area appeared to be a land of radiant peaks, bathed in colorful light, like a paradise. But once inside, the reality was starkly different. A desolate battlefield stretched out before them, scarred with enormous craters resembling the surface of the moon. Strange sounds echoed intermittently, and the air was thick with the metallic scent of blood, giving the eerie impression of an ancient war zone, long abandoned by time. The once glowing lights were nowhere to be seen. Is this another dimension? One of the new additions to Lin Fan's group, the white-haired elder who had followed after rescuing the veiled woman, muttered in shock. Despite his age, he was visibly shaken by the scene before him, an alternate space beyond his understanding. Yes, the veiled woman confirmed, nodding. We've indeed been transported to another dimension. The heavenly burial chessboard is merely an entrance, a gateway to this place. She glanced at Lin Fan, who nodded in agreement. I didn't expect you to have such insights, Lady Gu. Without your explanation, I might have remained clueless, he said, playing along. The veiled woman smiled, her tone light as she replied, You're too modest, Lin Fan. With your knowledge of chess formations, you've already grasped the power of the world's arrays. The teleportation matrix here, no matter how complex, surely doesn't escape your notice. Unlike me, who only stumbled upon such spaces by accident. Her words were meant to draw him in, to establish a common ground, knowing that Lin Fan, like many others, would be interested in her past encounter with the Holy Land of Yaoqi. A woman who had warmed up to a man often found herself more deeply invested, especially one like her, who had spent centuries in seclusion. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, appreciating how straightforward she was. Engaging with an experienced woman had its perks. She knew what to say without being prompted, making things easier for him. Lady Gu, was the space you stumbled upon the ruins of the Holy Land of Yaoqi? Lin Fan asked directly. Yes, she confirmed without hesitation, sharing more details. She had indeed accidentally entered the ruins, but it was merely an outpost, far from the main headquarters. Even so, the benefits she gained had pushed her to her current level, which was her limit. That was why she had devoted herself to mastering chess formations, hoping to break through the heavenly burial chessboard, as her exploration had revealed that the true remnants of the Holy Land were hidden within this space. The Holy Land of Yaoqi is hidden in this dimension. Lin Fan looked around, surprised. He hadn't expected that. Besides the divine blood of ancient gods, this space held another significant treasure: the remains of the Holy Land of Yaoqi. Once the foremost martial sect, the Holy Land of Yaoqi had existed long before the Qin Empire was established, with countless powerful warriors. According to ancient records, its warriors were so numerous that martial saints were as common as grass, and some even said that a being of divine strength lay dormant within its grounds. Finding and inheriting the legacy of such a place could lead to unimaginable growth. No wonder the veiled woman was so determined to enter. Her motives were now crystal clear. That's correct, she confirmed, her voice lowered to a whisper. She shared this secret only with Lin Fan, recognizing his worth and the value of building a connection with him. She wasn't a selfless person, but she believed in repaying her debt and cultivating valuable relationships. Lin Fan understood her intentions and kept their conversation private. He didn't intend to spread this information carelessly. Just as they finished talking, a scream echoed from ahead. One of the opportunists who had followed them inside, hoping to profit from the situation, suddenly found himself split in two. The cut was clean, as though a divine blade had sliced him from head to groin. The man only managed a brief scream before collapsing in a pool of blood and entrails. The others gasped in horror. One moment, the man was fine, and the next, he was bisected without any visible cause or energy fluctuations, almost as if he had spontaneously torn apart. And this wasn't just anyone, this was a three-turn martial saint. For such a powerful figure to be split in half without warning or resistance was terrifying. Even the true dragon guards, known for their steely resolve, couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. Visible dangers were one thing, but unseen threats were far more terrifying. Lin Fan simply smiled. He had already warned them that the opportunities here wouldn't come easily. Lin Fan, what is this? He Mingyu whispered, her tone cautious. She had seen Lin Fan's reactions earlier and guessed he might know something. Even the powerful veiled woman turned her gaze toward him, hoping for an explanation. Spatial fissures. Lin Fan replied calmly. This is a different dimension, and the space here is unstable. It's filled with invisible cracks. If you accidentally touch one, the overlapping spaces will slice you apart. Spatial fissures. The group exchanged uneasy glances, struggling to comprehend, except for the veiled woman, whose expression grew serious. At her level, she had begun to grasp higher concepts of power. She understood that while it wasn't difficult for someone like her to tear open space, these dimensional rifts were far more dangerous, like the sharp edges of a pair of invisible scissors that could cut through anything. The veiled woman briefly explained this to the others. Upon hearing her words, everyone's faces paled. It was no wonder the three-turn martial saint had been sliced apart without resistance. Who could survive being caught between such deadly forces? Still, they remained silent, waiting for Lin Fan to make the next move. Without a word, Lin Fan pulled out his treasure map. Since entering this dimension, he had noticed changes on the map, new markings that flickered faintly. When he compared it with the location where the unfortunate man had been bisected, he found a match. He picked up a rock and threw it toward a spot about 100 meters ahead. The rock flew normally at first, but as it crossed the marked area on the map, it was suddenly split in two, just like the man before. Seeing this, everyone felt another wave of dread, except for Lin Fan, who smiled in satisfaction. The treasure map, a gift from the system, had proven its worth once again. Does the treasure map have this kind of function? He Mingyu, who had been standing beside Lin Fan, noticed the changes in the map. When she saw Lin Fan's experiment, her eyes widened in surprise. Lin Fan smiled and carefully memorized the sequence of the glowing points on the map, tracing a safe path forward. With a wave of his hand, he signaled the group to move on. However, he remained vigilant, using his dragon transformation to maximize his defensive capabilities. With this enhanced defense, even if the treasure map wasn't completely accurate, he would still be able to withstand potential dangers. He Mingyu, along with the other women, Lin Xiaotong, and the two recently evolved sacred beasts, followed Lin Fan closely without hesitation. The veiled woman, her eyes flickering with thought, also quickly decided to follow, with the white-haired elder trailing behind her. "Captain, what should we do?" one of the true dragon guards asked, looking to their leader for guidance. Before the captain could respond, the female true dragon guard spoke up. "I believe that the elder wouldn't gamble with his own life. Indeed, let's follow him." The captain agreed, taking the lead. The female true dragon guard followed closely, and the remaining three exchanged glances before also deciding to follow. "Old master, it seems they can tell where the dangers are," someone among the group of followers remarked, eyeing Lin Fan's group with increasing interest. Seeing how far Lin Fan's group had ventured without incident, some became restless. "Let's follow them," one of the old masters decided after some thought. If Lin Fan and his group had made it this far unscathed, they must have a way of discerning safe paths, so sticking close seemed wise. After all, if Lin Fan had the ability to break through the heavenly burial chessboard, it wasn't surprising he could navigate these hidden dangers. This was a common sentiment among the followers. Since all of them were powerful cultivators, remembering the path Lin Fan had taken was not difficult. "Lin Fan, look at those people," He Mingyu said, clearly displeased as she noticed the others trailing behind them, trying to take advantage. "Ignore them," Lin Fan replied calmly, not showing any anger at those trying to benefit from their efforts. This reaction puzzled He Mingyu and the others. After all, these were their competitors. But soon, they understood why Lin Fan wasn't concerned. The people trailing behind had barely begun to feel relieved when a scream rang out again. Another person was sliced in half, the cut as clean and silent as before. This time, the victim was a four-turn martial saint. How is this possible? We followed the exact path he took, even stepping in the same footprints. How could this happen to us when they were perfectly fine? The followers were gripped with fear and confusion. Why were they being targeted while Lin Fan's group remained unharmed? It was as if something was singling them out. He Mingyu and the others noticed what was happening behind them. Although they hadn't encountered any problems themselves, the sight was still unsettling. "Husband, could it be that some of these spatial rifts are moving?" Mo Qianqian, with her keen perception, quickly deduced the crux of the issue. "Smart girl," Lin Fan praised, patting her head affectionately. "Indeed, some of these rifts are unstable and move around frequently. That's why you all need to stick close to me, don't fall behind." "They really do move." The others shuddered at the realization and immediately crowded closer to Lin Fan. Even the normally mischievous Tiger King tried to climb onto Lin Fan's back, only to be swatted down. But ever resourceful, it quickly resorted to offering itself up as a steed for Lin Fan, eager to stay as close as possible. Such a sly beast. Lin Fan chuckled, shaking his head, but nonetheless, climbed onto the Tiger King's back along with He Mingyu and the other women. The knight shining lion tiger beast was left to Lin Xiaotong to handle. "Lin Fan, this place is dangerous. Could you spare some care for a weak woman like me?" the veiled woman asked playfully, glancing at the three women sitting beside Lin Fan. Tiger King, now a sacred beast, was as large as an African elephant, so adding another slender woman wouldn't be a problem. But Lin Fan simply shook his head. "Sorry, my mount is already overloaded." Before she could protest, Lin Fan signaled Tiger King to move forward. A few 100 years old and calling herself weak? That's a bit much. The veiled woman didn't take offense. She smiled and followed behind the group. Once again, they resumed their journey. This time, none of the opportunists dared to follow too closely, as more screams of agony rang out, marking more silent deaths by bisecting. The space around them was eerily quiet. Apart from the battle scars, there was nothing else in sight. After traveling for half a day and covering over 100 miles, there was still no sign of the fabled divine blood, just endless emptiness. The veiled woman and the others began to frown, growing impatient. After enduring so much to get here, to find nothing at all was disheartening. Only Lin Fan remained unperturbed, having anticipated that the rewards wouldn't come easily. Suddenly, a sorrowful wail echoed ahead, sending chills down their spines despite their strength and resolve. Instead of fear, though, the sound filled them with excitement. Finally, something different had appeared. The crying sound, realizing it wasn't scaring anyone, gradually ceased as if it had never been there. But the next moment, gray mist began to rise around them, quickly engulfing Lin Fan's group. Within the mist, visibility was reduced to almost nothing, and even the senses of a martial saint were greatly suppressed. The sorrowful wail returned, this time right by their ears. Suddenly, a ghostly hand emerged from the mist, reaching out to grab the veiled woman. It moved with incredible speed, silently and without warning. But the veiled woman, a peak 5-turn martial saint, reacted even faster, deflecting the attack and counterattacking in one swift motion. Yet, her blow passed right through the shadowy figure without inflicting any harm. The eerie figure vanished into the mist. "It's a malevolent spirit," the veiled woman announced, her expression growing serious as she realized what they were up against. The true dragon guards immediately assumed a defensive stance, ready to protect the group. They were trained to handle emergencies without losing composure. But hearing the name malevolent spirit shook them to the core, fear flashing in their eyes. The white-haired elder was even worse off, nearly collapsing in terror. If just the mention of its name could terrify a 4-turn martial saint, it was clear how dreadful this malevolent spirit was. The atmosphere turned tense, with only the sound of their breathing breaking the silence. "Ancestor, is it really a malevolent spirit?" the white-haired elder, acting as an assistant, stammered, his voice trembling with fear. A 4-turn martial saint, scared to this extent, who would believe it if they hadn't seen it themselves? But here he was, shivering, his legs shaking uncontrollably. The veiled woman didn't scold him, she simply nodded solemnly. The malevolent spirit was a terrifying entity that only existed in the most evil and dangerous places. The more malevolent the area, the more horrifying the spirits that appeared. These entities were immune to all forms of attack. No matter how powerful the strike, it would pass through them as if they were intangible. Yet their attacks were very real, carrying a sinister curse. Even a small scratch could let the curse seep in, slowly weakening the victim until they were easy prey. And death wasn't the end. The spirit would enslave the soul, condemning it to eternal torment. This was why the mere mention of a malevolent spirit could terrify even the strongest warriors. Death itself was not as frightening as the endless suffering that followed. This is the battlefield of ancient gods, a place where countless deities have fallen. It's one of the most dangerous places imaginable. The malevolent spirits here must be unimaginably terrifying. The female true dragon guard, usually brave, found her courage failing her. The realization of where they were only intensified her fear. What should we do? The veiled woman, who had no solution to deal with such spirits, was equally at a loss. In the outside world, they could flee, but here, surrounded by deadly spatial rifts, even Lin Fan, with his treasure map, had to proceed cautiously. Running wasn't an option. Without a way to escape, facing the malevolent spirit meant certain death. "What do you mean? What should we do?" "If it dares to block our path, we kill it," Lin Fan said calmly. "Kill it?" The veiled woman was stunned. "Do you even know that these spirits are immune to all damage?" "Immune to all damage? Hey!" Lin Fan chuckled, as if unaware of the spirit's fearsome nature. The veiled woman grew anxious, nearly stamping her foot in frustration. She understood that Lin Fan was powerful, but this was different. Against such supernatural beings, strength alone was useless. Even a 9-turn martial saint had been forced to retreat from them. How could they fight something they couldn't harm? As they spoke, the malevolent spirit in the gray mist reappeared, targeting the true dragon guard. Its ghostly claws gleamed with eerie light, as if capable of snatching souls. The true dragon guard hastily joined forces to defend themselves. The clash sent them staggering backward, their faces flushed. Even united, they could barely withstand the spirit's assault. It was stronger than the deadly spirits outside, stronger than any of them could handle. This truly seemed hopeless. Even He Mingyu, despite trusting Lin Fan, couldn't help but feel anxious. "Don't worry, Sister Mingyu. Brother-in-law can handle it." You know, he's dealt with a malevolent spirit before on our way here. Xiao Qing reassured her with a cheerful smile. Really, he Mingyu asked, clearly aware of how dangerous malevolent spirits were. Absolutely. Xiao Qing nodded confidently, her smile unwavering. Their conversation caught the veiled woman's attention. She quickly looked at Lin Fan. You've really killed a malevolent spirit before. Lin Fan didn't answer with words. Instead, he summoned his blood spear. In the gray mist, the malevolent spirit, confident in its immunity, toyed with its prey, revealing itself briefly before disappearing again, like a cat playing with a mouse. This time, it set its sights on the most frightened of the group, the white-haired elder. The spirit savored the elder's terror, inching closer, preparing for the perfect moment to strike. Just as the spirit raised its claw to attack, Lin Fan's blood spear shot out, enhanced by his dragon power, transforming into a bolt of red lightning. The malevolent spirit, sensing the attack, reacted swiftly. But the spear was too fast, piercing the spirit's chest and pinning it to the ground. The spirit struggled, unable to phase through the weapon as it usually did. The spear's golden light suppressed it, leaving it paralyzed. For the first time in its existence, the spirit felt pain, a sensation so alien that it left the spirit stunned. The others were equally shocked. The malevolent spirit, which even the greatest saints couldn't defeat, was actually pinned down. The veiled woman was the first to recover from the shock. Her eyes now gleamed with admiration as she looked at Lin Fan, filled with newfound awe and respect. As she continued to observe this unassuming man, she found herself repeatedly astonished. No, it wasn't just astonishment, it was a blinding radiance. First, he had boldly stepped in to save her from the deadly force of the Heaven's Burial Chess formation. Then, with seemingly effortless ease, he had dismantled the once thought impenetrable formation. Upon entering the alternate space, he navigated the silent, deadly spatial rifts without breaking a sweat. Now, facing an invincible malevolent spirit, he had subdued it just as effortlessly. One remarkable feat after another combined, these accomplishments shone brighter than the sun. At over 300 years old, though she had dedicated herself to cultivation, she had seen her fair share of the world and encountered countless extraordinary figures. But a man like Lin Fan, she had never met anyone like him, nor had she ever heard of such a person. Did he really subdue it? The white-haired elder, nearly attacked earlier, stood frozen in disbelief, staring at the spirit pinned beside him. His mind struggled to process what he had just witnessed. A malevolent spirit that countless feared had been effortlessly subdued right next to him. If he hadn't seen it himself, he wouldn't have believed it, even under threat of death. See, Sister Mingyu? I told you brother-in-law could handle it, Xiao Qing proudly exclaimed, as if Lin Fan were invincible. Yes, I see now. He Mingyu nodded, sharing in the pride and admiration for Lin Fan. Roar! The malevolent spirit, pinned to the ground, finally regained its senses and began thrashing violently. It couldn't believe it had been subdued. It refused to accept this outcome. Yet, the more it struggled, the more the blood spear's golden light intensified, eroding its dark powers. The power of the divine dragon was holy and pure, a perfect counter to such malevolent beings. Lin Fan had encountered similar spirits before while on the dragon boat. But there, under the light of the divine dragon's power, the spirits had disintegrated like snow in spring, unable to resist at all. Having absorbed countless dragon blood pills and undergone the dragon boat's purification, Lin Fan was now akin to a walking divine dragon, his very essence infused with holy energy. For a malevolent spirit, crossing his path was like a child facing its parent, a one-sided defeat. The others didn't know the full story, but they were increasingly awed by Lin Fan's seemingly boundless strength. I'm beginning to feel that Senior Lin carries the same aura as His Majesty, the female true dragon guard remarked, swallowing nervously as she voiced her thoughts again. This time, the captain didn't rebuke her. He felt it too, even if it was treasonous to think so. Such feelings weren't easily controlled. Lin Daoyu, what do you plan to do with this spirit? The veiled woman asked. What else? Lin Fan glanced at her, then dismounted from Tiger King. The first'll see if it has any value, then finish it off. Roar! The spirit, intelligent enough to understand, began thrashing even more desperately. But the holy power suppressed it completely, rendering its struggles futile. As with all things in this world, no matter how powerful, they always had a weakness. For the malevolent spirit, Lin Fan was its nemesis. Don't want to die? Lin Fan asked, smirking as he approached the struggling spirit. Though it couldn't speak, its reduced resistance clearly showed its desire to live. However, knowing that Lin Fan was its enemy, it couldn't trust that he would actually spare its life. This question seemed like mere mockery. Without further explanation, Lin Fan continued, it's simple. If you want to live, tell me where the divine blood is. Lead us there, and I'll consider sparing you. Hearing this, the spirit ceased its struggles, its eyes entirely black, fixating on Lin Fan, as if trying to discern the truth. Lin Fan waited patiently, confident the spirit would make the right choice. After a tense pause, the spirit finally communicated telepathically. I know where the divine blood is, but you must swear by the martial path that you won't go back on your word. Otherwise, I'd rather die than lead you there. Its message was laced with desperation and madness, but its meaning was clear. Lin Fan smirked, looking down at the spirit. Do you really think you're in a position to negotiate terms with me? The spirit's eyes widened with fury, almost bursting with rage. But before it could react further, the blood spear flared with golden light, forcing it to scream in agony. When the light faded, the spirit lay still, devoid of any defiance. It had realized the truth of its situation. If it wanted to live, it had no choice but to trust Lin Fan. There were no other options. I'll lead you there. The spirit finally conceded, choosing survival over pride. A wise decision. Lin Fan smiled, withdrawing the blood spear. He didn't bother with additional restraints. Anyone who fell into his hands couldn't escape unless he allowed it. The spirit, aware of its helplessness, didn't attempt to flee. Instead, it obediently dispelled the surrounding gray mist and began leading the way. Seeing the once fearsome spirit now docile and leading them, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Such a scene, subduing a malevolent spirit and turning it into a guide, was beyond anything they had ever seen or even heard of. It was unprecedented. If only you were older, the veiled woman whispered, a rare emotion stirring within her. She had always believed that her age didn't matter, that her qualities could match any man. But now, for the first time, she felt unsure of herself. Moreover, she couldn't help but feel a pang of envy as she looked at He Mingyu and the other women by Lin Fan's side. No matter how strong her spirit, she was still a woman. The group continued their journey, now led by the once terrifying malevolent spirit. With the treasure map's guidance, Lin Fan wasn't worried about being led into a trap. In fact, he welcomed it. Danger often meant opportunity. If they encountered peril, it likely guarded a valuable reward. The spirit, unaware of this, occasionally glanced back at Lin Fan with a cold glint in its eye, leading them towards a place where divine blood could be found. Yet, it was a treacherous death trap. Glancing at Lin Fan from the corner of its eye, the spirit allowed itself a small, sinister smile, imagining its enemy torn apart in the near future. Enjoy your final moments, it thought maliciously, quickening its pace as it led the way. As they followed the malevolent spirit, a chilling wind began to sweep through the area. Lin Dao Yu, this spirit. The veiled woman, who had unlocked 5 of her body's restraints, quickly sensed that something was off and quietly sent a mental message to Lin Fan. Don't worry. Lin Fan calmly replied through their telepathic link. He was well aware that the spirit had ulterior motives. In fact, he welcomed the spirit leading them into danger. It wasn't arrogance but confidence in his abilities. With his yin-yang dragon sight, nothing in the surroundings could escape his notice, and his mastery of feng shui made him even more prepared. If there was a truly deadly threat ahead, he wouldn't walk into it blindly. The spirit's so-called perfect trap was nothing more than a joke to him. It was unknowingly serving as their guide while foolishly thinking it had the upper hand. Seeing Lin Fan's confidence, the veiled woman felt reassured. After everything that had happened so far, she had developed almost blind faith in him. As long as Lin Fan was there, any problem seemed solvable. The spirit might be cunning, but what could it really do in the face of such power? The spirit, on the other hand, grew more confident as the winds intensified. It feared Lin Fan might catch on to its plan, but to its surprise, Lin Fan appeared oblivious, continuing forward with what the spirit perceived as reckless arrogance. You're practically begging to die, the spirit thought with malicious glee, quickening its pace. The wind grew stronger, making it increasingly difficult to see. Even the powerful cultivators began shielding their eyes. Only Lin Fan and the veiled woman seemed unaffected as they pressed on. Eventually, a massive abyss came into view. The winds howled from its depths, as if the chasm connected to the very veins of the earth. We're here, the spirit announced. At the bottom of this abyss you'll find the divine blood. Can I go now? Lin Fan shot the spirit a cold glance. What do you think? The spirit fell silent and continued leading the way. It brought them to a hidden path along the abyss, a treacherous route that would have been nearly impossible to find without guidance. Flying directly down would have been too dangerous. Who knew what deadly surprises awaited below? The descent was long and winding, and even with their strength, it took them several hours to reach the bottom. The cold was intense, like standing in the middle of a hurricane. Mo Qianqian, not yet a saint, found herself shivering uncontrollably. But then a warm hand rested gently on her back. A soothing warmth flowed from it, instantly dispelling the cold and forming a protective barrier around her. It was Lin Fan, smiling at her with that familiar, comforting expression. "Thank you, husband," Mo Qian said, her face lighting up with happiness. "No need to thank me," Lin Fan replied, playfully tapping her nose. "It's what I should do." Mo Qian smiled even brighter. "Brother-in-law, I'm a bit cold too." Xiao King teased nearby. "Alright, I'll keep you warm too." Lin Fan chuckled, repeating the gesture with her. Before he Mingyu could even ask, he extended the same warmth to her, drawing smiles from all three women. Watching this tender scene, the veiled woman once again felt a pang of envy. But before she could react, Lin Fan glanced at her with a look that seemed to say, "Don't tell me you're cold too," as a five-turn saint. She offered a sheepish smile, realizing that she had indeed briefly thought of asking for warmth as well. Meanwhile, the spirit was internally laughing maniacally. They had walked right into the death trap. Now it just needed to trigger the final blow. "Thanks for your arrogance," the spirit thought, gloating as it prepared the trap. When everything was in place, it finally dropped its pretense and let out a triumphant laugh, eyeing Lin Fan with glee. "You're not hiding anymore." Lin Fan remained as calm as ever. "You knew I was hiding my intentions, and you still let me lead you here? You deserve to die," the spirit sneered, stomping the ground. Cracks began to spread across the earth, snaking deep into the abyss. Roar. "Kill, kill, kill." Suddenly, the cracks released a cacophony of roars and battle cries. The ground trembled as if an army was charging forth. "Enjoy your doom," the spirit cackled, preparing to escape by phasing through the ground. But just as it started to sink, a bright golden light erupted from its chest, right where Lin Fan's blood spear had pierced it earlier. A faint dragon's shadow could be seen in the light. The spirit screamed in agony, caught completely off guard. "Did you really think I wouldn't leave any safeguards?" Lin Fan's cold smile mocked the spirit's ignorance. It had assumed he was as foolish as it was. "You." The spirit looked at Lin Fan in terror, all its arrogance gone. "Enjoy your fate," Lin Fan said, throwing the spirit's own words back at it. The golden light intensified, slowly disintegrating the spirit's body. "No, no, no," the spirit finally broke, begging for mercy as it felt its life slipping away. But Lin Fan didn't spare it a second glance, focusing instead on the growing noise of the incoming threat. Soon a horde of translucent, ghostly knights emerged from the abyss, their murderous intent so strong that it chilled the air even further, freezing the ground beneath their feet. Their mere presence made even the true dragon guards and the white-haired elders shiver uncontrollably. The enormous Tiger King, too, looked to its master for help. The knight's killing intent was palpable, making it clear why this place was considered a death trap. The spirit had lured them here for a reason. "Those who disturb the rest of the divine shall perish," the lead knight bellowed, and with that, a terrifying assault was unleashed. Divine slumber. When everyone heard those words, their expressions became tense. Ancient gods, whose power far surpassed that of martial saints, were terrifying beings. If one of these gods was merely slumbering and not dead, it would be an unimaginable threat. "It's just a bluff." Lin Fan's calm voice cut through the fear that had gripped the group, pulling them back from their anxious thoughts. By the time they regained their composure, they saw Lin Fan stepping forward, undeterred by the ghostly knights charging toward him. With his divine dragon transformation already activated, Lin Fan looked like a human war dragon. The blood-red spear in his hand radiated a menacing aura, giving the impression that even a god wouldn't stop him from slaughtering everything in his path. "How dare you!" The lead ghost knight, infuriated by Lin Fan's defiance, became even more violent. In his hand he held a spear that glowed with a grayish flame, a weapon forged from pure killing intent, a truly deadly artifact. Although his mount was a decayed warhorse, its speed was astonishing. As soon as the knight spoke, he had already closed the distance between himself and Lin Fan. With a swift motion, his spear cut through the air, aimed directly at Lin Fan's head. Lin Fan remained expressionless and didn't retreat. He raised his blood spear and met the attack head-on. Clang! Clang! The two weapons collided with a sharp sound, sending shockwaves rippling outward. The solid ground of the abyss was gouged into a smooth crater by the force of the impact. The Ghost Knight commander was momentarily surprised that Lin Fan didn't falter under his deadly strike, but his surprise quickly turned into murderous intent. No matter how powerful the intruder was, anyone who disturbed the divine slumber had to die. The Ghost Knight's spear continued to rain down attacks from above, each strike tearing through space and seemingly freezing the soul. His strength far surpassed that of the malevolent spirits and evil entities they had faced before. Despite this, Lin Fan remained unshaken, meeting each strike with equal force. Roar. The Tiger King, Lin Fan's mount, initially planned to retreat with its mate to avoid the brunt of the battle. However, seeing someone try to overpower its master, it became furious. Who could outdo a king of beasts? With a deafening roar, the Tiger King charged into battle. Although it usually relied on Lin Fan's protection, it was still a bloodthirsty and battle-hardened beast at heart. Recognizing the Tiger King's fighting spirit, Lin Fan leapt onto its broad back, ready for the fight ahead. Now, both master and mount engaged their opponents on equal footing, with Lin Fan and the Ghost Knight commander locked in fierce combat. Meanwhile, the Tiger King clashed with the Ghost Knight's skeletal warhorse, overpowering it with its mighty paws. The Knight commander, who had been evenly matched with Lin Fan, began to falter as his mount came under attack. With his support compromised, he slowly started to lose ground. Seeing their leader struggling, the other Ghost Knights charged in to help. Trying to gang up on us? Sisters, let's join the fight. Mingyu couldn't stand by any longer. She quickly mounted her saint-level mount, the Nightglow Lion Tiger Beast, and charged forward with her golden spear. With Lin Fan's help, her body had transformed into the battle saint physique. Even though her cultivation was only at the second turn, her strength rivaled that of a fourth-turn ancestor. With her powerful mount beside her, she could easily overpower most opponents. Her impressive combat skills surprised everyone, especially those who had assumed she was merely being protected by Lin Fan. Xiao Qing and Mo Qianqian also joined the battle. While their raw strength wasn't quite on par with He Mingyu's, their teamwork made them formidable. Xiao Qing used her powers to command and control the Ghost Knights, forcing them to halt in their tracks. Mo Qianqian then took advantage of this to unleash her mechanical weapons and launch a relentless attack. The scene was reminiscent of a well-coordinated game of League of Legends. Xiao Qing acted like a support character, stunning the enemies, while Mo Qianqian played the role of a damage dealer, freely attacking without concern. The veiled woman was stunned by the trio's performance. She had assumed they were just pretty faces, but their combat prowess was undeniable. Although their cultivation levels weren't high, their lethality was unmatched. Then Lin Xiaotong entered the fray. Throughout the journey he had remained unnoticed, quietly staying behind Lin Fan without uttering a word. But when he finally took action, his deadly efficiency shocked everyone. Cloaked in gray light, he moved like a phantom, appearing behind the Ghost Knights and swiftly decapitating them with his blade. While He Mingyu, Xiao Qing, and Mo Qianqian impressed with their coordinated attacks, Lin Xiaotong's efficiency was unparalleled. Despite his cultivation being only at the peak of the third turn, his attacks were so precise and deadly that even a fourth-turn ancestor would struggle to survive against him. The white-haired elder, a fourth-turn ancestor, realized that his chances of surviving an attack from Lin Xiaotong were less than 10%. The thought sent chills down his spine. What a terrifying killer, the veiled woman muttered, her expression turning serious. Aside from Lin Fan, this was the first time someone had made her feel so uneasy. Indeed, those who follow a true expert are never weak. Comrades, it's time to show our strength. We true Dragon Guards are not mere bystanders, the true Dragon Guard captain declared, raising his spear and leading his team into battle. Lin Dao Yu, let me join you, the veiled woman called out with a light smile. She and her clan members also jumped into the fray, joining the chaotic battle. In an instant, the abyss turned into a battlefield. The ghostly knights were powerful, but Lin Fan's team was even stronger. The fierce battle shook the abyss to its core, causing cracks to form on the once stable ground, as if a massive earthquake had struck. Deep within the abyss, at its very depths, a withered corpse bound by countless black chains suddenly twitched. With that single movement, the entire abyss plunged into darkness, as black as ink. The underground abyss, though dimly lit, was still visible like the twilight hours in a rural village. But in an instant, the darkness became impenetrable, as if some terrifying force had descended, bringing with it an overwhelming sense of oppression. What's happening? Everyone who had been engaged in battle felt uneasy as they faced this unexpected development. After all, this place was no ordinary battlefield, and any sudden change could spell disaster. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed. Earlier, he had used his max-level star-gazing skill to predict the area. While he had sensed some threats, they seemed manageable well within his control. This was why he had confidently followed the evil spirit down here. But now, the energy in the area had become chaotic and unpredictable. Yet, with the ghostly knights still engaged in combat, retreat wasn't an option. The only choice was to finish the fight. Having made up his mind, Lin Fan stopped holding back and activated his divine ability, Heaven and Earth Transformation. With the divine power coursing through him, his blood spear became like a towering pillar, smashing down on the Knight Commander with unstoppable force. Kill? 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 The Knight Commander fought back desperately, his killing intent enveloping the area like a tangible force. But against Lin Fan, whose power was growing exponentially, he was eventually crushed into pieces. All that remained of the massive figure was a single droplet of gray liquid, hovering where he had stood. This is the essence of slaughter. The veiled woman explained, recognizing the liquid. It's a pure concentration of the power of slaughter, something that can enhance the killing intent of those who practice this path. It's a sacred item coveted by all who follow the way of slaughter. Lin Fan didn't recognize the liquid at first, but after hearing the explanation he nodded and put it into a jade bottle. If it was as valuable as she said, he already had a perfect use in mind for it. The veiled woman then surveyed the surrounding darkness with a serious expression. Can you tell what's causing this change, she asked. I can't say for sure yet, but it's definitely not simple. Lin Fan replied. Her expression grew more serious. Should we leave here and figure things out later? Why leave? Lin Fan smiled. We've already come this far. Leaving without gaining anything would be a wasted trip. Besides, here's a secret for you, there's a good chance the divine blood we're looking for is just ahead. The mention of divine blood made the veiled woman's breath catch. Are you certain? She asked, her heart racing. Divine blood was rumored to hold the key to transcending beyond the martial saint realm. It was a priceless treasure, beyond anything the world could offer. Even if the legends were exaggerated, just a fraction of its power could elevate her to new heights. At her current level, her potential was nearly exhausted. Only a great opportunity like this could allow her to break through. While her main goal in entering the abyss was to find clues about the Yaoqi Holy Land, finding divine blood would make this journey more than worthwhile. Absolutely. Lin Fan confirmed with a smile. The veiled woman had developed near total trust in him during their time together. Now, with this assurance, any thought of retreat vanished from her mind. Even if a slumbering god lay ahead, the potential rewards were worth the risk. Seeing her determination, Lin Fan's smile widened slightly. Keeping her close was essential since she had valuable information about the Yaoqi Holy Land. While divine blood was precious, it paled in comparison to the sacred lotus. Let's finish up here, Lin Fan said before rejoining the ongoing battle. The veiled woman didn't hesitate and unleashed her power once again. Despite her earlier claims of being a delicate woman, she fought like a killing machine. With her mastery of extreme ice, she froze the remaining knights in place with a mere wave of her hand before raining down deadly ice spikes. Her attacks, imbued with the full force of a peak 5th turn martial saint, were as lethal as any real weapon. In moments, she wiped out entire squads of knights. Her area of effect attacks were so devastating that even Lin Fan had to admit she was more efficient at clearing weaker enemies. If Lin Fan was a berserker warrior, excelling in single target damage, the veiled woman was a mage, dominating in crowd control. Lin Daoyu, did my little display meet your expectations? She asked with a light laugh after wiping out the last of the knights. Not bad. Lin Fan nodded with a smile, acknowledging her effectiveness. The veiled woman's lips curled into a satisfied smile under her veil. I'm glad to have earned your praise, she said, her voice tinged with delight. So what if you can kill small fry quickly? When you face a real powerhouse, you'll still get taken down in a second. He Mingyu, feeling a bit jealous, grumbled under her breath. An old woman pretending to be a young girl, it was shameless. Xiao Qing and Mo Qianqian chuckled softly, recognizing that He Mingyu was displeased by the veiled woman's attempts to get close to Lin Fan. However, they chose not to comment. They understood that no matter what happened, they wouldn't oppose Lin Fan's decisions. After all, even minor kings had harems. Their husband, who stood above all, was certainly entitled to more than one companion. And as for He Mingyu's complaints, the veiled woman didn't take them to heart. She simply smiled at her kindly, leaving He Mingyu at a loss for words. Alright, everyone has their strengths. There's no need to argue. The battle is over, and we should move forward. There's a divine presence deeper and there's a strong chance that's where the divine blood is, Lin Fan said, trying to diffuse the tension. The mention of divine blood instantly grabbed everyone's attention. No one could remain calm after hearing that. The cold wind remained bitter, yet it couldn't dampen the fiery determination in everyone's hearts. Knowing that divine blood might be inside, no one chose to back out. Along the way to the depths, each person's expression was unwavering. Is divine blood really that good? Xiao Qing, not being a local, was unfamiliar with divine blood and its significance. She curiously whispered to her two sisters beside her. Mo Qianqian responded, few know the specifics, but in some ancient families, it is recorded that divine blood is one of the shortcuts to becoming a supreme being. Qianqian is right. He Mingyu nodded. Thousands of years ago there was a great saint named Jin Peng, who was invincible across the Qin Empire. He was hailed as the greatest master of his time, all thanks to the divine blood he obtained. That powerful Xiao Qing's eyes widened at the thought. To be a great saint, a martial artist of the highest order, was already remarkable. But to be invincible, this was truly astonishing. Of course. If it wasn't this powerful, people wouldn't go crazy over it. He Mingyu nodded vigorously, her desire for such a supreme treasure clear. That's definitely worth the risk, Xiao Qing agreed, her longing for the divine blood growing. Lin Fan didn't stop his women from chatting. He had fully activated his dragon-seeking eye technique, searching for any overlooked traces. He hadn't deceived the veiled woman, he had indeed sensed a divine presence earlier. But aside from that aura, he also detected a fleeting, yet terrifying presence. Although it seemed like an illusion, at his level, illusions were nearly impossible. Moreover, using his advanced stargazing technique, he confirmed that the energy here had indeed changed. If the sleeping god truly exists, I'm eager to see it today. Lin Fan didn't shrink back, this was far from enough to scare him off. However, he wasn't careless either. As they advanced, he discreetly set up some precautions. This place was indeed a death trap, with formations easily drawing on the forces of heaven and earth, isolating it from the outside world, creating a unique domain. If utilized correctly, one could establish a deadly trap here with minimal effort. Though not as formidable as the celestial burial chess game outside, it wouldn't be far behind. As they moved forward in what seemed like a random pattern, a terrifying killing formation was slowly taking shape. Yet, this was so subtle that even the veiled woman, who had reached the master level in chess, didn't notice. Though she found Lin Fan's winding path strange, she simply assumed it was due to the dangers in the area. Forbidden zone ahead. All beings retreat as they wound their way forward. The group reached the depths of the abyss, where a massive stone stele loomed ahead. The large characters carved into it exuded a dreadful pressure, making people fear to gaze upon or desecrate it. This stele, seeing the inscription, everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they couldn't help but feel an urge to heed its warning and leave immediately. This is the power of rules, the veiled woman spoke with unprecedented gravity, her entire body tensed. The power of rules, the group looked at her in confusion. She nodded, yes. The power of rules, the supreme force said to be controlled by ancient gods. This warning stele was left by such a god using that power. Similar steles exist in other forbidden zones, all marking deadly, terrifying places where any living being entering is doomed to die. Hearing this, everyone gasped in unison. Only Lin Fan remained indifferent, as if he had known all along. The veiled woman, noticing this, asked, Lin Daoyu, are we really going to step into this place? Are you afraid? Lin Fan smiled at her. Seeing him smile, the veiled woman was momentarily stunned. Didn't she make herself clear? Places marked by divine steles are death traps. Could it be that he's not afraid of death? But recalling their journey so far, from overcoming the celestial burial chess game to resolving the supposedly unsolvable evil spirits, she found herself unable to say anything more. The man before her seemed like a mystery. Problems that seemed insurmountable to others were nothing to him. Could a death trap for others be the same for him? The veiled woman suddenly raised her head, looking at his gentle smile, and made her decision. What's there to fear? With Lin Daoyu here, I'm not afraid of anything. She smiled, as if her earlier fright had been an illusion. In that case, let's go in. Lin Fan's smile remained unchanged despite her sudden shift in attitude. All right. The veiled woman nodded, and without hesitation, stepped into the death trap. Ancestor, the white-haired old man, who had been tagging along, was already trembling in fear again. But seeing his ancestor step in, he gritted his teeth and followed. Regardless of his abilities, his loyalty was commendable. Let's go in too. Lin Fan waved to his wives and also entered the death trap. As the two groups disappeared, the remaining true dragon guards exchanged glances. I trust the senior as long as he doesn't see me as a burden. The female guard spoke first and promptly followed. The others exchanged looks, nodded firmly, and also followed. Lin Fan hadn't considered them burdens. What more could they hesitate about? To adventure alongside such a strong man was an honor, regardless of the outcome. Clearly, during this journey, the once proud true dragon guards had already been conquered. The entire group entered the death trap, disappearing into the pitch-black night. The entrance returned to silence, with only the characters on the divine stele occasionally emitting a faint glow. So cold. Though separated by just a stone still, the difference in temperature between the two places was stark. It wasn't the freezing cold but a deep chill that reached the soul. Even with the warmth left behind by Lin Fan's power, Xiao Qing and the other women couldn't help but shiver, their lips turning slightly pale. The goofy Tiger King was even more exaggerated, yowling from the cold, its paws hopping off the icy ground. The nightshade lion and tiger beast was more restrained, but its body still trembled. Even the veiled woman, the strongest among them, wasn't immune. "Stay close to me," Lin Fan said, and in the next moment, his blood power surged like a furnace. A divine dragon could be faintly seen swimming within the energy, dispelling the soul-chilling cold and warming everyone up. However, this action seemed to trigger something deeper within the death trap. A faint metallic clang echoed from the depths. Though the sound was slight, it rang in their ears like thunder, and a terrifying cold force surged forth. In an instant, Lin Fan's group was swallowed whole. Boom! The force of extreme cold surged like a tsunami, and Lin Fan's group, caught within it, seemed like a lone leaf in a vast ocean. Two opposing forces collided instantly, like boiling oil meeting cold water, exploding in a violent clash. They entangled, eroded, devoured, and fought against each other relentlessly. This is the power of the extreme cold rule. The veiled woman, having trained extensively in the path of ice, quickly recognized the essence of this power. The power of rules. Upon hearing this term, everyone felt their hair stand on end. Lin Fan's expression became serious. For the first time, his dragon force had encountered a worthy opponent, not in terms of strength, but in terms of the level of power. In the past, even when faced with stronger opponents, the level of his dragon force always allowed him to suppress them. Whether it was fearsome spirits or so-called invincible evil entities, his power had always prevailed. But now, he faced an attribute that he couldn't suppress, forcing him to be more cautious. Controlled rule power. Could there truly be a god here? The veiled woman's face paled. If a god truly resided here, could they, the intruders, hope to survive? The others felt similarly uneasy. The oppressive force of the rule power left no one unaffected. "There's no need to scare yourselves." Lin Fan's voice broke the tension. "It's just a rootless force. As long as we withstand this impact, nothing will happen." Lin Fan's words seemed to carry a kind of magic, snapping everyone out of their daze. They realized that while the rule power outside was terrifying, it was being kept at bay by the golden domain that Lin Fan had unleashed. Although the domain was constantly being compressed and distorted, it never collapsed. In fact, it was entangled in a fierce struggle with the opposing force, neither side giving an inch. My God! His power is on the same level as rule power. Just how many secrets does this man have? Could he be a reincarnated god? The veiled woman's eyes widened. The stronger she became, the more she understood the terrifying nature of rule power. At first she had thought Lin Fan didn't fully grasp the concept when he spoke, but now she realized he did. The level of his power was on par with the rules, or perhaps it was a form of rule power itself, just unrecognizable to her. Otherwise, how could he hold his own against the extreme cold rule? Lin Fan had correctly judged the situation. The extreme cold rule power was indeed rootless. Though its initial impact was strong, as long as they held out, they would be fine. His dragon domain, though small, had a foundation and could continually replenish itself. The opposing force, despite its vastness, lacked such replenishment and would eventually fade. And indeed, after several hours of struggle, the extreme cold rule power gradually weakened and eventually dissipated as silently as it had appeared. "We actually survived," the veiled woman whispered in disbelief as the rule power vanished. "It wasn't you who survived, it was my husband who saved the day." Mingyu corrected her domineeringly, asserting her claim on Lin Fan. The veiled woman smiled softly and nodded. "Yes, you're right." This gentle response left Mingyu, who was usually more assertive, at a loss like punching cotton. She could only grumble, "As long as you know." The tension that had built up during the ordeal eased as the group watched this exchange, and their spirits lifted. They grew more confident that as long as this godlike man stood, no problem was insurmountable. "What's that?" Suddenly, Mo Qianqian, with her sharp eyes, pointed toward the darkness ahead. Perhaps it was an illusion, but after the extreme cold rule power dissipated, the surrounding night didn't seem as impenetrably dark. Following her lead, the others squinted into the gloom and saw a faint shape. What could it be? Curiosity sparked among them. Lin Fan remained calm. "Why not go and see?" With that, he led the way, his dragon domain shining even brighter, pushing back the surrounding darkness. The others, now blindly confident in Lin Fan, followed without hesitation. Soon, illuminated by the light of the dragon domain, they saw what lay in the darkness: a large altar built from legendary 5-colored earth. Intricate patterns were carved upon it, and just one glance made their heads spin. None dared to look too closely, fearing they might fall under its spell. What is that?" The white-haired old man, who had been quietly following along, suddenly gasped as if he had seen a ghost. The veiled woman, displeased by her disciple's outburst and feeling embarrassed before Lin Fan, was about to scold him when she, too, fell silent upon seeing the altar's center. The others reacted similarly, all struck dumb by what they saw. Is that an ancient god? The thought appeared in their minds without any introduction or explanation, and no words were needed. Just one look at the figure kneeling in the center of the altar, bound by dark, glowing chains, and the idea planted itself in their heads. Though his head hung low and his face was obscured by disheveled hair, anyone who looked at him felt as if he were staring right back, his gaze all-encompassing. The ancient legends say that mere mortals can instinctively recognize a god when they see one. Could this figure be an ancient god? But if he is, weren't the gods supposed to be invincible? How could one have been killed and bound here? The veiled woman slowly approached the altar, her voice a dazed whisper. The others were similarly baffled. Ancient gods were supposed to be unbeatable, capable of dying in battle, perhaps, but never to be so brutally subdued. Yet the scene before them clearly conveyed a god who had been defeated. Though he knelt with his head bowed, the massive wound on his chest, where his dried-up innards were visible, and the chains binding his limbs, told a grim story. An ancient god, slain and bound, his divine blood spilled upon the altar, denied peace even in death. Even Lin Fan was silent. If such a powerful being could be defeated like this, how dangerous must the world truly be? It was clear one could never know too much or be too careful. This is indeed a god's corpse, but unfortunately, all the divine blood has drained away. The veiled woman stepped closer, sensing the area before speaking with a sigh. There was a god here, but not the divine blood they had hoped for. The others sighed too, their faces filled with regret. Hey, what a pity. Just as the group was lamenting, a voice suddenly broke the silence. They looked at each other, realizing it wasn't any of them speaking. If it wasn't them, then who was it? The veiled woman, the highest ranked among them, instantly tensed, her eyes darting around the area. Then, she noticed an extra figure behind the white-haired old man. Sensing her gaze, the figure smiled at her, flashing white teeth. But instead of feeling relieved, the veiled woman was filled with an overwhelming chill that shot through her entire being. A god's remnant thought. Divine spirit thought. The veiled woman's voice trembled. It was the first time she had ever lost her composure like this. Seeing his ancestor staring fixedly at him, or rather, at something behind him with an unprecedented expression of shock, the white-haired old man felt his legs go weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Ancestor, please don't scare me. Although he didn't sense anything wrong, he knew his ancestor wouldn't react like this without reason. Something must be behind him. The veiled woman didn't respond but instead glanced over at Lin Fan. Almost simultaneously, Lin Fan noticed the extra figure as well. Though he didn't know exactly what divine spirit thought was, the veiled woman's reaction made it clear that this was no simple entity. It was likely connected to the ancient god at the center of the altar. Meeting the veiled woman's gaze, Lin Fan calmly said to the white-haired old man, "There's nothing to worry about. Don't scare yourself." While Lin Fan's words were meant to soothe, his actions were entirely different. Just as he finished speaking, a blood-red spear in his hand was suddenly hurled forward, fast and precise. The spear shot out like a crimson bolt of lightning, grazing the white-haired old man's neck as it sped toward the smiling figure behind him. Feeling the coldness at his neck, the white-haired old man could no longer hold on. He collapsed to the ground, his usual demeanor as a powerful four-turn elder completely gone. It wasn't that he was weak, rather, the situations he had encountered alongside Lin Fan were far beyond his experience. Even the veiled woman, a powerful five-turn ancient ancestor, had been continuously shocked. Hey hey hey! The eerie laughter echoed again. The figure seemed to move slowly, yet it evaded the lightning-fast spear with unnatural ease, as if the space around him had warped, altering the spear's trajectory. Lin Daoyu, be careful. This is the legendary divine spirit thought. The veiled woman quickly transmitted to Lin Fan, having just managed to calm herself. It's a manifestation of a god's resentment and unwillingness to die, retaining some of the god's characteristics. It's extremely dangerous and incredibly hard to deal with. Its methods are unpredictable and bizarre. Divine spirit thought, an eerie spirit born from the death of an ancient god, filled with deep resentment and unwillingness to pass on. While its power was far weaker than that of a true ancient god, even a fragment of a god's power was beyond what mortals could withstand. In the past, a divine spirit thought had once escaped a life-restricted area, causing a catastrophe throughout the Qin Empire. Countless powerful figures perished in the ensuing chaos, until the Qin Emperor himself, wielding the empire's destiny, managed to suppress it. Such beings were considered invincible in the current era. A god's obsession. Lin Fan glanced at the corpse of the ancient god kneeling at the altar's center. He then took a deep breath and recalled the blood-red spear. There was no doubt the appearance of this divine spirit thought put unprecedented pressure on him. Using his advanced star-gazing technique, Lin Fan observed that the danger level had reached a deep red, signaling extreme life-threatening danger. A single misstep could cost him his life. You all should leave now, Lin Fan said, opting to implement their emergency plan rather than face the danger head-on. However, the divine spirit thought had no intention of letting him proceed smoothly. Just as Lin Fan finished speaking, the eerie laughter rang out again. In an instant, the divine spirit thought took a step forward and appeared before the veiled woman, who had just revealed its nature. Without any overwhelming aura, it simply lifted a finger and lightly tapped her forehead. The movement seemed almost playful, yet the veiled woman's expression changed drastically. Despite her best efforts to dodge, she found it impossible to evade, as if some rule had locked her in place. A strong sense of death enveloped her, filling her with despair. Am I going to die? She muttered in a daze, feeling utterly powerless. This was the terror of an ancient god. Even a mere remnant of its thought was enough to drive her to despair. Not even a mighty 5-turn peak martial saint could resist. Ancestor. You dare! Through her daze, the veiled woman faintly heard the anguished cries of her clan members and an angry shout. But these sounds seemed distant, as the sense of death grew clearer. Yet to her surprise, the death she expected didn't come. Confused, she opened her eyes to find a towering figure standing before her, a figure she instantly recognized as Lin Fan, now in his most imposing form. Lin Fan had taken the fatal blow on her behalf. Hurry and leave. Lin Fan's voice, filled with dominance, seemed unaffected by the divine spirit thought, as if even such a terrifying entity couldn't suppress him. But up close, the veiled woman could clearly see golden blood dripping from his body onto the altar. We go. The veiled woman's eyes reddened, and she wanted to stay and help, but Lin Fan cut her off firmly before she could finish. We need to leave now. Staying will only distract him. Mo Qian, ever perceptive, quickly realized that with the divine spirit thought's power, they would only be a burden to Lin Fan if they stayed. Lin Fan, be careful. He Mingyu also understood, giving a quick warning before urging her mount and the Tiger King to carry the group away at top speed. The veiled woman followed, but deep in her heart, she etched the memory of the figure that had pulled her from the brink of death. Watching the group swiftly depart, Lin Fan turned his gaze back to the divine spirit thought and said, now that no one is here to interfere, let's have a proper fight. Hey hey hey. The divine spirit thought responded with its familiar eerie laugh, its gaze condescending. With a casual finger, it had already injured Lin Fan. What could he possibly fight with? Though it didn't speak, its meaning was clear. Lin Fan didn't bother arguing. Taking a deep breath, he activated the dragon armor beneath his clothes. With a series of metallic clicks, the armor swiftly covered him. This armor, forged through divine-level mechanical techniques, now fit him perfectly in his enlarged state, looking like an ultimate weapon. The intricate patterns glowed as his blood power surged, transforming his aura. If he had been a warrior before, now he was a war god. Let's go again. Lin Fan's voice echoed, now filled with unyielding dominance. With a powerful step, he cracked the solid altar beneath his feet and charged at the divine spirit thought. Once again, the divine spirit thought attempted to twist space and evade using its strange rule-bending methods. But this time, Lin Fan shattered the distorted space with brute force and sent the spirit flying with a powerful blow. In mid-air, he summoned his blood-red spear and unleashed a rapid, fearsome assault. Boom! From afar, the veiled woman and her group looked back at the sound, their jaws dropping in shock. The supposedly invincible divine spirit thought was being batted around like a ball. Was this reality? Who was truly invincible here, Lin Fan or the divine spirit thought? Even the veiled woman found it hard to believe what was happening, and it seemed that the divine spirit thought itself couldn't believe it either. An insignificant ant was actually capable of attacking it. Although the assault was more impressive than effective, it didn't actually harm it. The blow to its dignity was undeniable. As a being transformed from a god, how could it tolerate such humiliation? You dare court death? This time, there was no eerie laughter, only genuine anger. When a god is enraged, the consequences are far more than catastrophic. As its fury ignited, the entire abyssal space shook violently. Boom! Lin Fan's massive blood spear, which had been striking down like a pillar of heaven, was caught with just one hand this time. Are gods truly this strong? This is just a remnant, and yet it's this powerful Lin Fan, now in his strongest state, wielded unimaginable power. He could shatter mountains with ease and unleash devastating attacks with his weapon. But even with such strength, he couldn't inflict any real damage on the divine spirit thought, only making it appear slightly disheveled. This was, without a doubt, the strongest opponent he had ever faced since starting his journey. Die. Enraged, the divine spirit thought didn't waste any more words. After blocking Lin Fan's blood spear, it threw a punch directly at him. There was nothing fancy about this punch, but with the rule power behind it, it was more terrifying than any other attack. Lin Fan quickly withdrew his blood spear to defend himself, activating all the divine patterns on his dragon armor for protection. Yet even with all his preparations, he couldn't withstand the blow and was sent flying. However, as if anticipating this outcome, Lin Fan wasn't injured. Instead, he used the force to accelerate his retreat toward the outside. The infuriated divine spirit thought had no intention of letting the ant that dared challenge it escape. Twisting space with its rule power, it pursued Lin Fan at an unimaginable speed, rapidly closing the distance between them. As he glanced back at the pursuing divine spirit thought, Lin Fan's lips curled into a faint smile beneath his armor. Yes, keep chasing me. Soon, you'll be in for a surprise. Chuckling softly, Lin Fan used his highest level dragon step, increasing his speed even more. Thus the chase began. He ran, and the divine spirit thought followed, determined to capture him. As Lin Fan crossed the boundary marked by the divine stele, the surroundings began to change. Without hesitation he continued running forward. The divine spirit thought, despite pausing briefly upon seeing the stele, soon let its anger overcome its caution and continued the pursuit. It didn't take long for the divine spirit thought to catch up with Lin Fan, or rather, for Lin Fan to stop running. Not running anymore. The divine spirit thought's voice was icy, its very presence distorting the space around it with murderous intent. No, I'm done running. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, retracting both his dragon armor and the power of his divine abilities, appearing as if he had resigned himself to his fate. But the divine spirit thought didn't believe it. During their earlier confrontation, it had clearly sensed this ant's unwavering battle spirit. Though weak, it was boundless. This realization made the divine spirit thought warily survey its surroundings. You're quite cautious, but since I promised to give you a surprise, I will deliver. Lin Fan chuckled again. Before the divine spirit thought could react, he stomped lightly on the ground, activating the trap he had meticulously set up along the way. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the entire abyssal floor seemed to come alive, connected by a special array of patterns. The divine spirit thought immediately sensed the danger and tried to escape, but it was too late. Once the heavenly killing formation was activated, escape was impossible for anyone within it. The very space began to warp, and the divine spirit thought, which had prided itself on its rule power, now found its abilities hindered and sluggish. Roar. Faced with this predicament, the divine spirit thought didn't sit idle. After a brief moment of hesitation, it summoned its full strength to break free. However, brute force alone couldn't easily dismantle Lin Fan's carefully crafted formation. Where Lin Fan had used skill and precision to dismantle previous traps, the divine spirit thought now relied on sheer force, pitting its might against the power of the heavens. This reckless action only further provoked the formation. As the divine spirit thought attempted to brute force its way out, the forces of heaven and earth surged in response, amplifying the formation's power. Boom! As the divine spirit thought fought back with all its might, the ground quaked violently, affecting even the entire celestial burial ground. What's happening? Those seeking fortune outside the abyss were terrified by the sudden tremors, unsure of what to think. Never before had the celestial burial ground been so violently disturbed. Could it be that some great treasure is about to emerge? Some hopeful individuals speculated, their hearts ablaze with excitement. But their hopes were quickly dashed. Nonsense. This isn't the emergence of a treasure, this is a battle between invincible powers. A battle powerful enough to shake the entire Forbidden Zone? How strong must these beings be? Hearing this, those who had been eager just moments before were now petrified with fear. Don't go any deeper. We can't afford to get caught up in this. Report back immediately. The leaders of the major factions quickly decided to retreat, sending messengers to report the situation. Meanwhile, deep within the abyss, Lin Fan, the orchestrator of this chaos, remained unaware of the stir he had caused outside. His focus was solely on the battle at hand, using the killing formation to harness more of the heavens' power to suppress the divine spirit thought. This entity was growing stronger the more it fought, even drawing on the power of its original self, the ancient god. The sheer terror of that power was unimaginable. If Lin Fan hadn't prepared in advance and set up the formation, he might have already been defeated. The power being unleashed now was far beyond what any mortal could comprehend. Even the veiled woman, a peak level 5 turn ancestor, would be trembling in the face of it. How terrifying, this is just a remnant, and it's already this strong. How powerful were the ancient gods themselves? Xiao Qing's eyes widened in shock. She was both frightened and awed by the display of strength, deeply impressed by the might of the ancient gods. The others nodded in agreement, realizing that such a being was beyond mortal comprehension. But my brother-in-law is even stronger, he can suppress something like this. Humph! Despite her fear, Xiao Qing couldn't help but feel proud as she watched Lin Fan manipulate the powers of heaven and earth. No matter how strong the enemy was, her brother-in-law was invincible. Now he was suppressing a god's remnant. Soon, he would be able to suppress a true ancient god. No one refuted Xiao Qing's prideful words, because they all felt the same way. In simple terms, they thought, I feel the same. The divine spirit thought struggled fiercely, even drawing on the power of its past self. But under Lin Fan's mastery, it was slowly suppressed. The forces of heaven and earth seemed to form a cage, trapping the divine spirit thought in a confined area. Despite its continual roars of anger, it could not break free from the suppression. The divine spirit thought is really being suppressed. Though no one had doubted Lin Fan, seeing such a powerful entity subdued left everyone deeply shaken. Let's go, Lin Fan said with a smile, wiping away sweat. Although his actions had seemed straightforward, the mental exhaustion was immense. The divine spirit thought had been far more terrifying than he had anticipated. Without prior preparation, even with his current strength, Lin Fan wouldn't have been able to resist it. At best he could have escaped, but the others would likely have been left behind. Where to? The others were still somewhat dazed. Back to the altar, of course, Lin Fan replied. There's a god's remains there, and after something like a divine spirit thought emerged, it's definitely worth investigating further. With his yin-yang dragon-seeking eye, no hidden treasures could escape him. And the altar exuded the glow of a great opportunity. Having gone through the effort of suppressing such a formidable obstacle, Lin Fan had no intention of missing out on the reward. The others, though lacking his vision, weren't fools. After Lin Fan's hint, they realized the significance of the altar. A god imprisoned here wouldn't be without reason. Anything related to a god would be an invaluable treasure for them. After all, even a drop of divine blood could allow a warrior to defy fate and rise to invincibility. Thus they set off once more, returning to the place where they had nearly lost their lives. The familiar altar came into view again, along with the lifeless remains of the god kneeling upon it. If only this god were still alive. Xiao Qing lamented as she looked at the remains. We could have kept collecting divine blood. The others smiled wryly at her words. While the logic was sound, the reality was that even the divine spirit thought, a mere remnant, had been overwhelmingly powerful. If the god were truly alive, they wouldn't even be able to approach it, let alone draw its blood whenever they wished. A single glance from the god could likely obliterate them on the spot. Lin Fan chuckled and patted Xiao Qing's head. No need to feel regret. There's treasure here waiting for us. With that, he walked to a corner of the altar and began to trace the intricate patterns on its surface. Buzzing sounds filled the air, followed by the sound of stone grinding against stone. The patterns on the altar lit up, and a hidden passage slowly opened in the floor. What is this? Everyone was astonished. Mo Qianqian, who came from a family skilled in mechanical arts, immediately recognized the sophisticated mechanism. Yet, she also noticed the presence of formation patterns, making it nearly impossible to detect and unlock the mechanism. The fact that Lin Fan not only discovered it but also easily activated it raised her admiration for him to a new level. "I want to learn," Lin Fan asked with a smile, noticing her eager expression. Yes. Mo Qianqian nodded without hesitation. Then you'll have to prove yourself worthy, Lin Fan teased before stepping into the passage. Haha, Sister Qianqian, you'll have to perform well tonight, or you might miss out on learning this, Xiao Qing teased, causing Mo Qianqian to blush, knowing exactly what performing well meant. He Mingyu joined in with a laugh, enjoying the chance to tease their usually quiet sister. The veiled woman, observing from the side, felt a twinge of envy but quickly suppressed it, following Lin Fan into the underground passage. The passage was large enough that even the massive Tiger King could squeeze through with some effort. They descended the staircase, which wasn't very long, and soon found themselves in an open chamber. The chamber was about 100 square meters, with ancient blue stone tiles covering the floor. The walls were lined with eternal lamps, burning with a faint glow despite the countless years that had passed. A subtle fragrance lingered in the air, though it was unclear what fuel kept the lamps burning. Is that divine blood? At the center of the chamber was a small stone pool. When the group saw what was inside, they cried out in shock. The pool was filled with red liquid, emanating a faint divine aura. Despite the passage of time, the blood remained vibrant and fresh. It was just blood, yet it stirred an overwhelming urge to drink it. It really is divine blood. As an ancient ancestor, the veiled woman quickly confirmed the truth. The stone pool contained the legendary divine blood. Lin Fan looked up from the pool toward the ceiling, where he saw a special pattern directly above that corresponded with the altar above. It seems that the divine blood drained from the imprisoned god has been stored here. Lin Fan noted, a smile forming on his lips. The amount of divine blood here was astonishing. Even the great Saint Jinpeng, who had once been invincible, had only acquired a few drops of divine blood. Yet here was a pool containing a significant amount enough to fill a small bucket. There's a skeleton here. Xiao Qing, always curious, noticed something unusual. The mention of another skeleton quickly drew everyone's attention. Sure enough, on the other side of the pool, there was indeed a human-shaped skeleton. Unlike the god's remains, this one had decayed and was far from eternal. This person was probably like us, seeking fortune, but when he thought he had finally found it and let his guard down, he was ambushed. The veiled woman deduced after examining the remains. Lin Fan nodded in agreement. The damage to the skeleton suggested that the unfortunate soul had been attacked from behind, a claw piercing through his ribs and crushing his heart, extinguishing his life. Lin Fan had initially paid little attention, assuming the attack had been the work of the divine spirit thought. But as he turned away, something caught his eye, a roll of ancient parchment tucked within the tattered clothing of the skeleton. He carefully retrieved the parchment. The moment he unrolled it and saw the characters written on it, his entire body tensed. The words on the parchment were what he had been searching for all along. Jade Pool. These two simple words made Lin Fan's eyes shine with unprecedented brilliance. He couldn't tear his gaze away from the parchment. Lin Dao Yu, what's wrong? The veiled woman, standing by Lin Fan's side, noticed his unusual reaction and spoke up with concern, fearing that something might be wrong. Lin Fan didn't respond verbally. Instead, he handed her the parchment he was holding. As she saw the characters on the parchment, her pupils suddenly contracted. The holy land of the Jade Pool, this was also something she had been searching for. Lin Dao Yu, could this be, she asked, her heart pounding, as she excitedly transmitted her thoughts to Lin Fan. Yes. Lin Fan confirmed with a nod. The parchment found on the skeleton was indeed a map leading to the ruins of the holy land of the Jade Pool. Below the words Jade Pool, the route to the location was clearly outlined. This person must have been the elder in charge of the Jade Pool branch that I mistakenly entered, the veiled woman said with a sigh. According to the records I gathered, only the head elder knew the exact location of the Jade Pool's ruins. He went missing in the celestial burial ground, and now we find that he met his end here. She couldn't help but feel a bit melancholic. For someone to make it this far, their strength had to be extraordinary. After all, the journey through the celestial burial ground was perilous, filled with deadly chess formations, space rifts, and the terrifying evil spirits. Only someone like Lin Fan, with his unfathomable abilities, could lead them through such dangers. Even legendary nine-turned saints might not have succeeded. Yet, despite his power, this elder had fallen to the divine spirit thought, dying just before reaching the divine blood he sought. It was a truly lamentable fate. Lin Fan also felt a pang of sympathy, but knew that had this elder survived, the map to the Jade Pool ruins wouldn't be in his hands, and he might not have even claimed the divine blood. It was an unfortunate truth. The two exchanged a glance, both understanding this point. They quickly composed themselves. Lin Fan would keep the map, and they would explore the ruins together. He didn't intend to keep it all to himself after all. The veiled woman's knowledge of the Jade Pool could prove invaluable. What about the divine blood? How should we handle it? With the map sorted, their focus naturally shifted to their greatest reward, the divine blood. Dividing such a valuable resource required careful consideration. But Lin Fan didn't hesitate. Everyone who came along gets a share. Absorb as much as you can, and any remaining will be mine as a bonus for my efforts. Divine blood wasn't easy to absorb. Even a few drops were significant. Despite everyone's impressive abilities, none of them could absorb much. While Lin Fan's offer seemed generous, in reality, most of the blood would end up with him. However, no one objected. On the contrary, they looked at him with gratitude. After all, Lin Fan had carried the burden throughout the journey. Even if he had taken everything for himself, they wouldn't have had any complaints. The veiled woman was the first to express her approval. I support Lin Dao Yu's decision. Let's divide it this way. We agree as well. The leader of the True Dragon Guards added. Honestly, we're getting more than we deserve. We'll always remember this kindness. As for the white-haired elder who had been along for the ride, he had no say in the matter. But he didn't mind. He considered himself lucky just to be alive. After all the terror he had endured, it was finally time to reap some rewards. Despite being nearly 200 years old, he grinned like a child, though no one mocked him, as they all felt like smiling too. With the distribution settled, they gathered around the stone pool, sat down, and began absorbing the divine blood. The Tiger King and its mate lay behind their masters, ready to benefit from the divine blood as well. The blood wasn't directly consumed. Instead, they slowly absorbed its essence, allowing it to transform their bodies and imbue them with divine power. The process went smoothly. The altar seemed to have purified the blood, leaving only beneficial energy for them to absorb. However, despite this, their cultivation levels were too low compared to the ancient gods, making the absorption process slow. Naturally, Lin Fan absorbed the blood the fastest. With his divine dragon physique, the divine blood felt like it was made for him, and he absorbed it effortlessly. Surprisingly though, the second fastest was not He Mingyu, who had a battle saint body, nor Lin Xiao Tong, with her slaughter saint body, but Xiao Qing, who had no special physique and was only at the first turn. While not as fast as Lin Fan, she wasn't far behind either. Seeing this, Lin Fan was taken aback, recalling Xiao Qing's fully awakened natural meridians and her mysterious divine ability at the first turn. Despite lacking offensive power, her ability allowed her to influence even third and fourth turn warriors, which was certainly extraordinary, perhaps even a rule-based ability. I'll have to ask Xiao Qing about her origins later. Lin Fan thought to himself. Her abilities were too strange, even surpassing those of a saint body, which made it worth investigating. As he made up his mind, a soft cracking sound echoed through the chamber. In a short time, Xiao Qing had broken through, unlocking another shackle within her body and advancing to the second turn of martial sainthood. With this breakthrough, her absorption of divine blood sped up further, quickly propelling her toward the peak of the second turn. Incredible. Even Lin Fan, with all his advantages, couldn't help but be impressed. Xiao Qing was truly remarkable. But it was a good thing. Lin Fan didn't intervene, instead looking forward to seeing just how far Xiao Qing could progress. Time passed, and the sound of shackles breaking continued to echo through the chamber. Lin Fan was the next to break through, reaching the fourth turn of martial sainthood and gaining another divine ability. This new ability brought a smile to his face. His strength had once again surged. If he encountered the divine spirit thought now, he wouldn't be as helpless as before. And this was only the beginning. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the divine blood seemed to be perfectly suited for him. It became easier and easier to absorb, and something within his body quietly began to transform. His golden blood, radiating a holy aura, flowed like a furnace of the heavens, containing the power to create and destroy worlds. Although it might have been an illusion, Lin Fan felt an overwhelming urge to break through the limits of the world. His cultivation level continued to rise, and soon, with another shattering of a shackle, he broke through to the fifth turn. And yet, the progress didn't stop there. Even Lin Fan himself started to feel uneasy about the speed of his advancements. What was going on? As a divine alchemist, Lin Fan knew he could easily boost his cultivation level if he wanted to. But cultivation was like building a house. If you kept adding floors without strengthening the foundation, the structure wouldn't last. A single setback could turn everything into rubble. Lin Fan had big ambitions and would never allow such a thing to happen. That's why he always focused on solidifying his foundation. After all, external resources weren't like those provided by the system. They weren't guaranteed to be free of hidden dangers. Even the best medicine could have side effects. Now, with his rapid advancement, Lin Fan naturally felt concerned. Fortunately, after unlocking the fifth shackle, the pace of his improvement slowed down, shifting instead to nurturing the unknown transformation happening within him. Had this not happened, Lin Fan would have considered forcibly halting the absorption. In the chamber, while Lin Fan had paused, the others continued absorbing the divine blood, which proved to be even more potent than they had imagined. The 5 true dragon guards, who had been on the verge of breaking through to the third turn, quickly achieved it with the help of the divine blood. He Mingyu, with her battle saint body, one of the world's top physiques, also advanced rapidly, breaking through to the third turn in no time, and soon reaching the peak of that level. Lin Xiaotong, with her innate saint body and pure martial intent, experienced an even more dramatic rise, surpassing the others and forcefully breaking through her fourth shackle. At the second turn, Lin Xiaotong could already threaten a 4-turn elder. Now, having reached the 4th turn herself, her power was unimaginable. Roar! 2 beastly roars echoed in the chamber, those of the Tiger King and the Nightshade Lion Tiger Beast. The divine blood had also boosted their strength, pushing them to the peak of the second turn. This was the power of a great opportunity. In a short time, Everyone around Lin Fan had undergone monumental transformations. Then, the loudest sound of a shackle breaking came from the veiled woman, who had been stagnant for a long time. After reaching the 5th turn, progressing further had been incredibly difficult. External forces could no longer easily aid her. Although she had exceptional talent and had benefited from the resources of the Jade Pool's branch, she had been stuck at the 5th turn for nearly 300 years. If not for this, she wouldn't have risked entering the celestial burial ground. But now, with the help of the divine blood, she had finally broken through the barrier and advanced. Her heart was filled with excitement and gratitude. All of this was thanks to a certain man. Without him, she wouldn't have just failed to break through, she would have perished when the formation backfired. Despite being hundreds of years old, she felt like a young girl, her heart fluttering with anticipation and hope. Lin Dao Yu, I, Gu Lingji, will surely repay your kindness, she silently vowed as she stabilized her newfound strength. Reaching the 6th turn made her one of the world's most powerful beings, invincible wherever she went. And that wasn't the only reward. Being baptized by divine blood would further enhance her talent, offering even greater potential for the future. This was the true harvest. After a day and a night, everyone's absorption came to an end, not because they didn't want to continue, but because they couldn't take in anymore. Just as Lin Fan had predicted, aside from those with extraordinary talents, most people only absorbed a few drops of divine blood. Even the veiled woman barely managed to absorb 10 drops. The stone pool still held more than half of the divine blood. Without Lin Fan and Xiao Qing, the amount absorbed would have been even less. Lin Fan didn't hesitate. He took out the jade bottles the group carried and filled them with the remaining divine blood. The quantity was so large that he had to empty some of the bottle's contents, pills that he then gave to the others. No one objected to Lin Fan's actions. On the contrary, they were grateful. Not only had their cultivation levels improved, but their future potential had also expanded. The opportunities they had gained here would allow them to progress much further on their paths. Let's go. After storing the divine blood, Lin Fan had no intention of lingering. Yes. The group, satisfied with their gains, followed him out of the underground chamber. Back at the altar, the god's remains still knelt motionlessly at its center. Lin Dao Yu, should we? The veiled woman looked at the god's remains, her eyes filled with desire as she glanced at Lin Fan. The others had similar expressions. The body of an ancient god was undoubtedly a treasure trove. The blood alone had elevated their cultivation, surely the other parts held even greater value. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes as he studied the remains. Although he was tempted, he had a strong feeling that the god's body should not be touched. If it were harmless, it wouldn't be bound by those mysterious chains. He had read enough stories where greed led to disastrous consequences. Their gains here were already immense, there was no need to push their luck. Besides, the remains weren't going anywhere. Once their strength was sufficient, they could return for them. With the celestial burial ground's formations and dangerous spaces guarding it, the remains would be well preserved until then. The god has already granted us a gift. We shouldn't be greedy. With that, Lin Fan led the way out of the altar chamber. His companions, including the 3 women and Lin Xiaotong, followed without hesitation. The others hesitated briefly, but then agreed with Lin Fan's reasoning and left with him. Once they had gone, the chamber returned to silence. Clink. After an unknown amount of time, the fingers of the ancient god's remains twitched, causing the chains to rattle slightly. But soon, everything went still again, as if nothing had happened. Above the abyss, the group retraced their steps along the winding path, returning to the surface. Lin Fan initially planned to continue treasure hunting, as the opportunities in this place were too good to pass up. But suddenly he heard the sound of chains being pulled in his mind. He also felt as if an unseen gaze was fixed on him. Could something have changed? Lin Fan fell into deep thought. The cold wind from the abyss blew as usual, and everything seemed normal, but he couldn't shake the feeling that something had gone wrong. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lin Fan made his decision. They couldn't stay here any longer. The celestial burial ground, this life-restricted zone, was well known to most warriors. It opened once every 60 years, and remained accessible for 1 year each time. This pattern had never changed over the years. But this time, something was different. For reasons unknown, after only half a year, the burial miasma that had sunk into the ground began to resurface. Faced with this sudden change, those who had ventured inside to seek treasure were terrified. Every single one of them ran for their lives. In just 1 day, the burial miasma once again enveloped the forbidden zone. Anyone who hadn't made it out by then was clearly trapped for good. Lin Fan and his group stood at the edge of the zone. Sensing the abnormality, Lin Fan had immediately led them out. Though it felt like only a few days had passed, they discovered that more than half a year had gone by outside. It seems that time in the abyssal space we were in was out of sync with the outside world. The veiled woman explained. Lin Fan nodded. That's likely the case, especially since it involved a god. The others agreed, having witnessed the power of the god firsthand. The rules governing that place were so overwhelming that they didn't even dare to resist. Just a fragment of the god's consciousness had been invincible. No one needed to guess how terrifying its true form would be. Senior, we are deeply grateful. If you ever come to the Central Province and need anything, don't hesitate to call on us. We will be at your service. As the time for parting arrived, the captain of the True Dragon Guard stepped forward to express their sincere thanks. Senior, please don't forget us. The female True Dragon Guard added, looking at Lin Fan with clear reluctance. She wasn't quite at the level of a peerless beauty, but she was certainly striking. With a body honed from years of martial training, she was strong and athletic, with long legs that were particularly eye-catching. She was undeniably a goddess in the eyes of many, including the 3 other guards who were all her admirers. Don't worry. If I ever need help in the Central Province, I won't hesitate to ask. Lin Fan replied with a warm smile. That smile made the female guard momentarily dazed. With his perfect combat-ready stance and already handsome features, Lin Fan's attractiveness was undeniable. Combined with the aura of a human dragon and his unmatched power, his appeal to the opposite sex was extraordinary. All right, we won't take up any more of your time. Senior, we bid you farewell. The captain said with a resigned shake of his head, and with that, the True Dragon Guards took their leave. Lin Fan nodded slightly and watched as the group of elite guards departed. Brother-in-law, it seems that female True Dragon Guard has a thing for you. Xiao Qing teased with a playful grin once the guards were out of sight. Your backside itching for a beating? Lin Fan shot her a sideways glance. Yes, Xiao Qing replied cheekily, blinking mischievously. Ever since they had become a couple, she had grown even more playful. You little rascal. Lin Fan muttered, shaking his head in mock exasperation. With others still around, he couldn't really follow through on his threat. Lin Dao Yu. It's been over half a year since I left home. I have matters to attend to, so I must return now and make some preparations. The veiled woman said, knowing it was time to part ways. She wasn't a young girl anymore and understood that lingering any longer wouldn't be appropriate. Lin Fan had no objections. The journey to the ruins of the Jade Pool Holy Land wouldn't be easy. They all needed time to prepare properly. The map, due to its age, also had missing parts that required sorting and filling in. Then I will take my leave. If you ever need anything, you can use the Tianxing token I gave you to contact me through any branch of the Tianxing Merchant Guild. They will relay the message to me. The veiled woman added just before leaving. Understood. Lin Fan acknowledged with a nod. Farewell. She gazed at Lin Fan for a long moment before taking her leave, disappearing into the sky with her disciple in tow. At her level, long-distance flight was now effortless. Lin Fan watched her departure for a while before turning to lead his group away. Their gains had been immense, and now it was time to fully digest those rewards. Also, with his current strength, he could finally protect his family. He planned to arrange for his relatives to be brought over. Compared to the vast Qin Empire, their current home was just a small pond. While it might be peaceful and free from outside interference, it wasn't the right place for them to truly grow. Only a larger stage could produce stronger and more accomplished warriors. A month later, Lin Fan and his group returned to the southwestern region of the border state. Xiao Qing, Xiao Tong, I need you to go back and bring our family here. Lin Fan instructed once they arrived at their temporary residence. Both women agreed without hesitation. Xiao Qing, in particular, was thrilled, practically bouncing with excitement. She had grown up with the young lady of the Jianling clan and missed her terribly. She also couldn't wait to see little Lin Shi and Lin He Yo, whom she had been thinking about constantly. Let's go, let's go. Finally receiving Lin Fan's orders, Xiao Qing wasted no time in urging Lin Xiaotong to join her in setting off. Despite her usual cool demeanor, Lin Xiaotong was also eager to see her family again, and the two of them quickly departed. Hey Mingyu, since you're familiar with this area, help me buy a larger estate. Lin Fan said, handing a large stack of silver notes from the Qin Empire contributions from the top assassins of the Blood Crow Tower to He Mingyu, intending to purchase a spacious estate for his family. No need to buy one. I already have a private estate outside the city, but I rarely stay there. He Mingyu replied, refusing the silver notes. As the only daughter of the general in charge of the southwestern region, she was quite wealthy. A private estate that might be precious to others was merely a toy to her. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, realizing that he truly had a knack for attracting wealthy women. He couldn't help but reflect on his situation. In the past he had looked down on those who relied on wealthy women. Yet now, he had become what he once despised. Fate certainly had a sense of humor. Though he was thoughtful about it, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. Despite becoming the very thing he once disdained, he had to admit it felt pretty good. With everything settled, Lin Fan prepared to begin alchemy. By refining dragon blood grass into pills and enhancing them with divine blood, the strength of those around him would undoubtedly soar. Soon enough, the Qin Empire's grand stage would be ready for his debut. Second Master, news just came from the city gates. Miss has returned. In the southwestern region, within the general's mansion, a burly man hurriedly entered a pavilion to report. The Mississippi has returned. The man receiving the report was indeed the Second Master. Despite being under house arrest for over half a year, he remained calm and unperturbed. Only upon hearing the report did he finally set aside his book and withdraw from the world of literature. The burly man couldn't help but admire the Second Master. If it were him, being confined for so long without leaving the house, he would have lost his mind by now. How could anyone stay so composed, calmly reading books? Yes, early this morning, the guards at the city gates saw the Miss return, riding her night-glowing lion tiger beast. The man replied with even more respect, evidently in awe. The Second Master smiled slightly, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. After a moment he nodded and asked, "Has the First Master been informed?" "Yes. The First Master has also been informed," the burly man replied, referring to the general guarding the southwestern region. The Mississippi in question was none other than He Mingyu. "Very well, I understand. Proceed according to the original plan. Later, prepare yourself, we'll go to receive someone." "Yes, sir." The burly man nodded in agreement, then suddenly realized something. "Second Master, has the First Master lifted your house arrest?" "No." The Second Master shook his head with a smile. But then, the burly man was momentarily confused. The Second Master didn't explain, only smiled and said, "This time, I'm going to receive a truly important person. Even if my brother were given the courage of a lion, he wouldn't dare say a word against it." "Yes." The burly man gasped in shock. A general, the highest authority in the region, not daring to offend this person, what kind of status could they possibly hold? Unable to imagine, the man's mind went blank. Seeing this, the Second Master smiled, satisfied with the effect he had achieved. "Go and prepare." After enjoying the moment, he finally spoke, snapping the man out of his daze. "Yes, sir." This time, the man didn't hesitate and hurried off to make preparations. Elsewhere, He Zhenqian, the general guarding the southwestern region, was overjoyed to learn that his daughter, who had been missing for over half a year, had finally returned. However, upon hearing that she hadn't come home but instead spent time with a man in a courtyard before heading to her private estate, he was furious, smashing a table in his rage. It was the second table he'd broken, and his favorite vase had also fallen victim to his anger. The butler, who had come to report, remained silent, familiar with the general's temper. There was nothing he could do. His little cotton jacket had completely betrayed him. She had been gone for over half a year without a word, and even after returning, she didn't bother to visit her old father but instead ran off with some wild man. Any father would find that hard to bear. Though just a butler, he couldn't help but feel sympathy for his master. Being a father was truly difficult. "Go summon the iron-blooded cavalry and follow me to capture this wild man. I must see for myself if he's really so special." The enraged father was not joking. Without hesitation he prepared to muster his troops to apprehend the man who had stolen his daughter. "As you command." The butler dared not delay, immediately leaving to carry out the order. Outside the city, within a sprawling, lavishly decorated private estate, Lin Fan, the instigator of the recent events, was unaware of the turmoil in the city. Following He Mingyu, the wealthy miss, to her private estate, Lin Fan was in high spirits as he admired the beautifully landscaped and well-designed new home. "So, what do you think? Are you satisfied?" He Mingyu asked Lin Fan with a proud smile after showing him around. She had some idea of how her father might react but didn't really care. After all, since following Lin Fan her strength had drastically improved. No exaggeration, she was now the strongest person in her family. Although her father was at the peak of the third stage of cultivation, she possessed the battle saint physique, making her invincible in combat. Her father, while powerful, was now nothing more than a junior in comparison. If he dared to cause trouble, she wouldn't hesitate to spar with him and show him just how formidable his little cotton jacket had become. Very satisfied, Lin Fan, unaware of his wife's thoughts, nodded in approval. He was genuinely pleased with the estate. "Since you're satisfied, let's settle here from now on." He Mingyu suggested. All right. Lin Fan smiled and pulled her into his arms, speaking gently, thank you. If not for you, we'd be out on the streets. You're so annoying. He Mingyu playfully scolded him, knowing full well that Lin Fan was teasing. With his abilities, they certainly wouldn't lack a place to stay. If he merely mentioned it to that old woman, she'd likely offer him an even grander estate. Thinking of that old woman who coveted Lin Fan, He Mingyu's thoughts turned to the other wives he had left at home, and she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Though she considered herself different from that old woman, she was still a latecomer. Lin Fan, do you think the other wives at home will accept me? She leaned into his chest, looking up at him with concern. Lin Fan smiled, gently brushing her hair, and reassured her, don't worry, your sisters are all very kind. He began describing the personalities of his other wives, giving He Mingyu a clearer understanding. She listened with a smile, but when she heard that there were also 2 children at home, she suddenly grew nervous again. What if the children didn't like her as their new stepmother? Her own concerns had kept her father from remarrying. Alright, there's no need to worry. No matter what, I'll always be here for you. Lin Fan shook his head with a hint of exasperation. He hadn't expected the usually carefree He Mingyu to show such a delicate side. But it was understandable. When you care, you pay attention to every detail, considering all possibilities. Understanding this, Lin Fan's gaze softened even further, mixed with a rising heat. Since they'd settled on a new home, wasn't it time to warm things up a bit? Sensing his growing desire, He Mingyu felt shy but didn't resist. However, she couldn't help but feel it was a bit improper in broad daylight. Her coy reluctance only fueled Lin Fan's passion further. But just as the two were about to ignite their passions, the thunderous sound of cavalry interrupted them, shattering the mood. The next moment, the estate's gate was violently smashed open. Already displeased by the interruption, Lin Fan grew even more furious at the destruction of the gate. No matter who it was, they would learn what it meant to cross him. But when he and He Mingyu reached the entrance, all thoughts of revenge evaporated. Because standing there was the old man himself. Given Lin Fan's current strength, there were few in the world who could make him wary. However, when it came to his father-in-law, he still had to show some respect. It wasn't about power or anything else, it was a matter of upbringing. Dad, why are you here? He Mingyu, already defiant, remained calm despite her father's arrival in a rage. This calmness only made He Zhenqian angrier. With a stern face he replied, What? Am I, as your father, not allowed to come? Unfazed, He Mingyu glanced at the shattered gate with displeasure. You could have come without breaking my gate. Seeing that his intimidating entrance didn't make his daughter reflect on her actions, but instead left her concerned about the gate, He Zhenqian was utterly furious. You ungrateful daughter. His eyes were red with anger. Lin Fan, having dealt with many fathers-in-law before, usually remained calm. But seeing how fierce He Mingyu was, he realized things might escalate quickly. After all, he had stolen their beloved daughter, and he didn't want things to get violent. Mingyu, how can you speak to your father like that? He's still strong enough to break down a gate. We should be happy about that. Lin Fan gently pulled He Mingyu aside and spoke with a smile. In front of Lin Fan, He Mingyu was quite obedient, having long been captivated by her husband. All right. Her obedient nod only made He Zhenqian even more furious. Was his fatherly authority less effective than a single word from this wild man? Lin Fan, I've been polite to you, but you just took my daughter away without warning. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Though he doted on his daughter, He Zhenqian showed no mercy toward Lin Fan, the man who had taken her away. His eyes bulged with anger, ready to explode at any moment. Lin Fan, seemingly unaware of the tension, continued smiling. Father-in-law, you're being a bit unfair. Mingyu and I are truly in love. How can you say I took her away? In love? Nonsense. And who said you could call me father-in-law? Don't go making things up. He Zhenqian's beard bristled with anger, not expecting Lin Fan to be so bold, climbing up without even being given a step. Dad, how could you? I've found my happiness, and instead of giving me your blessing, you speak to me like this. Do you even consider me your daughter? Before Lin Fan could respond, He Mingyu couldn't bear it any longer. In her view, Lin Fan had shown her father great respect, which reflected his deep affection for her. Otherwise, with Lin Fan's strength, even the patriarch of an ancient family would have been slapped to the ground by now. He Zhenqian, unaware of this, became even angrier at his daughter's words. Ungrateful daughter. How did I end up raising such a child? He Zhenqian was so furious that he nearly ground his teeth to dust. Being a father was truly difficult. HMP. Think what you want, but I'm staying with Lin Fan. If you won't give us your blessing, then just consider me no longer your daughter. He Mingyu turned her head aside, showing her rebellious nature. He Zhenqian nearly spat out blood. For the sake of a wild man, his daughter was willing to sever ties with him. What father could bear that? Lin, did you brainwash my daughter or something? Unable to face He Mingyu, afraid he might lose control, He Zhenqian turned his anger on Lin Fan. Father-in-law, I swear I didn't. Mingyu and I truly love each other. Lin Fan helplessly explained, feeling at a loss dealing with this father-in-law who was so attached to his daughter. Moreover, Lin Fan knew he wasn't entirely blameless since he had originally approached He Mingyu out of a desire for revenge. Shut up. He Zhenqian clearly didn't want to talk anymore and glared at Lin Fan. I demand an explanation for this. Lin Fan hesitated for a moment, and then said, how about I give you a treasure? This only made He Zhenqian angrier. Lin Fan, do you take my daughter for something you can trade away? Father-in-law, Mingyu is priceless to me. But things have come to this point, you wouldn't really want to force us apart, would you? And the treasure I'm offering isn't just any ordinary item. Facing his enraged father-in-law, Lin Fan could only remain patient. Oh really? He Zhenqian sneered. Alright, show me this so-called treasure. If you're just spouting nonsense, don't blame me for breaking you two up. He knew Lin Fan wasn't ordinary, having investigated him before. But no matter what treasure Lin Fan produced, He Zhenqian was determined to reject it. Lin Fan, seemingly oblivious to the trap, took out a small jade bottle and handed it over. He Zhenqian's face remained cold. A small jade bottle likely contained some kind of pill, but as a general, he had seen countless pills before. He was already prepared to toss it back and make his move. But as he casually glanced at the bottle, his eyes locked onto it. What is this? His mind went blank, and he struggled to speak. Lin Fan smiled, knowing that any plan to dismiss him was doomed to fail. Inside the bottle was a drop of divine blood, a treasure so valuable that anyone who saw it would tremble with awe. General or not, even the mightiest figures couldn't stay calm in the presence of such a treasure. Father-in-law, do you think this little gift of mine is worthy? Lin Fan asked with a playful smile. He Zhenqian wanted nothing more than to throw the bottle back at Lin Fan and reprimand him harshly. But this was divine blood. Even a ninth-turn great sage wouldn't remain indifferent to such a treasure. Moreover, his daughter had made it clear that she was determined to stay with Lin Fan, even if it meant severing ties with him. If he didn't accept the treasure, he'd still lose his daughter. In a split second, He Zhenqian made up his mind. There was no way he was giving this treasure back. You've got some nerve, but this matter isn't over yet. His anger subsided. If Lin Fan was willing to offer such a precious gift to calm him down, it showed how much he cared for He Mingyu. As a general, He Zhenqian wasn't foolish. You're right, father-in-law. Lin Fan nodded obediently, knowing he had passed the test. Well, what are you standing there for? Are you not going to let me inside to rest? He Zhenqian, no longer glaring at Lin Fan, turned to He Mingyu with a grumble. Though he had accepted their relationship, he was still unhappy with her attitude. He Mingyu didn't really want to sever ties with her father. Raised by him alone after her mother's death, she knew how much he doted on her. He was her only family in the world. If things hadn't reached an irreparable point, she wouldn't have insisted on such drastic words. Now that her father had softened, she couldn't keep up her tough stance. Of course, Dad. You know I love you the most, she said sweetly. As if the earlier threats had been an illusion. You silly girl. He Zhenqian, both exasperated and amused, dismissed the iron-blooded cavalry and walked into the estate alone, finally accepting their relationship. Pity. On a nearby mountain, a figure observing the scene shook his head in disappointment, regretting that there hadn't been a fight. Without hesitation, he made a costly decision. This should be for you two. I'm too old now, and using it would just be a waste. As soon as He Zhenqian sat down in the reception hall of the estate, he took out the divine blood Lin Fan had given him earlier and handed it back to the couple. Seeing the small jade bottle containing the divine blood, Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. From He Zhenqian's earlier reaction, he knew that his father-in-law understood the value of the divine blood. Yet now, without hesitation, he was returning it to them. This was indeed unexpected. Father-in-law, what are you? Lin Fan didn't reach for the bottle but instead looked at his father-in-law. He Zhenqian snorted. You brat. Do you really think I agreed to you and Mingyu being together because of this? Lin Fan was left speechless. Let me tell you. He Zhenqian continued. I agreed because of your sincerity, not because of anything you have. But let me make this clear, if you ever wrong my daughter, you'd better be prepared. He Zhenqian glared at Lin Fan, delivering a stern warning like a true father. Dad. Hearing her father's words, Mingyu's eyes filled with tears. "Father-in-law, rest assured, I will treat Mingyu well. If I ever fail her, you can come and deal with me however you see fit." Lin Fan made his promise earnestly, feeling a deep respect for his father-in-law. He realized that He Zhenqian was just a father worried about his daughter, not someone driven by greed or power. "Remember your words. If you fail her, don't blame me for being merciless." He Zhenqian nodded, then the atmosphere relaxed. The conversation shifted to lighter topics, and He Zhenqian offered some advice to the couple. "Father-in-law, please keep the divine blood. We really don't need it," Lin Fan said as he tried to give the divine blood back. "How could you not need it?" He Zhenqian chuckled, thinking it was just a polite refusal. Divine blood was such a rare treasure that even the ruler of Qin wouldn't dismiss it lightly. Without saying more, Lin Fan pulled out another jade bottle, identical to the first, containing more divine blood. More divine blood. He Zhenqian's eyes widened. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. "Yes, this one contains 10 drops. Now do you believe we weren't lying?" He Zhenqian took a deep breath, staring at the couple in disbelief. "Where did you get so much divine blood?" A single drop of divine blood was something ancient families might possess, but only as their most prized resource, reserved for their most promising heirs. This was why He Zhenqian hadn't been greedy when Lin Fan first offered it. But now, seeing this much divine blood, an amount that even the most ancient families couldn't match, he was more shocked than delighted. "Father-in-law, rest assured, the source of this divine blood is legitimate," Lin Fan quickly explained, seeing the concern in his father-in-law's eyes. He Mingyu added, "Dad, don't worry. We acquired this divine blood through our own efforts and some fortunate encounters." Fortunate encounters. He Zhenqian's eyes narrowed as a thought occurred to him. "You didn't happen to go to the burial grounds, did you?" There were few places that had divine blood, but among them, the burial grounds was one of the only places where it was both obtainable and available in significant quantities, given the timing of its opening. "Looks like Dad is quite sharp. You guessed it right away," He Mingyu replied with a playful smile. She used to be sheltered under her father's protection, but now it was time for her to make her own achievements. "You little rascal. When has your father ever been confused?" He Zhenqian sighed, feeling both proud and helpless with his rebellious daughter. "Father-in-law, please accept it. We gained a lot this time, and if you need more, just ask us," Lin Fan urged once more. This time He Zhenqian didn't refuse. Divine blood was indeed valuable to him, and since it was a gift from his daughter and son-in-law, declining further would be impolite. However, he didn't overreach. Taking only 1 drop, he shook his head and said, "1 drop is enough. You young people have more potential, so it's better that you keep the rest." "All right," Lin Fan agreed. The divine blood was only a part of what they had obtained. Once he refined some elixirs using dragon blood grass, he'd make sure He Zhenqian received his share. This wasn't about currying favor with his father-in-law but rather acknowledging that they were now family. "Lin, I'll accept your gift as the bride price. Later, I'll arrange for my daughter's dowry to be sent to you." He Zhenqian put away the divine blood and seriously informed Lin Fan. Lin Fan was about to refuse, saying they didn't need anything, but He Zhenqian cut him off. "Don't refuse, it's my responsibility as her father." "I wasn't going to refuse," Lin Fan replied in mock surprise. "You rascal." He Zhenqian chuckled. He knew Lin Fan was teasing, but instead of being annoyed, he found himself liking the young man even more. Perhaps this was what acceptance felt like. Not long after, He Zhenqian left the estate. Though he had arrived filled with anger, he left in high spirits, even humming a tune. "General, is everything all right?" The butler, who had been waiting outside for instructions, was stunned to see his master in such a good mood. He knew how furious He Zhenqian had been earlier, ready to tear apart the man who had taken his daughter. "What do you mean?" He Zhenqian had regained his usual stern demeanor. Only in front of his children did he ever lose composure. "Nothing, sir." The butler quickly lowered his head. He Zhenqian nodded and then ordered, "Go back and arrange to open the family treasury. Prepare my daughter's dowry for the Lin family." The butler was shocked but didn't dare question the order. Instead, he asked, "What size dowry should we prepare?" "The highest standard," He Zhenqian replied without hesitation, then mounted his horse and rode away. It didn't take long for the news that the general was preparing to marry off his daughter to spread like wildfire. At the same time, the important figure that the second master had been waiting to receive arrived in town. When the second master greeted this distinguished guest, his demeanor immediately became more confident. Inside the city's largest inn, a voluptuous and elegantly dressed woman introduced an elderly white-haired man to the second master. "Master, this is the esteemed ancient ancestor from our lineage." The second master, usually so dignified, now humbled himself deeply, bowing with utmost reverence. He didn't feel any shame in doing so, on the contrary, he felt honored. This was a truly powerful figure, an ancient ancestor from the Zongheng family. If it weren't for his wife being a direct descendant of the Zongheng family and their distant connection, he wouldn't even have had the chance to grovel before such a figure. The ancestor was a fifth-turn warrior. In the entire Qin Empire, such a person was one of the most prominent figures. Compared to him, He Zhenqian, the general of the southwest, who was only at the third turn, was nothing. Even with an official title, it wouldn't mean much in front of such power. In this world, strength was the ultimate authority. And the Zongheng family, to which this ancestor belonged, held a high position in the Qing Empire. "You're King Ear's husband? You seem a bit weak," the white-haired elder said coldly. His demeanor was imposing without him even trying. With just a few words, the second master broke out in a cold sweat, unable to speak. Thankfully, his wife stepped in, holding the elder's arm tightly against her chest as she sweetly pleaded, "Ancestor, Jinyu has great talent, but he's been suppressed in the family by He Zhenqian, who has deprived him of resources. That's why he's only at the second turn." In truth, a second-turn martial saint wasn't weak at all. Anywhere else, he'd be considered a significant figure. But before a fifth-turn ancestor, he was merely an ant, albeit a slightly bigger one. In the world of martial saints, each turn represented a monumental difference, with the gap only widening as one ascended. In front of a fifth-turn ancestor, even a horde of second-turn warriors would be insignificant. A single slap could wipe them out. Feeling the softness of the woman's body, the elder's cold demeanor softened. Though he was several centuries old, his desires hadn't faded, especially for beautiful women like her. If he could enjoy such pleasures in front of their husbands, it satisfied him even more. As for blood ties, who knew how many generations apart they were? The woman maintained this connection precisely because she knew how to cater to his tastes. The second master was fully aware of this dynamic, but he didn't dare to voice any objections, even as his forehead metaphorically turned green with jealousy. "Stand up. For King Ear's sake, I'll lend you my aid once," the white-haired elder said, feeling content after his indulgence. "Thank you, esteemed ancestor." The second master bowed deeply, his heart ablaze with excitement. With the elder's support, his brother He Zhenqian would be nothing. House arrest? He'd be the one to enforce it. "Master, let me introduce another guest. This is the rising star of the Zongheng family, our first young master and the future head of the family." The woman, skilled in social maneuvering, shifted the attention to the next important figure after securing the elder's favor for her husband. The first young master of the Zongheng family, the future head of the family, was indeed a person of significance. This young master is renowned as an unparalleled genius, the likes of which appear once in a millennium. The ancestor has come out of seclusion specifically to serve as his protector. You must find a way to earn his favor. If you succeed, your future will be boundless," she whispered to her husband. The second master shuddered as he looked in the direction of her introduction. He saw a young man, brimming with energy and confidence. What was most remarkable was that despite his youthful appearance barely over 20, his cultivation level was the same as his own, a second-turn martial saint, and at the peak of that level. No wonder he was called a once-in-a-millennium genius. Such talent was beyond ordinary comprehension. "Greetings, young master." The second master bowed again, even more respectfully than before. He realized that gaining favor with such a prodigious talent could bring unimaginable benefits. "Uncle, there's no need for such formality. Shu Heng is just a junior. How could I accept your bow?" The Zongheng family's first young master was cultured and humble, without the arrogance typical of such a prodigious talent. If Lin Fan were present, he would have been surprised to see that this so-called first young master was none other than He Shu Heng. Having sensed something amiss before, He Shu Heng had separated from his group, narrowly avoiding disaster during the final reckoning. Back then, he had only been at the peak of half-saint. Now, he had rapidly advanced to the peak of the second turn. It was clear that he had not only escaped the burial grounds but had also gained a great fortune within. He Shu Heng smiled, but his thoughts were elsewhere. The fortune he had gained in the burial grounds came at a cost, but it was a price he was willing to pay. It had allowed him to become the first young master, and even gave him the chance to conquer his deepest fears in the future. Despite his current power, the memory of that fear still made him tremble. "One day I will conquer this nightmare myself," he thought, his eyes briefly flashing with a cold light. Though he appeared wicked, there was a divine aura around him. The white-haired elder noticed this divine aura, and his eyes gleamed with interest. This was divinity, a key to becoming the ultimate power. As a fifth-turn ancestor, one of the few truly powerful beings in the world, he had come out of seclusion to protect He Shu Heng precisely because of this. "Uncle, on my way here, I saw the streets decorated with lanterns. Is someone from a prominent family getting married? He Shu Heng asked, curbing his thoughts as he inquired about what he had seen on the way. Yes, it's my elder brother's daughter who's getting married. The second master respectfully replied, not daring to take the young master's politeness for granted. So, General, he is marrying off his daughter. What a fortunate coincidence. He Shu Heng remarked with a glint in his eye. Would I be welcome to attend? A flicker of coldness flashed in his eyes. His past engagement had been one of his nightmares, and now he intended to share that burden with others, as a prelude to breaking his own curse. Of course. It would be their honor to have you attend, the second master eagerly replied, plastering a smile on his face. Ancestor, may I ask if you'll join us? He Shu Heng turned to the white-haired elder. Certainly. I had already promised Qungyar that I would lend a hand. This will give me the chance to take care of it. The elder agreed, not refusing the invitation. Wonderful, the woman exclaimed, excitedly urging her husband Zhenyu. Why are you still standing there? Go lead the way for the esteemed ancestor and the young master. Yes, the second master quickly nodded, then led the way with his trusted subordinate. The group swiftly left the inn, heading towards the brightly decorated general's mansion. At the same time, Lin Fan, dressed in a red wedding robe, was riding the Tiger King alongside the professional wedding procession he had hired, making his way to the general's mansion to collect his bride. Congratulations, miss. You found your perfect match. He Mingyu's personal maid teased with a smile as she looked at her mistress, dressed in her wedding gown. The two had grown up together and were very close. When He Mingyu left home for over half a year, the maid had been constantly worried. Now that her lady had returned and found her ideal husband, the maid was genuinely happy for her. Thank you, Sheer. He Mingyu replied with a smile, her exquisitely beautiful face glowing with happiness. A woman dresses up for the one she loves, and today He Mingyu had applied delicate makeup, enhancing her already stunning beauty to the point of looking like a celestial being descended to earth. Miss, the wedding procession has entered the city. A young maid reported as she hurried in, evidently having been stationed outside to keep watch. Upon hearing that the wedding party had arrived, He Mingyu's smile grew even sweeter. Jeer, give her a lucky money gift. As a wealthy woman, He Mingyu was generous when she was happy. Yes, the personal maid respectfully obeyed, pulling out a red envelope and handing it to the young maid. The envelope contained silver notes worth 1,000 taels. The young maid, overjoyed with the hefty reward, nearly split her face with her smile. After sending the young maid off, He Mingyu continued to check her appearance in the mirror. Jeer, help me see if my makeup is all right. Miss, there's no need to worry. You're more beautiful than a goddess right now. When the young master sees you, he won't be able to take his eyes off you. The personal maid replied with a playful smile as she lifted the red bridal veil. However, before the wedding party arrived, a group of unexpected guests appeared, none other than the second master and the powerful figures he had gone to such lengths to please. It's quite lively here. He Shu Heng remarked with a chuckle as he observed the bustling general's mansion, filled with joyous activity. The second master nodded and smiled obsequiously in response. Although he didn't naturally possess such a servile demeanor, he was willing to stoop as low as necessary to achieve his goals. As an ambitious man, he understood that sacrifices had to be made to gain power. If he could crush his elder brother He Zhenqian and seize control of the family, all the lost dignity would be worth it. True power was the only thing that deserved respect. His thoughts were clear, every step was meticulously calculated, including his current submissive behavior. Inside the reception hall, He Zhenqian, busy with his daughter's wedding preparations, was in a very good mood. But when he saw his younger brother, who he had placed under house arrest, swaggering around with a group of strangers, his expression darkened. As the general of the Southwest, in charge of the region's military forces, he was a man whose authority was unquestionable. His brother's actions were a direct challenge to that authority, and if left unchecked, his power and influence would be undermined. Seeing the change in his brother's expression, He Zhenyu, the second master, remained unfazed. He had come here today with no intention of negotiating peacefully with his brother. From this day forward, there would be only one master of the family. Brother, have I been too lenient with you? Is that why you're so bold as to defy my orders openly? He Zhenqian's face grew even darker, and his aura as a peak third-turn martial saint erupted. A peak third-turn martial saint was one of the strongest beings commonly seen in the world. Unless hidden experts from ancient families emerged, people at this level were at the pinnacle of power. He Zhenyu, despite being a second-turn martial saint, was powerless against his brother's overwhelming aura. The pressure felt like a mountain crushing down on him. But instead of being frightened, he smiled as if amused by the situation. Seeing his brother's reaction, He Zhenqian narrowed his eyes, realizing something was wrong. Sure enough, a cold snort echoed, and his aura was shattered by an even stronger force that rebounded back toward him. What He Zhenqian struggled to resist but was forced to retreat, his feet crushing countless stone tiles before he could finally stop. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, a clear sign of internal injury. A single snort had gravely injured a peak third-turn martial saint like him. Such power was unimaginable, a sign of an extraordinary figure. Which senior might this be? I apologize for not greeting you properly as the General of the Southwest. He Zhenqian managed to say, suppressing his injuries as he bowed in respect. A mere general, and you think your rank can intimidate me? An ancient ancestor, a white-haired elder, stepped forward, his aura crushing He Zhenqian with the might of an invincible powerhouse. He Zhenqian had indeed hoped that his official status might give the other party pause, but the elder showed no regard for it. He had also heard the title the elder used, ancient ancestor. This term was reserved for those at the 5th turn or higher, monstrous figures whose power was terrifying beyond belief. He hadn't expected his younger brother, confined at home, to bring such a powerful figure to the mansion. It was utterly despairing. In front of such a terrifying powerhouse, He Zhenqian, a mere border general, was insignificant. His best hope was survival. While the empire might protect him from death, it wouldn't save him from humiliation or worse. My dear brother, I've come today to welcome a distinguished guest. Tell me, is your authority more important than honoring this ancient ancestor? He Zhenyu smiled as he took the opportunity to taunt his elder brother. He Zhenqian gritted his teeth. He had never expected his brother to conspire with outsiders like this. If only he had listened to his daughter, He Mingyu, and dealt with him sooner. Seeing his brother's reaction, He Zhenyu's smile grew wider. He led the white-haired elder and He Shuheng to the main seat as if he were the host now. Meanwhile, He Zhenqian, who should have been the master of the house, could only silently endure the humiliation. If he were alone, he would never have tolerated such disgrace. As the general of the Southwest, he knew they wouldn't dare kill him, even if he suffered some physical punishment. But he wasn't alone. His beloved daughter was about to be married, and his future son-in-law would soon arrive to fetch his bride. He couldn't risk bringing disaster upon them. Many of the family elders from the He family had gathered for the wedding, and upon seeing He Zhenqian being subdued, their expressions began to change. Compared to He Zhenqian, the second master, who had gained a powerful ally, seemed a better option for their family's interests. He Zhenyu noticed this, and smirked inwardly. This was exactly the outcome he desired. Since entering the hall, He Shuheng had remained silent, quietly observing the spectacle. This family feud was entertaining, but he was seeking something more thrilling, more explosive. Only by spreading his nightmare to others could he begin to break free from it himself. His eyes glinted with a dark, sinister light, as he finally spoke up. General He, I've heard that your daughter is a peerless beauty, like a fairy descended to earth. May I have the honor of seeing her up close today? He spoke with a smile, as if making a harmless request. But was it harmless? He Zhenqian's daughter was getting married today, and no one other than her husband had the right to lift her bridal veil. Allowing another man to do so would be equivalent to robbing her of her chastity. He Zhenqian could tolerate many things, but this was something he would never accept. You've gone too far. He Zhenqian's eyes reddened with rage. He knew this was a deliberate provocation, and realizing that this matter wouldn't be resolved peacefully, he decided to no longer endure it. If they wanted to dishonor his daughter, they'd have to go through him first. No, this is perfectly reasonable. He Shuheng continued to smile. With a 5th-turn ancient ancestor protecting him, he had nothing to fear. He stood there, brimming with confidence, as if he ruled over the world. But in the next moment, his smile vanished. A fearsome, blood-red spear shot down from the sky like lightning, pinning the white-haired elder to the ground. The mighty 5th-turn ancient ancestor had been rendered powerless by a single weapon. When He Shuheng saw the blood-red spear, his face turned ashen. The arrogance that had filled him moments ago disappeared, replaced by uncontrollable trembling. Invincible? That notion was now nothing more than a joke. An invincible 5th-turn ancient ancestor was pinned to the ground by a single weapon. Not only He Shuheng, but everyone present was stunned. What was a 5th-turn ancient ancestor? The very definition of invincibility. Even He Zhenqian, a 3rd-turn martial saint, and the general of the Southwest, was nothing more than a plaything in such a person's hands. If not for his official position, he could have been killed on a whim without causing any stir. But now, this invincible figure had been nailed to the ground by a weapon, and no one had even seen the weapon's owner. This terrifying scene was more horrifying than any tale of a ghostly parade. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never have believed it even if their lives depended on it. It was simply too shocking. They wouldn't even dare dream of such a thing. The white-haired elder pinned to the ground struggled to break free. But his attempts only seemed to provoke some divine wrath. A blinding blood-red light emanated from the spear, radiating a fierce and mysterious destructive power. The elder let out a harrowing scream, his fifth-turn saint body unable to withstand it. The scream snapped He Shuheng out of his daze. Without a second thought, he instinctively tried to flee. It was almost a reflex, ingrained deep within him. But just as he made his move, a calm voice reached his ears. "Move a step, and you die." The voice, though gentle and lacking any pressure, rooted He Shuheng to the spot, as if his feet had turned to lead. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The others heard the voice as well. Seeing He Shuheng freeze in place after hearing it, they were once again deeply shaken. The second master, who had risen to prominence just moments ago, stood utterly dumbfounded. An invincible fifth-turn ancient ancestor had been effortlessly pinned down. A genius said to be the pinnacle of talent for 1,000 years couldn't even budge after hearing a few words, as if cursed with immobility. What kind of being could orchestrate all of this? A ninth-turn saint? Or perhaps one of the mythical ancient gods? The second master couldn't comprehend it. The events before his eyes were beyond his wildest imagination, making him question reality itself. He Zhenqian, too, was frozen in disbelief. Yet his shock came from familiarity. The voice that commanded with such authority was one he recognized all too well. But he couldn't believe it could Lin Fan, his son-in-law, truly be capable of such feats? The sound of footsteps echoed through the hall. Without hesitation, He Zhenqian and everyone else turned towards the source. In the midst of their collective gaze, a young man dressed as a groom appeared. Though he walked slowly, each step seemed to distort space, bringing him before them in no time. "It's really you," He Zhenqian, seeing the young man clearly, was once again stunned. Meanwhile, He Shuheng, still frozen in place, realized who it was and fell into complete despair. His body trembled uncontrollably. Even the divine light that occasionally flickered in his eyes seemed powerless to save him. "Sorry, father-in-law, I'm a bit late." The groom, Lin Fan, said casually as he glanced around the room. His eyes lingered on He Shuheng and the white-haired elder pinned to the ground before turning to He Zhenqian with an apologetic smile. "It's really you," He Zhenqian repeated, still unable to fully grasp the reality before him. "It's me," Lin Fan replied with a gentle nod. He knew that his display of power had likely shattered his father-in-law's perceptions. But there was no helping it, his strength simply didn't allow for subtlety. Even a casual effort was beyond what the world could handle. "My heavens," He Zhenqian muttered, still in disbelief. Lin Fan didn't say more, allowing his father-in-law time to process everything. But his silence only meant trouble for someone else. "Was it you who said you wanted to lift my wife's bridal veil?" Lin Fan turned to He Shuheng, smiling as if unconcerned. But He Shuheng couldn't even stand. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, pale and trembling. The nightmare he thought he had escaped now consumed him once again. Back then he had slipped away just in time, narrowly avoiding the massacre of his group. He had seen two powerful fourth-turn ancestors snuffed out in an instant. And now, the same smile haunted him once more. "What kind of person are you? Let me go, or I'll make sure you..." The white-haired elder, realizing the true threat had arrived, foolishly attempted to threaten Lin Fan. Perhaps he thought invoking his ancient family ties would intimidate his opponent. But Lin Fan wasn't interested. Before the elder could finish his sentence, Lin Fan grabbed the blood-red spear and unleashed the power of the divine dragon within him. In an instant, the elder's life force was crushed, snuffed out like a candle. With the help of divine blood, Lin Fan's cultivation had soared to the fifth turn. Against someone of equal rank, it was like crushing a chicken. From the moment he began his journey, battling opponents several levels above his own had become his norm. When the white-haired elder was killed on the spot, the room erupted in chaos. An invincible ancient ancestor, killed just like that. The guests, who had come to witness the wedding, were left utterly dazed. Their minds could barely process the sequence of events, leaving them numb with shock. "Such noise," Lin Fan muttered, pulling the blood-red spear from the elder's corpse. It was as if he had just squashed an insignificant bug. There was no ripple in his demeanor. "Lin Fan, I have a great secret to share with you. If you let me live, I promise you," He Shuheng, seeing the ancient ancestor fall, lost all hope. Desperate and panicked, he begged for his life, offering to trade his secret in exchange. "I'm not interested," Lin Fan said dismissively, gripping the spear. He had no desire to hear the offer. "No, you'll be interested. It concerns an ancient god," He Shuheng quickly added, his divine light flaring up in his eyes, hoping to impress Lin Fan with the gravity of his secret. He had been blessed by a god, and his future was limitless. This was only the beginning. He couldn't let it end here. But Lin Fan barely spared him a glance before thrusting the blood-red spear through He Shuheng's head. The divine dragon's power surged through the weapon, erasing He Shuheng's life force in an instant. If it were anything else, perhaps we could have talked. But you dared to insult my wife. Even if you brought a god here, you'd still have to die. Lin Fan's voice was cold as he withdrew the spear from He Shuheng's lifeless body. After dispatching the two threats, his gaze turned to He Jinyu, the ambitious second master. Thud. Without needing any words, the once proud second master collapsed to his knees, trembling like a frightened dog. I never expected that my demon seed would be destroyed so quickly. In the depths of the burial grounds, now shrouded once again by endless dark energy, a deep and eerie voice echoed from the mysterious altar. The lifeless remains of a god slowly lifted its stiff head. Although its eyes remained tightly shut, it seemed to perceive everything in the world. He, the inheritor of the dragon's legacy? This is quite interesting. The eerie voice spoke again, breaking the silence that had dominated the place for so long. But just then, a piercing hum reverberated through the air. The black, ink-like chains surrounding the altar began to glow, with countless complex divine patterns swirling across them. Simultaneously, the intricate engravings on the altar lit up and started spinning rapidly. In an instant, an overwhelming divine power caused the void to collapse in time to distort, forming a star array that enveloped the god's remains. The dazzling light was brighter than the scorching sun. Clang, clang, clang. The chains rattled continuously, as if trying to restrain a great evil from breaking free. Once everything calmed down, the god's remains lowered its head again, and everything returned to its previous state, as though nothing had happened. However, during the commotion, a beam of black light shot out, swiftly crossing the boundary marked by the god's stone tablet, and piercing through the void. The black light traveled until it hovered above a deadly formation. Then, like a falling meteor, it plunged down, shattering the formation's defenses and landing on a figure trapped within. This deadly formation was the one Lin Fan had set up earlier, and the figure imprisoned within was the terrifying deity spirit. Roar. Tianfeng City. Inside the general's mansion. In this world, all schemes and ambitions are futile before absolute power. From the moment Lin Fan arrived, he hadn't said much, yet his presence spoke louder than 1,000 words. The so-called invincible ancient ancestor, and the peerless genius of 1,000 years, nothing but fleeting clouds. How can he be this strong? The once arrogant second master knelt on the ground, his spirit utterly crushed. He was no stranger to his brother-in-law Lin Fan. After the incident with the Buddhist sect, he had arranged for an investigation. Lin Fan was certainly powerful, but not to an unimaginable extent. If it hadn't been to avoid unnecessary complications, he would have destroyed the Buddhist sect long ago. But now, the backer he had gained at the cost of his wife's dignity had been eliminated in an instant, as if by divine intervention. If he had known Lin Fan's true strength, he would never have dared to challenge him today, but it was too late for regrets. Why did it have to come to this? Looking at his younger brother, He Zhenqian, despite being the victor, felt no joy. Why? The second master, disheartened, suddenly shouted, "From childhood, everything good was yours. Our parents gave you all the resources, even forcing their connections to make you the general. And what about me? I only ever got your leftovers, even when my talent was better. All because you were the eldest son." His voice grew more agitated, his face twisted with rage as he glared at He Zhenqian. It was often said that those with dark ambitions had twisted souls, and this seemed to prove that old saying true. He Zhenqian remained silent. It was true their parents had favored him, but in a large family, such favoritism was common. Yet over the years as head of the family he had tried to make amends. Otherwise, knowing his brother's ambitions, would he have given him so much power? Father-in-law, why bother reasoning with him? People like him are ungrateful by nature. No matter how much you give them, they'll always feel the world owes them more. Lin Fan interjected. He had no sympathy for those who, regardless of their reasons, committed unforgivable acts. If he hadn't been powerful, they wouldn't have spared anyone today. With that, Lin Fan prepared to finish the second master off. He didn't feel it was worth wasting any more time on a minor villain like him. "Could you leave this to me?" He Zhenqian asked, unable to completely suppress his feelings. Lin Fan hesitated. He didn't usually like leaving loose ends, especially with someone as ambitious and dangerous as the second master. Seeing Lin Fan's hesitation, He Zhenqian explained, "I don't want you to spare him. I just want to be the one to end it, to finish this brotherhood myself." "Very well, father-in-law." Lin Fan agreed, stepping aside to give him the honor. Ha ha. See, my dear brother, you've finally shown your true colors. You've always wanted to get rid of me but never had the excuse. The second master laughed maniacally, as if driven mad. He Zhenqian looked at his deranged brother with pity. What had all this been for? But he didn't hesitate. While he might feel some regret, it didn't mean endless leniency. Drawing his sword, He Zhenqian ended his brother's life with a single slash, finally putting an end to his scheming. Thud. As the second master's head hit the ground, his voluptuous and beautiful wife also collapsed to the floor. The noise caught everyone's attention. It was clear why she had managed to get a powerful ancient ancestor to act on her behalf. Her curvaceous figure, well-maintained fair skin, and the aura of nobility made her the kind of woman many men desired. Even those without a particular interest wouldn't mind indulging just a little. If she had worked in a bathhouse, she would undoubtedly be the most sought-after hostess. Feeling everyone's eyes on her, the beautiful woman quickly regained her senses. Glancing at the corpse on the ground and the blood pooling beneath it, she realized the dire situation she was in. She had played a significant role in today's events. Everything had started with her. Could she escape punishment now? Brother-in-law, I had nothing to do with this. Please, for the sake of your poor nephews and nieces, spare this helpless woman. She pleaded tearfully, desperately begging He Zhenqian for mercy. But He Zhenqian didn't respond. Instead, he looked toward Lin Fan, the real decision-maker. Realizing this, the beautiful woman struggled to her feet. Whether intentionally or not, her collar loosened in the process, revealing a large expanse of pale skin. Lin Fan chuckled to himself. He hadn't expected that someone would try to test him with such a cheap trick today. Even if he didn't already have a house full of beautiful and charming wives, he wouldn't be interested in such a seductive woman. Lin Fan was a man of principle. Before the woman could even attempt her seductive approach, Lin Fan raised his blood-red spear and thrust it forward. Thud. The spear pierced through her pale chest, striking precisely at the heart. The beautiful woman, who had been about to throw herself at Lin Fan, suddenly froze. She looked down at the spear that had ruthlessly pierced through her chest. How could something so beautiful be so cruelly destroyed? Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Fan withdrew the spear, taking her life force with it. Without even blinking, Lin Fan let her lifeless body fall to the ground. Her eyes remained wide open, filled with disbelief as she left this world. What a waste. The men around the room couldn't help but think it was a shame as they looked at the fallen woman. But with Lin Fan's overwhelming presence, no one dared to voice their thoughts. Father-in-law, it's best to eliminate all traces. Lin Fan said calmly as he put away his spear, ignoring the opinions of others. He then turned to He Zhenqian and offered his advice. He Zhenqian remained silent for a moment, but soon nodded in agreement. His brother's children were already old enough to understand what had happened. With their parents' deaths tied to this incident, he couldn't afford to let them live. With so many witnesses, there was no way to cover it up. Lin Fan smiled, satisfied that his father-in-law had made the difficult decision. The second master had almost succeeded in having his daughter humiliated by outsiders. As a father, He Zhenqian's rage was understandable. If you show no mercy, don't expect any in return. Once the situation was resolved, the bodies were quickly removed, the blood cleaned up, and fresh flower petals scattered to mask the scent of blood. The joyful wedding music resumed, and Lin Fan, the groom, wore a happy smile as if nothing had happened. But everyone present knew that this was no illusion. The young groom before them, with his innocent smile, was a formidable killer. An invincible fifth-turn ancient ancestor? Slain without hesitation. The young master of an ancient family? Met the same fate without a second thought. Even women and children weren't spared. He was a man who knew no mercy. Such a person was someone the world would fear the most. With power and ruthlessness combined, who would dare provoke him? Among the guests were not only the elders of the He family but also dignitaries from various powerful factions in the southwestern region. Many of them had come with ulterior motives, but now, those thoughts had vanished. All that remained in their minds was fear. They now ranked He Zhenqian, the general, among those not to be crossed. Father-in-law, may I now go and fetch my bride? Lin Fan asked with a grin as he respectfully offered a cup of tea to He Zhenqian. He Zhenqian, seated at the head of the table, accepted the tea and looked at his son-in-law, who smiled so innocently. But deep down, there was no underestimating him, only endless admiration. He thought back to their first meeting. He had seen Lin Fan as a young man with talent and a mysterious background worthy of respect but not too much attention. Back then he had only visited to thank Lin Fan for saving his daughter. But he had been gravely mistaken. This young man was no ordinary person. He was a prehistoric beast, A dragon among men. Now, this powerful figure was respectfully offering him tea, and calling him father-in-law. How could He Zhenqian not be moved? Go on, Mingyu is waiting for you. He Zhenqian said with a smile, nodding as he took a sip of tea. With such a son-in-law, there was no place he couldn't go in the world, and if the court dared to interfere, well, he could always give up his position as general. What a lucky man, to have such a daughter. Seeing He Zhenqian's smug expression, the guests couldn't help but feel envious. Some, especially those with eligible daughters, began to consider their options. While their daughters might not be as stunning as He Mingyu, they had numbers on their side. If one didn't work, they could send 2, or even 10. Surely with enough variety they'd find one that suited him. Noticing the glances from the guests, He Zhenqian felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he had been too boastful and drawn too much attention. Meanwhile, Lin Fan remained unaware of these thoughts. After receiving his father-in-law's approval, he eagerly went to fetch his bride. He Mingyu had been waiting for him, and although she knew what had happened in the hall, Lin Fan had asked her not to get involved. After all, with her bridal veil already in place, it wouldn't be proper for her to go out and fight. Lin Fan, is it? Overhearing his footsteps, He Mingyu couldn't help but get up and meet him at the door. Don't worry, it's all taken care of. Lin Fan reassured her, taking her hand. Dressed in her red wedding gown, He Mingyu looked more captivating than ever. The gown, though relatively loose, clung to her curvaceous figure, accentuating her perfect proportions. Her semi-transparent bridal veil added a layer of mystique, making her even more alluring. The faint scent of flowers lingered around her, likely from a recent bath. That's good to hear. He Mingyu sighed in relief, gently patting her chest, causing a noticeable ripple. She wasn't worried about Lin Fan's strength, she just didn't want this special day to be marred by any regrets. Seeing the waves nearly crash over him, Lin Fan's eyebrows twitched as a fire ignited within him. This temptress. If it weren't for the inopportune setting, he would have taken out his golden staff to subdue this demoness right then and there. Let's go home, my dear wife, Lin Fan said, suppressing his desire. But he had no intention of letting her off the hook. He planned to make her pay double later that night. Unaware of his thoughts, He Mingyu happily climbed onto the big bad wolf's back, ready to be taken home as his bride. The bride was soon brought back home. Although the number of guests was small, the gifts they brought were substantial. In fact, after witnessing Lin Fan's display of power, the guests were eager to give everything they had. An invincible figure who could effortlessly kill a fifth-turn ancient ancestor was a top-tier force in the world. These guests, who had never even had the chance to curry favor with such a person before, were now eager to seize the opportunity. Later they would boast with confidence, knowing they had given gifts to someone so powerful, a badge of honor in itself. Amid the joyous atmosphere, the second master's loyal servant finally managed to break through the surrounding guards and escape Tianfeng City. Second master, don't worry. I will fulfill your last wish and hire the invincible Blood Crow Tower assassin to avenge you and honor your spirit in the afterlife. And as for the second madam, I won't let her down. The servant glanced back at the city before urging his horse forward, disappearing into the distance with a black box in tow. The night was deep, and the guests had left. Lin Fan had once again become a groom. This time, alongside He Mingyu, he also married Mo Qianqian, who was dressed in a vibrant wedding gown. Both wives were exquisite beauties, ranking among the most stunning women in the world. Lin Fan had never seen celestial beings, but he imagined they couldn't be more breathtaking than this. Being with them felt like wandering through a field of countless flowers, floating among the stars, and yet also experiencing the full spectrum of earthly emotions. The night was long, yet it seemed to pass in an instant. When the bridal chamber finally calmed, the rising sun began to dispel the darkness, casting light over the land and ushering in a new day. Despite the busy night, Lin Fan didn't feel the slightest bit tired. In fact, he felt more refreshed than ever. So this is the dragon body, huh? No wonder they say dragons are lustful, capable of crossbreeding with anything from horses to snakes, and even dogs. There's clearly a reason behind it. Lin Fan mused as he dressed and stepped out of the bridal chamber. He marveled at how he felt no fatigue, only brimming with energy. With such a physique, if he were in the modern world, he'd undoubtedly be the top pick in any club. This wasn't just bragging, his current state proved it. Good morning, sir, greeted Zier, He Mingyu's personal maid, and Xiao Hong, Mo Qianqian's maid. Xiao Qing had returned home to fetch her family, so these two were now taking care of Lin Fan. Seeing him up so early, they were surprised. After all, they had been standing guard outside the door all night, and knew exactly what had transpired inside. Given the circumstances, they expected Lin Fan to be exhausted and barely able to walk this morning. Yet here he was, looking completely refreshed, while their mistresses were still sound asleep. They couldn't help but be shocked, and curiosity piqued just how strong was their master. Without meaning to, they found themselves sneaking glances at a certain part of Lin Fan's body. Upon seeing the tent in his pants, their faces flushed red. Their master was truly impressive. "Good morning," Lin Fan replied cheerfully, unaware of the maid's little glances. In a good mood, he greeted them with a smile and headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast himself. With his exceptional culinary skills, he could not only create delicious food but also use the process to train his mental focus. While mental power didn't directly increase his physical strength, it was incredibly useful in many ways. Once the sumptuous breakfast was ready, his two wives finally stirred and came to join him. Having received the best care, their faces were glowing with health, and they looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of affection. "Thank you, husband." Mo Qian, ever gentle and devoted, expressed her gratitude warmly. Now that she had entrusted herself completely to Lin Fan, her softness and tenderness shone through more than ever. He Mingyu, on the other hand, tried to imitate this gentleness but soon gave up. Her naturally bold and straightforward personality wouldn't allow it. She realized that being her true self with Lin Fan was the best approach. Seeing that breakfast was ready, He Mingyu didn't hold back. She sat down and began eating heartily. However, under the table, her smooth, long legs discreetly brushed against Lin Fan's. She didn't believe in idle talk, she always acted on her desires. Lin Fan remained unfazed, quietly enjoying his breakfast to replenish his energy. After breakfast, He Mingyu paid the price for her boldness. 3 days passed in such wild abandon before Lin Fan finally let He Mingyu off the hook and began preparing various herbs in the alchemy room. Creating the dragon soul pill wasn't difficult, especially for a master alchemist like Lin Fan. The only challenge had been obtaining the main ingredient, dragon blood grass. But once he secured that, everything else could be procured with some effort. Time flew by. After Lin Fan entered the alchemy room, nearly a month passed without the door opening. Given his current physique and cultivation level, as long as his energy was maintained, food and drink were no longer necessities. One evening, Lin Fan finally emerged from the room with a smile on his face. Husband Mo Qian had been waiting outside the whole time. When she saw the door open, she rushed forward like a bird returning to its nest, throwing herself into his arms. As a studious and technical-minded woman, Mo Qian was usually gentle and soft-spoken, only showing strength in her field of expertise. After rebelling against her family and nearly severing ties with her father, Lin Fan was the only one she had left. "Missed me?" Lin Fan teased as he held her close. Yes, Mo Qian, usually so reserved, now displayed an unusual intensity. "I missed you too," Lin Fan said sincerely, sensing her feelings. He stopped teasing and held her tightly. After a long embrace, Lin Fan took out a bottle of pills and a book he had written. This jade bottle contains the holy pill made from dragon blood grass. It has miraculous effects on strengthening the body. Your constitution has always been somewhat weak, making it hard to break through to higher physical levels. But with this top-grade holy pill, it won't be a problem anymore, Lin Fan explained gently. As for this book, I wrote it during breaks in alchemy. It contains knowledge of divine-level mechanics and my own insights. You can study it, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. "Thank you, husband." Mo Qian accepted the items, her eyes welling up with emotion. These were the things she needed most, and Lin Fan had put so much thought into them. The value of these gifts wasn't just in their rarity, but in the care he had shown in preparing them. "No need for thanks between us." Lin Fan chuckled, gently ruffling her soft hair. Mo Qian, obedient as ever, didn't say another word of thanks. But she engraved Lin Fan's kindness deeply in her heart. After a brief tender kiss, she hurried off to her private chamber to begin her training. "Wait for me, husband. I won't let you down." Her voice, filled with determination, echoed softly as she left. Lin Fan smiled, fully supportive of her efforts. He kept a close watch with his enhanced mental powers, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. After settling Mo Qian, He Mingyu returned with news, along with Xiao Qing and Lin Xiao Tong, who had gone to fetch their families. They also brought back Lin Fan's other relatives. Daddy, a little girl in a red dress, ran up to him and jumped into his arms. It was none other than Lin Shi. Holding his daughter, who looked like a porcelain doll, and seeing the loving gazes of his wives, Lin Fan couldn't help but smile. This was the best gift he could have received after his seclusion, life's greatest blessing. "Did you miss Daddy?" Lin Fan asked with a hearty laugh as he lifted his daughter into his arms. "Mwah. I miss Daddy so much." Little Lin Shi planted a big kiss on her father's cheek, expressing just how much she had missed him. "And how much did you miss me?" Lin Fan teased, playfully tapping his daughter's tiny nose. This much Lin Shi stretched out her small, chubby arms as wide as she could. Haha, Lin Fan burst into laughter, his joy echoing even louder. Thank you, my dear wives, for all your hard work, Lin Fan said as he held his adorable daughter and walked over to his wives. It had been over half a year since they last saw each other, and each of his wives had undergone significant changes. Their cultivation levels had improved, showing that they had been working hard during his absence. The most talented of them all, Zhu Yu, had managed to break through to the second turn Martial Saint level even in a resource-scarce region. With better resources, she would likely make even more progress. It wasn't hard at all. It's you who worked hard, husband. Xiao King told us everything during the journey, replied Ye Xiaoru, the eldest wife speaking on behalf of the others. Over the past few months, she had taken charge of the household, and her demeanor had transformed. No longer the once disgraced noblewoman, she now carried herself with the grace of a true matriarch. As she finished speaking, the other wives nodded in agreement, their gazes toward Lin Fan filled with warmth and affection. Where's Kiwi? Lin Fan noticed that one of his wives was missing from the group. His empress, Long Kiwi. Hey, I told you, husband would ask for his favorite wife first. Look, I was right, teased Wang Nanan, a petite and lively woman, laughing playfully. The other wives joined in the laughter, while Dao Miao pouted, grumbling, HMP, Lin Fan, you liar. You promised you'd love me the most. Cluck, cluck. The wives laughed even harder at Dao Miao's complaint. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the reaction, but soon realized why. A tall figure emerged from the group of maids behind them. The woman was stunningly beautiful, exuding a regal aura that commanded respect. Every step she took was filled with the majesty of an empress surveying her kingdom. It was none other than Long Kiwi. You. Lin Fan's eyes widened in shock as he saw his empress wife. Her once flat stomach was now rounded and prominent. Congratulations, husband. You're about to welcome another baby. Long Kiwi is already 9 months along and will be giving birth soon. Jianlao announced with a smile, though a hint of envy flickered in her eyes. She had longed to have a child with Lin Fan, but it hadn't happened yet. Kui is pregnant? Why didn't any of you write to tell me? Lin Fan quickly handed his daughter to one of the maids and rushed forward, gently placing his hand on Long Kiwi's belly. His tone was both surprised and slightly reproachful as he looked at his wives. It was my request to keep it a secret, Long Kiwi explained with a smile, her eyes soft with maternal warmth as she felt her husband's hand on her belly. I knew you were out in the unpredictable world of the Qin Empire, and I didn't want you to be distracted. Plus, I wanted to surprise you. Touched by her words, Lin Fan's heart swelled with emotion. You've all worked so hard, it's my fault for not being there for you. Husband, do you like the surprise? Long Kiwi asked gently, her regal demeanor giving way to the tenderness of a wife. Of course I love it. I couldn't be happier, thank you. My dear wife, Lin Fan exclaimed as he pulled her into a warm embrace. Having such a wonderful wife was truly a blessing. Ouch, he just kicked me. Long Kiwi suddenly winced as the baby gave a little kick. Ha ha. This little guy must know his daddy is here and is excited. Lin Fan laughed heartily. He had already checked and confirmed that it was a healthy baby boy. He couldn't believe that after just half a year away, he was about to become a father again. With his advanced medical skills, Lin Fan was certain the child was his own. There was no doubt in his mind, and the idea of being a father filled him with joy. Listening to her husband's laughter, Long Kiwi's face radiated happiness. Jian Lao and the other wives couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. They, too, longed for the day they could hold their own children. Dao Miao, always the bold one, pouted even more. Her violet eyes sparkled with mischief, clearly eager to grab Lin Fan's attention. Lin Fan, I want a hug too, Dao Miao demanded, stomping her feet and pouting even more. All right, everyone gets a hug. Lin Fan replied with a chuckle. He lifted Dao Miao into the air, spinning her around until her laughter filled the room. Afterwards, he hugged each of his wives in turn, holding them tightly and offering the warmth and comfort of a loving husband. Even the usually reserved Liu Huayan leaned into his embrace, content in his arms. But when it was King Qi's turn, things took a slight turn. As Lin Fan embraced her, she pressed her chest tightly against him and rose up on her tiptoes, whispering into his ear. Finally, she playfully flicked her tongue across his earlobe, a quick, teasing gesture that no one else noticed. My dear husband, I missed you so much, she purred, her voice soft and alluring. You mischievous little temptress. Lin Fan muttered with a smile, holding her close. I missed you too, more than you know. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, King Qi's expression softened even further. She gazed up at him for a moment before resting her head on his shoulder, her face lit with a contented smile. Lin Fan gently patted her back, fully understanding the difficulties they had faced to be together. He knew she had always feared being rejected, which was why she tried so hard to express her love. His honest words of affection were exactly what she needed. "Alright, you've all had a long journey. Go rest now, the rooms are ready for you." Mingyu prepared everything herself, and she'll show you the way, Lin Fan said, guiding his wives to take some well-deserved rest. His wives, all in agreement, warmly thanked Mingyu before heading off to rest together. As Lin Fan watched his family leave, he turned to face the loyal guards and servants who had chosen to follow him to this new land. "This is a new world," he said seriously, addressing their eager faces. "From now on, it will be our world." The QN Empire. At the heart of this vast empire lies the Central State, its geographical center and the most prosperous region. Not only does it boast a prime location with easy access to all parts of the empire, but it also features fertile lands, sprawling mountain ranges, and expansive plains. This favorable environment ensures abundant grain harvests, allowing the population to live in peace and prosperity. The numerous mountain ranges are rich in precious herbs and rare treasures, providing ample resources for the growth of powerful warriors. In terms of martial arts and the standard of living for ordinary people, the Central State surpasses all other regions of the QN Empire. The population here is immense, and the number of strong warriors is unmatched, further solidifying the Central State's position as the empire's core. The imperial capital, located within this region, is the most flourishing city in the entire empire. Though it is just one city, it seems boundless, with millions of permanent residents. At the center of the capital stands the imperial palace, akin to the heavenly court of legends, shrouded in a faint mist that exudes an aura of power and solemnity. The palace guards, each one a semi-saint with boundless energy, are formidable presences. And within this palace resides the ruler of the Qin Empire, whose authority spans the entire world. After parting ways with Lin Fan at the burial grounds, the commander of the True Dragon Guard returned to the Central State and arrived at this palace to meet the mighty ruler of the QN Empire. "Your Majesty." Upon reaching the central hall, known as the Wuji Hall, the commander knelt on one knee and greeted the emperor with utmost respect. At the far end of the hall sat a figure. Though there was no obstruction, the figure's true appearance remained obscured, as if not entirely present in this space. The emperor's voice, filled with authority, left no room for resistance. "Thank you, Your Majesty." The commander, though not meeting the emperor for the first time, still found it hard to remain calm in the presence of such supreme power. With the help of divine blood, he had recently broken through to the fourth turn peak and undergone a physical transformation that greatly expanded his future potential. Yet, even with all this power, the commander couldn't shake his deep reverence for the QN Emperor, whose divine might was undeniable. "The burial grounds have opened again. Did anything unusual occur this time?" The emperor's voice rang out, clear and commanding. "Some events did unfold," the commander replied respectfully. "The Zongkang and Yin Yang families formed an alliance and conspired against the Mo family, causing quite a stir. The Zongkang family still refuses to settle down after all these years," the emperor mused, his tone contemplative. After a pause he asked, "And the outcome?" "The Missouri family emerged victorious." "Oh? Even with the alliance the Mo family prevailed. Did they have outside help?" The emperor seemed intrigued, as if the situation had become more interesting. "Your Majesty's insight is unmatched," the commander praised before recounting the events in detail. Many knew of what had transpired, so he did not withhold any information. His squad's presence at the burial grounds also served a supervisory role. As the commander recounted the events, the emperor remained calm, showing no reaction even when he learned that a Blood Crow Tower leader had been involved. But when he heard that the burial grounds chess formation had been broken, a flicker of surprise crossed his mind. "The burial grounds chess formation has been broken this time." The emperor was genuinely surprised. In his youth, he had attempted the formation but had ultimately fallen short, leaving empty-handed. Unlike those who lost their lives, he had at least escaped unscathed. Though it had been long ago, and he was far stronger now, the news of the formation's defeat piqued his interest. "Indeed, Your Majesty," the commander confirmed. "To break that formation. It seems a remarkable figure has appeared. I wonder how they compare to those two. Will they also find their way beyond this world?" The emperor's voice softened, almost as if he were speaking to himself, a hint of anticipation in his tone. "Xiao Gao, look into this. See who this rising figure is." "Yes, Your Majesty." Outside Tianfeng City, within the newly renamed Lin family manor, Lin Fan, the man now being discussed so far away in the Central State, had no idea about the events unfolding there. However, after his forceful actions in the burial grounds, he had expected something like this. Still, it didn't concern him much. With his rapidly growing power, it was inevitable that he would attract attention. He didn't seek trouble, but if someone brought it to him, he had no qualms about using them as fuel for his family's growth. Distribute these pills to the loyal guards. Also, select a group of elites. I want to create an invincible force that belongs solely to our family. Lin Fan instructed as he handed a large jade bottle to Su Erhu, the head of the family's guard, who had recently broken through to the martial saint realm. Yes, Brother Fan. Su Erhu responded with a nod, and then confidently pounded his chest. Don't worry, the guards I brought are all carefully selected. They're not only loyal but also have great potential for martial arts. Well done. Lin Fan praised with a smile before calling over Wang Erxiao, the first person to follow him. Take this bottle of pills and improve your cultivation. I'll have more responsibilities for you in the future, and I can't have you falling behind. Lin Fan said, handing a meticulously prepared jade bottle to Wang Erxiao. For the first person who had chosen to follow him, Lin Fan was not one to forget his loyalty now that he had gained wealth and power. Thank you, Brother Fan. Wang Erxiao accepted the bottle with excitement. He had been anxious about his place in the group, as his strength lagged behind that of companions like Su Erhu. Despite his efforts, the gap in talent had only widened over time. Life was like that. Those who couldn't keep up would eventually be left behind. But Lin Fan had never abandoned him, a fact made clear by this special bottle of pills. A man doesn't shed tears easily. If you want to thank me, show your gratitude through your actions. Lin Fan joked, noticing the tears welling up in Wang Erxiao's eyes as he patted him on the shoulder. I will. Wang Erxiao nodded firmly, his resolve stronger than ever. He withdrew with determination, holding the bottle tightly. You two sisters, come over here. Lin Fan called out to the maidens Qing Shui Er and Qing Shui Yer, who had accompanied him from the Divine Maiden tribe as part of the dowry. Qing Shui Er, the elder sister, was stunned. She hadn't expected to be included. Her younger sister, Qing Shui Er, however, immediately skipped over with a bright smile. Lord Shenjun Shui Er is here. What are your orders? Qing Shui Er asked innocently, her large eyes blinking with curiosity. She wore a custom-made battle skirt that reached her knees, revealing her fair, jade-like legs. A faint sheen covered them, as she wore thin, flesh-toned stockings of unknown material, giving her skin a smooth, flawless appearance. Over the past 6 months, this playful little sister had grown up. Although she had grown up quite a bit, her lively and energetic personality hadn't changed at all. Lin Fan smiled slightly at this, as he had always had a favorable impression of this lively little sister. This is for you and your sister, to help you both improve your cultivation levels. Lin Fan took out another jade bottle and handed it to the cheerful and adorable girl. The family had many guards and secret protectors, but most of them were men, which didn't make much difference to Lin Fan as the head of the family. However, there were some situations where it wasn't convenient to have male guards. For example, the inner courtyard where his wives lived and their personal guards needed a more appropriate arrangement. This is where the Goddess Guard Squad, led by the two sisters, came in handy. Lin Fan focused on training them not only because he liked them but also because they were a perfect fit for this role. Is this for us too? Qing Shui Er looked at the jade bottle with surprise in her big eyes. Earlier, Lin Fan had given pills to the most trusted and powerful core members of the family, like the main guard force. Although they were called the Goddess Guard Squad, in the Lin family, they were treated more like maids. They were brought along as part of a dowry, and had always performed tasks related to that role. But now, they were being treated almost like core members of the family. Does this mean that, in his eyes, we are important too? Qing Shui Er couldn't help but let her imagination run wild, and for a moment, she stood there, lost in thought. Of course it's for you. Take it already. What are you standing there all silly for? Lin Fan nodded and playfully scolded her as he placed the jade bottle in her hand. I'm not silly. Qing Shui Er came back to her senses, holding the jade bottle and mumbling quietly. But her expression couldn't have looked more silly, and Lin Fan was amused. He habitually reached out and ruffled her hair. All right, you're not silly. Work hard from now on, I believe in you. Lin Fan encouraged her with a smile. It was just a little habit of his. But when his warm hand rested on her head, her face turned bright red and hot, like steam was about to rise off her. I will work hard, she stammered, then quickly ran off. Watching his usually bold and cheerful sister suddenly turn shy and run away, Qing Shui's sister, Qing Zhuar, was also stunned. You too. Keep working hard. I believe in you as well, Lin Fan said with a gentle smile, encouraging her. Yes, Qing Zhuar quickly bowed her head in response. She also vaguely understood why her sister had reacted the way she did. That warm smile was too powerful, especially coming from someone as esteemed as Lin Fan. Uncle Fu, you're getting on in years, and your bones are set. You can't push yourself like they do. Here's a spirit-nourishing pill for you. We'll still rely on you to handle the household matters in the future. Lin Fan took out one last jade bottle and handed it to the loyal butler, Uncle Fu. Thank you for your trust, Master. Uncle Fu respectfully accepted the gift, his loyalty to Lin Fan deepening even further. Lin Fan smiled in satisfaction and offered a few more words of encouragement before heading to the inner courtyard. While he was busy, He Mingyu had already arranged rooms for the other wives, and when Lin Fan returned, they were all gathered together, chatting and laughing. When they learned that He Mingyu had reached the peak of the martial saint's third transformation, even Shu Yu expressed envy. The higher the cultivation level, the more one understood how difficult it was to break through to the martial saint realm. Not to mention continually unlocking new limits. Just breaking through a single limit to reach the martial saint realm was incredibly challenging. You don't need to be envious. This is all thanks to our husband. You'll all make great strides soon, He Mingyu said humbly, without a trace of pride, when faced with her sister's admiration. Seeing He Mingyu's modesty, the other wives were even more accepting of her, and the atmosphere among them became more harmonious. Lin Fan was deeply gratified by this such sensible wives. He used to work so hard and was always gentle and loyal, yet no women paid him any attention. They even called him a loser. But now, not only had women taken notice of him, but they were also so kind and understanding, and it wasn't just one, it was a whole group of them. At this moment, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel thankful for the twists of fate. This was the best thing about being transported to this world. The modern world, where men struggled so much, was better left to others. When the wives saw Lin Fan approaching, they all greeted him with bright smiles. You seem to be getting along well. It looks like you're all happy with your new rooms, Lin Fan said with a nod and a smile. Of course we're happy. Mingyu put so much thought into it, how could we not be? Yi Xiaoru replied with a smile. At this point, she and He Mingyu had become very close, even exchanging small gifts. Lin Fan's smile grew even broader, and he reached over to take little Lin Hao from Lu Wuyo hands. You all keep chatting. I'm going to check on Lin Hao's health. Tonight, I'll cook you a delicious meal with flavors from the Qian dynasty, Lin Fan said, leading his son away. The wives naturally had no objections. As the family's eldest son, Lin Hao was of utmost importance to everyone in the family. Lin Fan, make sure to check carefully. Lu Wuyan, usually quiet, couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry. Lin Fan reassured her with a smile before taking his eldest son to the alchemy room. This was a specially built pavilion, very quiet and secluded, where no one would disturb them. However, Lin Fan didn't start examining his son right away. Instead, he stood at the doorway, gazing at the beautiful man-made lake in front of him. Son, do you blame your father for being away for so long and not taking care of you and your mother? Lin Fan asked, standing with his hands behind his back and glancing at little Lin Hao beside him. Not at all, father. You went out into the world so that we could have a better environment to grow in and a brighter future. Little Lin Hao replied, his young face serious. Although he was only a bit over 3 years old, he already had the demeanor of a little adult. Even though he didn't have the same innate martial talent as his sister Lin Shi, his maturity was exceptional. Lin Fan felt both comforted and a bit pained. A child who is too mature doesn't necessarily have a carefree childhood, it's a heavy burden to bear. Lin Fan sighed and gently placed his hand on his son's head. Don't worry, I've found a way to solve your problem. It won't be long before it's completely resolved. Father, you don't need to work too hard. I'm actually fine as I am. I don't have to practice martial arts every day or spend hours meditating. Little Lin Hao said with a smile, trying to reassure his father that he was content with things as they were. But Lin Fan could see through it. His son was only trying to ease his burden and didn't want him to suffer. In a family where martial arts thrived, and with a future martial goddess as an elder sister, it was impossible for him not to want to train. Lin Fan had often seen the longing and desire in his son's eyes when he watched Lin Shi practice martial arts. However, Lin Fan didn't expose this. He simply ruffled his son's hair and nodded. But inwardly he became even more determined he would obtain the divine lotus of the Yaoguang Holy Land at any cost. Once I've trained my wives enough, it will be time to go and find that rich woman, Lin Fan thought, taking out the Tianxing order he carried with him as he recalled a certain wealthy woman. How can I assist you, sir? The receptionist at the Tianxing Commerce Association was nothing short of professional. Even though this was just a branch, their service attitude was impeccable, without any trace of arrogance. Lin Fan had barely stepped inside when he was warmly greeted. I need to speak with your chief manager, he said directly, not wasting any time. As a responsible father, once he had made up his mind, he acted immediately. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist's smile remained unchanged. No. Lin Fan shook his head. If you don't have an appointment, our chief manager might not be available. The receptionist hesitated slightly. Although Lin Fan had restrained his aura, the pressure emanating from him was still palpable, so the receptionist didn't dare neglect him. However, the chief manager was the highest authority at this branch, and a mere receptionist like him couldn't disturb the manager lightly. Just show him this, Lin Fan said, handing over the Tianxing order given to him by the wealthy lady. The receptionist respectfully accepted it and quickly ran off after a polite "Please wait a moment." Lin Fan wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely strolled around the shop. As expected of one of the world's top trading firms, even a branch offered a wide variety of goods. Rare medicinal herbs that were hard to find elsewhere were commonplace here. Precious metals were also displayed on the shelves, with clear pricing, ensuring fairness in every transaction. After a brief tour, Lin Fan had gained a better understanding of the wealthy lady's trading company. No wonder people say that an older woman is like a treasure trove. The richer the woman, the more unimaginable her wealth. A mere secular kingdom was nothing compared to this firm. Sir, this is the one. The receptionist returned, accompanied by a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious attire, who immediately approached Lin Fan. This man was the branch's chief manager. With just one glance at Lin Fan, he instinctively lowered his posture. In such a highly competitive empire, to be the head of an important branch, one needed not only business acumen but also a certain level of strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to maintain control. Although he couldn't fully gauge Lin Fan's power, the faint sense of a dragon coiling within him was enough to make the manager feel a suffocating pressure. Not to mention, Lin Fan held the order of their association's creator. Senior, I am the head of this branch. How may I serve you? The middle-aged man quickly stepped forward and respectfully presented the order to Lin Fan. No need to be so formal, Lin Fan said, taking the order and waving it off. I have a small matter I'd like your help with. Do you have the time? Senior, it would be my honor to assist you. The middle-aged man replied with a deep bow, making a gesture to invite Lin Fan inside. Please, let's discuss this inside. It's too noisy here. All right. Lin Fan nodded and followed him into the inner chambers of the association. The manager maintained a low and respectful demeanor throughout. The receptionist, who had witnessed this entire scene, was left stunned. The normally high and mighty manager, who even local generals showed respect to, was treating this person with such reverence. Just what kind of being was this? Realizing she had been in close contact with someone so important, and that he had even been polite to her, the receptionist felt a deep sense of pride. Now, she had something truly impressive to boast about with her friends. Inside the association, neither Lin Fan nor the manager paid any attention to the receptionist's thoughts. After sipping the tea that was respectfully offered, Lin Fan spoke up. I need your help with something. Just tell me what you need. The manager quickly responded, eager to assist. Lin Fan nodded. I want to meet your association president, Gu Lingzi. Could you arrange that? The manager hesitated briefly, then carefully asked, Senior, may I ask why you wish to meet our president? I mean, no offense, but our president is often in seclusion, and we're cautious about disturbing her. Just tell her Lin Fan is looking for her. Lin Fan replied. Lin Fan, the manager, muttered the name under his breath before respectfully saying, Understood. I'll arrange for the Skyhawk to deliver the message as quickly as possible. Thank you for your trouble. Lin Fan nodded in appreciation, preparing to leave. But after a moment of thought, he paused and asked, Earlier, Gu Lingzi mentioned that with this Tianxing order, I can access your association's resources. Is that true? Yes, Senior. With that order, you can access any materials from our branch, as if our president herself were here. The manager confirmed respectfully. His deference stemmed not only from Lin Fan's power but also from the authority the order granted. Is that so? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. In that case, I'll need some medicinal ingredients. He listed the materials required for refining the Dragon Soul Sacred Pill, with dragon blood grass as the primary ingredient. Please wait a moment. I'll have it prepared immediately, the manager said and promptly went to arrange it. Despite his experience, Lin Fan was slightly surprised by how smoothly everything went. He hadn't fully grasped the scale of the Tianxing Commerce Association until now. This branch alone held more resources than the entirety of Tianfeng City. Even his father-in-law's garrison and the He family's accumulated wealth couldn't compare. The list he had provided would have emptied most places, but the manager didn't hesitate at all. Now Lin Fan truly understood the weight of the wealthy lady's generosity. She wasn't joking around. Senior, Here are the materials you requested. Should we deliver them to your residence less than half an hour later? The manager returned, followed by a group of young women carrying a large batch of medicinal herbs. Lin Fan glanced over the materials and saw that everything was there, nothing was missing. The wealthy lady hadn't been playing games, she was truly capable. Now the question was, should he accept her generosity or not? Ling Zhou. Compared to those ancient families with centuries of heritage, the Yiyu family was relatively lacking in deep roots. However, when it came to wealth, no one dared to underestimate this family. Especially after their ancient ancestor broke through to the sixth transformation after acquiring some unknown resources, the family became even more formidable. All of the Yiyu family's younger generations took pride in this, viewing their ancient ancestor as the most revered figure in their lives. Yet, they had no idea that the person they held in such high esteem would act like a little girl upon receiving an urgent message. Finally decided to contact me, she pouted as she read the letter. Having removed the white veil she usually wore, her true face was revealed. As Lin Fan had suspected, beneath the veil lay a beauty beyond compare, flawless in every way. Though she had lived for centuries, her skin was still as fair and smooth as that of a young girl, showing no signs of aging. Her delicate nose and cherry lips were perfectly proportioned, and her lips, full and red, looked so soft that they seemed to invite a touch. If it weren't for the ancient wisdom reflected in her eyes, no one would guess she was no longer in her youth. Ancestor. Is it that senior who contacted you? The white-haired elder, who had been following her lead in the land of burial, had broken through to the fifth transformation with the help of divine blood. Even with his newfound authority, he instinctively lowered his posture when mentioning a certain person. Yes, it's Lin. Gu Lingxi replied with a nod, her tone returning to its usual cool detachment. Ancestor, may I accompany you on this exploration? The white-haired elder asked eagerly. Last time, although he hadn't done much, merely following along had yielded great rewards. The experience of such effortless gains was addictive, and he longed for more. Without that experience, how could he have reached his current level? What would you do? Gu Lingxi responded with clear disdain, dismissing the idea of the old man tagging along. I can help you, the white-haired elder replied instinctively, genuinely wanting to follow in the footsteps of these powerful figures. In simple terms, he was desperate to improve. And how exactly would you help us? Gu Lingxi asked, her tone indifferent, offering no face to the elder. The white-haired elder wanted to argue that as a fifth transformation cultivator, he could be of assistance. But when he considered their levels, he couldn't find the words. Even the weakest of the ancient ancestors had reached the sixth transformation, the pinnacle of power in this world. And the senior he spoke of back when he was only in the third transformation could effortlessly kill a fifth transformation cultivator like him, even subduing a divine being. Now that this senior had reached the fifth transformation, the elder's own pride in his cultivation level seemed like a joke. Forget being a mere tag-along, he wasn't even qualified to carry their shoes. It was a sad realization, but it was true. No matter how much he disliked it, there was nothing he could do. Stay at home and focus on contributing to the family with your current cultivation level. Gu Lingxi cut him off before he could say more, shutting down any further argument. Having a white-haired elder constantly calling her ancestor was something she couldn't tolerate. No matter how young she appeared, his presence made her feel old. The white-haired elder opened and closed his mouth, wanting to say something but finding no words. He realized that the ancient ancestor didn't want him interfering with her time with that person. Ancestor? But I'm your great-grandson, a direct descendant of your brother's lineage, he muttered, feeling a bit dejected. He used to be the most valued member of the family, always taken along wherever she went. But now, not only was he not invited, but even his offer to join was flatly rejected. You're just an accident. Gu Lingxi dismissed him without hesitation, effectively ending the conversation. The white-haired elder. Tianfeng City. In the end, Lin Fan accepted the wealthy lady's gifts. However, when leaving, he paid with silver notes equivalent to the value of the items. After all the powerful figures he had defeated, his wealth was considerable. Just one ancient ancestor from the Zonggang sect had contributed nearly $1 billion in wealth. These old but powerful figures carried unimaginable riches. Lin Fan spent the money without hesitation, as long as it was worth it. The middle-aged man wanted to reassure him that there was no need to pay since the Tianxing order granted such privileges. But Lin Fan ignored him, his sense of dignity preventing him from taking advantage of the situation. Ding. Congratulations, host, on marrying a Martial Saint-level wife. You are rewarded with 1 Martial Saint pill. As Lin Fan walked back, the system's notification rang out again. Hearing it, a smile spread across his face. One of his wives in seclusion had successfully broken through to the Martial Saint realm. Ding. Congratulations, host, on marrying a Marshall Saint level wife. You are rewarded with one Marshall Saint pill. Before Lin Fan could guess who it was, another notification sounded. In just a moment, two of his wives had successfully broken through to the Marshall Saint realm. Who could it be? Lin Fan wondered, quickening his pace with excitement. The Lin family estate was buzzing with joy. Two of the household's mistresses had completed significant breakthroughs simultaneously. The first was Mo Kyun-kien, who had been in seclusion from the start. With Lin Fan's special assistance, she not only broke through but also reached the second transformation, acquiring a divine ability. This divine ability wasn't for combat but for enhancing her focus, allowing her to excel in delicate tasks, a perfect enhancement for her skills in engineering. Though it might seem weak to others, it was extraordinarily powerful for her. The second breakthrough came from Dao Miao Miao, another highly talented wife who had finally reached the Marshall Saint level. Lin Fan returned home in high spirits, knowing that these successes were just the beginning. With the powerful effects of the sacred pill made from dragon blood grass, not only his wives but all key members of the household would undergo significant transformations. In just a few days, the entire Lin family's strength had skyrocketed. Sensing the time was right, Lin Fan brought out the divine blood he had collected, sparking yet another round of incredible growth. Lin Fan's smile widened as he received several more Marshall Saint pills, further boosting his power. The system's enhancements had pushed his strength to new heights. This power surge is too easy. Lin Fan mused, clenching his fist and feeling the immense energy within him. If anyone else had heard him, they would have surely been outraged. Just then, the wealthy lady who had rushed over after receiving his message quietly appeared before him. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but feel the urge to hit him. Is that something a person should say? Lin Dayu, do you realize that what you just said makes me want to hit you? Gu Lingzi floated down from the wall, her graceful figure accentuated by a white, form-fitting gown. She moved with the elegance of a celestial being, a soft breeze carrying a faint fragrance. Her face was still covered by a white veil, concealing her features, but this only added to her ethereal aura. Combined with the unique charm of her wealth and status, she was every man's dream. Lin Fan had never been fond of women much older than himself, believing there would be too much of a generation gap to connect. But this wealthy woman before him was gradually making him reconsider. She was older, but aside from that, she had no flaws, only strengths, and significant ones at that. You got here pretty quickly, Lin Fan remarked, giving her a once-over without addressing her earlier comment. How could I not come right away when Lin Daoyu invited me for the first time? Gu Lingzi replied with a sweet smile, her manner playful rather than shy, as she often teased him. Then I should consider myself honored, Lin Fan responded, refusing to be easily teased. No, it is Lingxi who is honored. But there's something that has made me rather unhappy, she said, pretending to be upset. Oh? What might that be? Lin Fan raised an eyebrow. The matter with the branch, of course. Gu Lingxi replied with a feigned pout. I clearly told you that you could use the resources of the Commerce Association as you please to repay the favor I owe you. But you refused my gratitude. So that's what this is about. Lin Fan chuckled. No need to worry about it, big sister. I'm not short on money. Who are you calling big sister? Gu Lingxi snapped, genuinely irritated this time. Then, how about old lady? Lin Fan suggested with a grin. Gu Lingxi almost spat out blood. Her eyes widened in shock as she glared at him, her chest heaving with indignation. Aha! Lin Fan burst into laughter. He had done it on purpose, of course. Who could resist teasing her when she kept calling herself a little girl? Did she really think she could tease him so easily? He wasn't some innocent, bashful young man, after all. If I weren't certain that I couldn't beat you, I'd definitely teach you a lesson today, Gu Lingzi retorted, seething, though she could see he had done it deliberately. This only made Lin Fan laugh harder. He had to admit, she was quite fun to be around. Is it really that funny? Gu Lingxi asked, her expression serious. As a martial artist, especially one with profound abilities, our lifespan can easily extend beyond 1,000 years. The ancient deities of legend can live for countless ages, and a few hundred years is just the blink of an eye. In 10,000 years, would a 300-year difference still matter? In the 9 transformations of martial saints, each transformation was like a new world, and lifespan increased accordingly. Those with special constitutions had even more advantages in this regard. Certain sacred bodies, after reaching the 6th transformation, could easily live for 2,000 to 3,000 years. Although Gu Lingxi didn't possess a sacred body, she had the highest tier spiritual constitution, which meant living for 2,000 years wasn't an issue. At 300 years old, in the context of 2,000 years, she was still just a young girl. Referring to herself as a little girl wasn't just vanity, it was quite accurate. Lin Fan pondered her words and realized she was right. The age difference between them was significant now, but over 1,000 or 2,000 years, it would become negligible. But even so, what did that have to do with him? "Dear, who is this?" Just as they were discussing the age gap, Zhu Yu, who had just come out of seclusion, approached. Seeing an unfamiliar woman standing close to Lin Fan, she sized her up and asked, "Zhu Yu, you're out of seclusion?" "This is an old friend of mine," Lin Fan introduced with a smile. "Oh, an old friend of my husband's." Zhu Yu nodded, and then greeted Gu Lingxi. "Hello, I'm Lin Fan's wife Xu Yu. Welcome to our home." "Hello, Madam Xu Yu." Gu Lingxi nodded in return, taking a moment to assess Xu Yu. At first she wasn't particularly concerned. Although Xu Yu was stunningly beautiful, Gu Lingxi felt she held her own. But as she continued to observe, Gu Lingxi couldn't help but feel increasingly shocked. Despite her young age, Xu Yu was already a fourth transformation martial saint. Beyond that, her constitution seemed to subtly suppress even Gu Lingxi's own, which meant she likely possessed a sacred body, a legendary physique that was said to be unrivaled. Yu Lingxi was floored. She had already been impressed by He Mingyu, who had an unparalleled sacred body, but now there was another one, Xu Yu. "Lin Fan, Hao Er is looking for you." Another woman approached, this time Lu Huayan, holding little Lin Hao's hand. Yu Lingxi, upon seeing another woman approach, breathed a small sigh of relief. Surely this one couldn't be another sacred body, right? But as soon as that thought crossed her mind, her eyes widened again. Another sacred body, she was dumbfounded. But it didn't stop there. Qing Yi and her aunt, Qing Qiyi, who had also just exited seclusion, came over to share their good news. Another one. Yu Lingxi was becoming numb to it all. Her own top-tier spiritual constitution had always been something she could take pride in. But seeing Lin Fan's army of wives, she no longer felt any desire to boast. Unrivaled sacred bodies, which were supposed to be 1 in a billion, seemed to gather around Lin Fan like it was nothing. Fortunately, the women who arrived later, like Yi Xiaoru and a few others, didn't possess sacred bodies, just relatively strong constitutions. Otherwise, the blow to Gu Lingxi's confidence might have been too much. But when a little girl, as delicate as a porcelain doll, came running up and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, sweetly calling him daddy and showering him with affection, Gu Lingxi finally felt utterly defeated. So there were no more sacred-bodied women, but there was something even more powerful, a child with a martial god physique. A physique that was the stuff of legends, a natural-born martial prodigy who could master any martial art without a teacher. Where others struggled to comprehend the essence of martial arts, a martial god could grasp it effortlessly because they embodied the very essence of martial arts itself. Even without practicing, a martial god could naturally grow into a martial saint. A born martial saint. Could you believe that? Yet it was true. "Is this your daughter?" Gu Lingxi asked, dazed, as she stared at Lin Fan. "Yes." Lin Fan smiled, playfully nuzzling little Lin Shi as he held her. "You really are a freak," Gu Lingxi muttered, her eyes glazing over. Why was she insulting him out of the blue? Who was she calling a freak? Wasn't that going a bit too far? "Husband, you've just returned from the Forbidden Land, and now you're going to another dangerous place." When they found out that Gu Lingxi had come to take Lin Fan on an exploration of a lost sacred land, his wives couldn't help but worry. These ancient places, hidden in the mists of time, were often filled with unknown dangers. Having just come back from the land of burial, they didn't want Lin Fan to risk his life again, nor did they want him to overexert himself. "Don't worry. This place isn't a death zone. Even if there are dangers, they are manageable. It might even be like a pleasant journey." Lin Fan reassured his wives with a smile, trying to ease their concerns. "If it's not dangerous, then let us come along and help. Even if we can't do much, we can take care of you along the way," Ye Xiaoru said gently, and her suggestion quickly gained support from the other wives. Yes, let's go too. It'll be fun to explore together," Dao Miao Miao chimed in enthusiastically. Out of all the wives, she loved sticking by Lin Fan's side the most. If it hadn't been for the fact that little Lin Shi still needed her mother's care last time, she would have insisted on going with him. Though the other wives weren't as vocal, they all shared the same desire to accompany Lin Fan and support him. No. Lin Fan refused immediately. Telling them it wasn't dangerous was just to reassure them. In truth, there was no guarantee of safety. After all, a place that was once a sacred land of martial arts but had since become a terrifying mystery could hold untold perils. While Lin Fan himself wasn't afraid of the unknown and was ready to face whatever came his way, he didn't want to put his loved ones at risk. Liar Dao Miao Miao pouted, her lips pursing in displeasure. But this time, Lin Fan didn't try to appease her. For this trip to explore the remnants of the Yaoguang's sacred land, he had decided that only Gu Lingxi would accompany him. Alright then. If that's your decision, husband, we support you, Ye Xiaoru said, speaking for the group. Although the wives were still worried, they understood Lin Fan's determination and didn't press the issue. Instead, they resolved to work even harder so that they could share more of his burdens in the future. Let's go, Lin Fan said, smiling as he bid farewell to his children. He nodded at Gu Lingxi, signaling the start of their journey. Gu Lingxi followed quickly, also traveling alone without any family members. Half a day later, they were far from Tianfeng City. Regretting it now? With no one to take care of you, life on the road might get rough. Gu Lingxi teased as the day turned to dusk and they found a picturesque valley to set up camp. Without his wives around, Lin Fan had to handle everything himself, from pitching the tent to preparing food and drink. Seeing this, Gu Lingxi couldn't resist reminding him of how well he was cared for during their previous journey in the land of burial, where someone was always there to tend to his needs, even warming his bed. But Lin Fan wasn't one to be easily teased. Hearing her words, he casually set down the fish he had just caught from the nearby stream. Who says I have no one to take care of me? Aren't you still here? He replied with a smirk. Why should I take care of you? I'm not your wife, and I'm certainly not obligated to do so. Gu Lingxi responded, her smile unwavering, clearly not intimidated. Lin Fan's smile didn't fade either. You should, because you can't beat me. Is that a good enough reason? Do you think I should do the work just because I can't defeat you? Gu Lingxi's smile faltered slightly. Exactly. Lin Fan replied with a smug grin. After all, we're out here in the wilderness. If you don't listen to me, something bad might happen. Gu Lingxi had almost lost her smile, especially since she knew she wasn't strong enough to beat him. In a way, it made sense that the weaker one should do the work, but when Lin Fan tried to scare her, she became completely unbothered. Lin Fan watched her reaction and was left speechless. Did this wealthy lady really want to eat the young grass? Will something bad really happen? Gu Lingxi asked, pretending to be frightened, like a timid little rabbit. No, it won't, Lin Fan replied, exasperated, as he went back to preparing the fish. Soon, the campfire was crackling, and the delicious aroma of roasted fish filled the air. Fireflies danced around the flames, creating a picturesque scene as the two of them sat on stones by the stream, gazing up at the stars. In truth, it was quite a peaceful and enjoyable moment. Lin Daoyu, with such a long night ahead, don't you find it a bit dull? Gu Lingxi asked with a playful smile. Not at all, Lin Fan replied, handing her a piece of roasted fish. If you're bored, just eat more. You're so skinny I could wrap my hand around your waist. Gu Lingxi was speechless. Was that really the point she was trying to make? But Lin Fan didn't seem to care. The night passed quickly, and the next morning they continued their journey, eventually arriving at the roaring Mo River. Who would have thought that the ruins of the Yaoguang's sacred land were hidden on an island in the middle of the Mo River? Lin Fan mused as he stood by the riverbank, marveling at how the sacred land wasn't located in a bustling city but rather in the middle of this ancient, flowing river. It's surprising but not impossible, Gu Lingxi replied calmly. While it was unexpected, places like this could exist anywhere. The sense of direction here is weak. Looks like we'll need to use a dragon boat, Lin Fan said as he looked out over the river, already familiar with its legendary currents. Agreed. Gu Lingxi nodded, clearly having done her own research. With that, they settled in to wait for the dragon boat. But for some reason, whether due to bad luck or something else, they ended up waiting several days. Isn't the dragon boat supposed to come daily? Why hasn't it shown up yet? Gu Lingxi frowned, noticing that the timing didn't match her previous experiences. Lin Fan remained calm, having encountered similar delays the last time he rode the dragon boat. Just be patient. Not in a hurry, Lin Fan passed the time by catching clams by the river and making fresh, delicious soup. His relaxed demeanor left Gu Lingxi both exasperated and resigned as she waited alongside him. Finally, one day, as they were enjoying their soup, the sound of the dragon boat's horn echoed through the air. Looking up, they saw a massive, golden dragon boat approaching slowly. Without hesitation, they boarded the boat and continued their journey. The destination is in the Mo River, but how do we control the dragon boat's direction? Gu Lingxi suddenly realized a problem: they couldn't steer the boat. Leave it to me, Lin Fan said confidently. He summoned the power of the divine dragon within him, and just as he had anticipated, he could indeed control the boat with it. Gu Lingxi was impressed but had grown accustomed to such surprises from Lin Fan. She said nothing as he took control, guiding the boat according to the map they had. Despite the challenges of navigating the Mo River, Lin Fan's mastery of stargazing allowed him to keep them on course without getting lost. Thanks to this, they steadily drew closer to the legendary sacred land. The journey was smooth, without any major obstacles. "We're actually seeing the island," Gu Lingzi exclaimed excitedly as they finally caught sight of a misty island in the distance. Lin Fan felt a surge of excitement too. At last, they had reached their destination. But just as they neared the island, the dragon boat suddenly began to shake violently. Emerging from the river, a group of strange creatures with human heads and fish bodies surrounded their boat, closing in slowly. "What are those things?" Gu Lingzi's expression darkened as she spotted the strange creatures. Their eerie appearance made it clear they were not to be trifled with. In this world, there was an unspoken rule: the stranger something looked, the harder it was to deal with. Lin Fan's face also turned grim. He recognized these creatures from books. They were mermaids, but not the beautiful, pearl-crying kind from fairy tales. Instead, these mermaids were shriveled and skeletal, with faces resembling old crones, sharp features and sunken eyes. They were so hideous that any child who saw them would be terrified to even think of crying at night. These were not the mermaids of fairy tales but of science fiction, with dried, elongated arms ending in sharp, terrifying claws. Their pitch-black eyes radiated an evil aura, as if they had crawled up from the depths of hell. "Just a bunch of ugly monsters," Lin Fan replied as he slowly moved to the front of the dragon boat. These grotesque creatures were clearly not friendly, and since they were blocking the way, it was obvious this encounter wouldn't end peacefully. No sooner had Lin Fan spoken than the hideous mermaids let out a bone-chilling wail, like the cries of tormented souls. The waves of the Mo River surged violently in response, crashing against the dragon boat. The dragon boat, larger than an aircraft carrier, had always been incredibly stable. Not even a hurricane could shake this colossal vessel. Yet, under the influence of these ugly mermaids, the boat began to rock, and the rocking only grew more intense over time. While the boat wasn't in danger of breaking apart, it could no longer move forward. "What do we do now?" Gu Lingzi asked, hesitant to act rashly, and turned to Lin Fan for guidance. Lin Fan's expression remained cold. "What else? Since they're blocking our path, let's turn them all into dead fish." He unleashed his powerful QI, ready to clear the area by force. "Let me handle this." Gu Lingji stepped forward before Lin Fan could act. When it came to dealing with large groups, she had the advantage. Plus, she wanted to prove her usefulness. Although Lin Fan was strong, Gu Lingxi was determined to show that she wasn't just a pretty face. Knowing her capabilities, Lin Fan didn't argue. "All right, it's all yours." He stepped aside to let her take the lead. Without hesitation, Gu Lingxi advanced to the front of the boat, staring down at the hideous mermaids stirring up trouble below. She felt nothing but disgust for these creatures, no pity, no mercy. As she stepped forward, her domain of extreme cold began to spread. Even though the Mo River was known for its unique properties that prevented it from freezing, no matter how cold the weather, Gu Lingxi's power was extraordinary. As her domain expanded, the so-called unfreezable river began to frost over, the ice creeping across its surface. In just moments, this part of the Mo River had turned into a massive glacier. At the same time, the mermaids, who had been wreaking havoc moments earlier, were now frozen into stiff, icy statues. Despite their grotesque appearance, these mermaids were not weak. Each of them possessed the strength to threaten a first or second transformation martial saint. Together, in their natural environment, they could overwhelm even fourth or fifth transformation martial artists. The Mo River was their domain, amplifying their power. But against a sixth transformation powerhouse like Gu Lingzi, they were mere fodder. Even her basic domain was more than they could handle. "How's that?" Gu Lingxi asked with a smile after freezing the mermaids and calming the waters. "Not bad," Lin Fan replied coolly. "Not bad." Gu Lingxi's smile faltered. How could he be so unimpressed? She had just single-handedly dealt with the entire group of troublesome creatures, and this was his reaction. Lin Fan sneered. "Sure, you handled the monsters. But how do we move the boat now? It might look close, but that island is still dozens of kilometers away. In the Mo River's conditions, do you really think we can just fly over there?" Gu Lingxi was momentarily speechless. Under normal circumstances, they could have easily flown across a few dozen kilometers. As high-level martial saints, traversing such distances wasn't an issue. But here, things were different. The Mo River was constantly shrouded in dark clouds, with lightning raging above. Flying across the river wasn't an option, as they would be struck by relentless lightning. Even swimming in the river would expose them to these deadly lightning strikes. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gu Lingxi's confidence wavered. "What do we do now?" she asked, looking to Lin Fan for a solution. We'll have to fly across, Lin Fan said, eyeing the distant island. He wasn't actually blaming her, just stating the facts. Aren't you worried about being struck by lightning? She asked. If anyone's getting struck, it'll be me. Lin Fan replied, somewhat exasperated. He then summoned the power of the divine dragon within him, and a magnificent golden dragon silently emerged behind him. Let's go, Lin Fan said as he leaped onto the dragon. Go where Gu Lingxi asked, still processing the sudden appearance of the dragon. To get struck by lightning. Lin Fan replied sarcastically. When Gu Lingxi awkwardly joined him, he guided the dragon out of the boat's protective zone. As expected, the moment they left the boat, lightning began to rain down on them. However, the dragon was incredibly fast, slicing through the air so quickly that even the lightning couldn't keep up. Though the journey was a bit rough, it was manageable. In mere moments, they had crossed the dozens of kilometers and landed on the island. As soon as they set foot on the island, the relentless lightning stopped, as if a storm had suddenly cleared. Is it over? Gu Lingxi asked, still shaken. She hadn't been struck, thanks to Lin Fan's protection, but the experience had left her rattled. Even for a powerful martial saint like her, the sheer might of nature was terrifying. What, did you want more? Lin Fan retorted, retracting his dragon and returning to his normal form, his mood sour. Although he hadn't been injured, the lightning had singed him a bit, and he wasn't eager to go through that again. Gu Lingxi, sensing his irritation, felt a bit guilty. She knew how tough the situation had been. All right, enough talking. Let's figure out how to get inside, Lin Fan said, pulling out the map they had been following. Yu Lingxi moved closer to examine the map with him, her brows furrowing. The island's ruins weren't going to be easy to enter. First, they had to deal with the enormous protective array that covered the entire site. Then, there were countless traps scattered throughout the ruins. These obstacles were designed to fend off threats beyond imagination. Could the two of them really handle it? Gu Lingxi wasn't so sure. She glanced at Lin Fan, hoping he had a plan. But it wasn't just the external defenses that worried Lin Fan. Something deep inside the ruins gave him a sense of foreboding, similar to what he had felt when facing the divine corpse in the depths of the abyss. It seems whatever is inside this place won't be easy to obtain, Lin Fan said, his expression serious. But despite the challenge, he didn't back down. Smiling faintly, he turned his gaze away from the island and began walking toward the ruins. Gu Lingxi hesitated but ultimately said nothing and silently followed him. As they ventured deeper into the island, several sinister heads slowly emerged from the dark, murky waters. Watching the pair enter the heart of the island, these creatures grinned with eerie smiles.
Hey everyone, part 10 is now live on my Patreon. If you're eager to watch it early, head over there. But don't worry, it'll also be on YouTube later, so everyone will get to enjoy it.